they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a perfectly acceptable way of running a kind of relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's put to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants, they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and more, the Jews have to try and find new ways to tax out of the peasants. So it could have been developed in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce. It could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or using in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folk tales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to wide received beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as leading edge of Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns, as opposed to the side are much more likely to form bands and professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, capitalized on dissent that rife among these who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their, their serf owners and so on. And he gathered some, and in a pro-nationalist movement, led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of the Ukrainians, but not as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Ukrainians are Orthodox and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, for example, called the riot in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the worst were the Korean shop holders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on. Even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression, they nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although it continued for a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat, Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy at a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, or their horrific attack populations. These are in several chronicles. The most powerful is one by Nathan, which is in Hebrew, Yeven Sula, is translated as The Abyss of This, is available in English translation. And it's actually historiography as well. Demography of this is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of studies of 1649 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews spoke drums. Research by modern scholars like Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there, but also because the recovery after the violence had also was actually fairly rapid. There's no question there was a huge, devastating attack on the population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have accounts from Glickl of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, Shach, who all write about their experience at this time, but a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland, and his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emerging Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th. Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia, again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one see again in the 20th century with pogroms of 1919, and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 hryvnia note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous man's in Maidan Nezalezhnyst in Kyiv, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia. You know, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, you know, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find on the web, but in the draft, this is a casting of it. Behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there is a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor the nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment encapsulated for both Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatites we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching. Came to me and said, "Programs for this people think you're just crazy. You're just stood there, listening." He said, "I wake up with marks on my body, shaved areas, etc." Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily, and this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this would be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away as England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by this, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years there would be continuing reverberations of the the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really ready communications. The print media, of course, has been circulating, and the idea of the Jews adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christian readers as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, or the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications. That's exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. A variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities. And he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, prancing horse. One would see kind of posed with, hands or something like that. And certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon, appears like this, because many weren't exactly sure what the context is. Of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky reign on Eastern European Jewry in particular. Their follow-up conflict, the Russians and the Swedes that had similar northern communities in Eastern Europe. And it was in a huge demographic evil, as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hamel, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father, he should rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the idea that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Gloria, which really poses an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and highest activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical expansion of the information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when you had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more way to gain information than classrooms, and women often have much more access to printed than they might have had to, educate people like in the yeshiva. And this may be Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. Shabbatai Tzvi was born in Smyrna. He spent a bit of time in his youth Greece, and he was regarded as a talented, intellectual young man. His good looks were noted, had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he engaged in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll, right? Not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backwards tend to ascribe to some illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at some times these moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitating. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in behavior like pronounce the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to meditate and all kinds of other things. Alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There was a time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended time, and there are other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His master of Talmud and of Kabbalah, otherwise very genial nature, to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. An occasion to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Mech era and the Shabbatai Tzvi. Nathan of Gaza encouraged this activity, and he became essential and broadcast wide the notion that Tzvi was in fact Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabbat, his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved an antinomianism, which should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, whereas they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these a type of evaluation of the laws, and in particular things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning, the destructions of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth. Tzvi also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly subtle aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sex no longer applied in the era. And quite a bit of free love happening in Shabbatai community with the exchange of houses, and himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of quite a reputation. She was apparently the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience, but she saw in Sarah his opportunity to fill another type of messianic prophecy. The prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a book rather than from the traditional scroll. His friends to come up and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading the Sabbath service. So in many ways, he was really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life, but this tended to him to his followers. This idea of egalitarian, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from his still more followers, and in fact, this seemed to have had a strictest move in particular, and perhaps even through a proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole one broadsheet that printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened? In 1665 and 66, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was well of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone claiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabbatai Tzvi came to the Sultan. He was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time. And then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some, actually listened in a high alcove. And his were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem Shabbatai Tzvi, but if liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counter-offer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts from this period, but accounts indicate that he approached this counter-offer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guard of the gates and a stipend from, once again, didn't want him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of Jewish followers. And in fact, he did. Some 200 to 300 ardent supporters of Shabbatai assumed that if converted to Islam, they must also come to Islam. That's somehow unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that. They're called the good men, they really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion in science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she got exactly the same hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabbatai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabbatai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunme, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer, and in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could receive Yom Kippur liturgy. Looking beyond Shabbatai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that the Dunme actually are a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting mosque built in Greece by the Dunme. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbath continued to reverberate throughout the next 200 years. Major figures, including Yonasan Eibeshter, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of Messiah, accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly Shabbatai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his direction as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do. It really is nice to see that the number is significant, and thank you very much for watching.
We're talking about multidimensional contact, and we're talking about you can these intelligences, out-of-body experiences.
Welcome. How are you?
Oh, you got the new one? You got the new one?
What's up, Pim? No.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much.
I just don't have a hat on.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm doing good. Watching my friend playing CSGO.
Oh, very cool. Where?
In his house.
Is he on like Kick or is he on Twitch or something?
No. I'm with him right now. He's playing and I'm watching.
Very cool. Will you remind me how'd you
I'm
find?
watching this. What?
Will you remind me how'd you find out about me?
I found out because of my friends.
Oh, very cool. Excellent. Well, I'm just watching.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'm just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
What's your think about Hitler?
For watching my online lectures. I hope you
It's a
continue to find
complicated
them of
answer.
interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish
I don't
people
want to at
for
this time.
Koren publishers in Jerusalem.
What do you think about
And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about
I
2/3
gave
of
an
the way
answer. It's
through the
complicated. I
material,
don't wanna talk about it right
specifically in the Jewish
I'm
History
watching
Lab
his
series.
lectures.
Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow
My
you
friend,
to
I don't wanna
interact
talk about
with
those
the
things.
videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared for the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can get a really great history. I'm excited with the prospect of learning you observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more, what areas may be perfectly clear to me. Perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abraham of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to a Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Israel and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the revolt against the Romans, the Christianity, and the second under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women, diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below. And I would love to have you in this course with me. I hope you enjoy the lectures and take care. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used a word like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. For he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans, that is, setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba rolled tobacco leaves and then smoked. Ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jew in actually bringing the back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian, the Jews of America, is Jonathan Sarna, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important option because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Please have a look at this map, which shows in blue shade and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in his independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country and had a uniquely Mercan approach to the endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to 1,200 Jews in early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constitute 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had two schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of normally you would expect them to attend school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, one synagogue to pray in and one synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very, very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given 2 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial regions, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You will recall the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money. Nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them than to pay back. They had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. From Amsterdam's Jew, Oliver Cromwell, ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer who was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of 1589. He didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew, Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he did not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have full of scattered individual explorers, no community developing until September of 1654, months after Recife dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 20 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York Harbor, then New Amsterdam. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York and becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population there. Now, they were met by then Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're like, are you sure he's not Jewish? Look at that mass healthy yarmulke that he's wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain line find that a yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? Great. Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church, the son of a minister and he elder in the church, and he was of admitting Jews to this new colony. Only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character, Stuyvesant. He was learned of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. When these Jews arrived from he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. Tremendous losses with their earnings in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point. This is something that certainly has medieval origins. So the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this racially as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant their concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. That's a very quick look at origins. In the next lecture, at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. Watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with this on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living at this point are observing the Sephardic rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. A lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal force, where there was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at the migration from Eli Barnavi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's establishments as far west as St. Orleans by the time of 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th, came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. So the reason why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World, there are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on Jewish marriage, like only the old son in a family marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek their fame and fortune in the US. One of the that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here, the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1806, it's estimated there were 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, it had increased to 15,000, and really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jews, essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. And the only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing, then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of economic ladder. But with frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and you kind of sell everything that anybody town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is developed in the 19th century, the department store, Macy's, or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that results in significant wealth. So the German Jews have a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberalism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. They had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures or testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were noted for their willingness to risk and to travel and to explore and to regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian Jews in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I know it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west, looking for economic niches and seeking their fame and fortune. This map of these German Jews reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The major and the single migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, numbers 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Abiatar Friesel's real fascinating Atlas of Modern History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, a very small number, still 500. By the time you get to the end of the century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide in population increase. Much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there are people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography on Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, a great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignorance. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to try to transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dinor, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to get, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It has some changes to the border. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were part of the Pale of Settlement. Exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as canton, or by destroying, it was officially banned in 1840, leaving it only all functions, especially to serve the Russian state by cooking and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region. And one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a chassid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fun and the beards and things like that. Those are kind of like, levushim, clothing. That's things that are on the outside. Inside of Hasidism consists on debate, which is a kind of mystical clod through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic group, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning. And this is something that really appealed to Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often, given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more so northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were around the southern part in particular who were known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this, incidentally, is my colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern, Northwestern, shown here his youthful we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who, these early Proto Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel Ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a venture of Judaism, one connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to him from some of the other, but were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and researched and identified extensively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the man, secular sources. He found in tax records that specifically refers to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides pure, clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and biographic get from the tax records elsewhere that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, Western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really. We'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thank you.
When I'm on stage now, I'm laughing. Gotta get high to go up there and I laugh and giggle. And even family, everything changes when it's stage time. Your name changes in your head. If your name is Lisa, they're changing your name when you go on stage to Chewy McGowan. So whatever you say.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction and movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim. And the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmud study and Jewish culture that had predated revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they were also defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And, there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmul culture. But 5% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most elements of Jewish theology and practice placed first, because in many ways this is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 13, or that of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, you believe that God to the Jews Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah. So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally, yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion. At any rate, and these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like for example, with keeping kosher, how exactly one slaughter an animal to make it kosher, or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes, but like they're in total agreement. So what is they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actually one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shner Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples gave rise to disciples, many other dynasties. You can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Grodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and position began to. It's fascinating that it was the Mitnagdim who called themselves opponents. They had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted, none other than the Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1790. Now, what were the charges against them? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of the Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that, Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is Yom Kippur? It's always like measuring things. Chassidim says, no, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Chassidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Chassidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times? That you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer. It's important that you go to prayer with a proper intention, and maybe that means you need a little more, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the Great Uriah that we discussed when we got the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether all of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been a primary contribution to you saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well. It comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher, taxes on candles, things like that. If you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend some and perhaps drinking, things like that. They're not sitting down learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. Oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. You're talking about, and then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really look down upon. And finally, the nation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halacha, the Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and they did now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shalman of Liadi, and had temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendous rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response. And they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would go along with Hasidism. The Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attacked. Well, absolutely. You bet we are going to be super attacked. We're going to spend even more in Talmud. And in fact, what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that himself was a great Kabbalist. The mission was that it was really only who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions, the Hasidim were circulating. They weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar, reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not in necessarily this ideas widely. But key disciples of the Gaon, the great Rabbi of Volozhin, associated with the Yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in the early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, how's it going? I said, well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, there's a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home. But I said to him, Rebbe, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day. Because it was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home, right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh, and I used to get on the bus, and many times I simply couldn't put it down, and I looked up and I had already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had gotten so lost in the tremendous of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important, you've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle, it's life itself. Wow. So if you have a read Nefesh HaChayim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called it Tzaddik, sometimes Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the Rebbe sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like they refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being Muslims, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in action of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. There will be a major change to them, which we'll discuss in a minute. I just conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the like button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include your group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Halacha. Thank you very much for watching.
You're not going to have any problems with that girl if you hire her in 10 years. You know, you're just working together. You're going to take calls. Something kids don't know how to do.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers, church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. Very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight, something that it's not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach. And that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jump start with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, possibly converted to Christian and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they're Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian roots into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended, but also into the New World. as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early masculine. Certainly the most important of them was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his training with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is the language of Hebrew, which was reserved for purposes, prayer, Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study. Their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it's very similar and the vocabulary has overlaps, but, speaking Yiddish to German would backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets. It's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the hustles of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey. And in fact, he even visited the court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe in particular, and he encounters Germany, he eventually jettisons identity and seeks to evolve in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So where Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the main. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath day, which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of Skalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. to. It seems that century there was a rash of people being declared actually buried, only discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs like this one you see here of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you're back dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by and you hear a bell ringing, that thing is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in, felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulate religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedland's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous and did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see baptized themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and really dates back to Friedlander. Others, like Robson Raphael Hirsch, argued that modernity has to engage, but not by completely editing Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make it traditional. Now, the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be ideas of modernity and so on. Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, really with much greater, endemic Jewish. So one of the differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation, Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let's adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more a movement that emphasized, really of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argue that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures. The first, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military value, also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into Russian society. Very, very tough thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal discussed he ended up in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had to be. I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzeichel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which the following saw three shepherds: Eliyahu in Lithuania, of course, would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic, diligent study, like shepherd number one. Number two, the Hasid Volhynia, to devotion and to fibers of feeling, right, with their ideals of God and so on. And finally, the great sage of people, Moses Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as you mentioned earlier, and called him to place of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of Snagdim, the leader of the Chassidim, and the leader of Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of days later, all three of these movements, the Snagdim and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity, continue to exist in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
Just to see how the smell is and everything. And if it passes to the next level, she jumps. Oh, fucking yum. You know what I'm saying? We all know the fucking deal. Oh, it's done. That's how it is. They always fuck like a mixed. Right? You ever see that? When chicks are confused.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of semi-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it. Now, it's really important for us to just think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred with the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast, in many ways really not a fair word to use, accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. Unless we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs, have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes it very unslaved like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms, manors, and things like that. The Jews were closer to the burghers, or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce, because Jews were heavily urbanized, but even in urban, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camarae regis. They were servants of the royal chain. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the protection of the chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things, because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening. People were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the features of rural agrarian life, but people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do surf-like activity during the season, and then they would go into this during the winter and like blue-collar jobs, burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they want, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more in with the intellectual current of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in so their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society and understanding their responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally sex of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge, and very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the character of its history. And the Jews were
nearly but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and people and so on. Up until the 20th century, peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and in 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877 when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to act that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English vote society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. In other words, we have the situation, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always him, and it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish, until eventually, after debates in governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. Emancipation in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, and it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the all men are created equal was interpreted to nearly all men because it did include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze, does it have to be in the masculine? So she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen, and the word citizen, of course, can be declined either as a male or as a female. But the friend at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about, honestly, it says man and amen. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were in the books before he was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as time, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming, in 1790, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were connected with Jews in other countries, so import, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of the Jews rushing into fields and, with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon in his typically kind of way of thinking about it. Well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years from Israel. Not quite, since they were exiled, shortly after. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relations, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint of what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't it precisely be recognized, but, and they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became an institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, that's a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gate on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone and quote unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same is happening in Hungary, although you also had significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by Sam Sofer, very important by Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that
emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to today. I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish culture, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late. As long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics. Right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm focusing in on in this context, the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern, especially because this time when democracy to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that mass to move political agendas along. And to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activities. They largely trusted their leadership to any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so it really was a matter of more kind of like feudal ships where the Stadtland would be hired by the head of the Kehillah would be the one that the king or whatever after the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really and that's the modern era.
In the modern era, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look more contemporaries of organizing themselves, not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian public as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s, and in 1881, a group of them organized under the name Narodnaya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb and killed these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander V, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, geography basically took this at some kind of face value, and it seemed Fiddler on the Roof. There's a famous where Tabby is a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction in Russia. In reality, it went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, so to respond to the rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscores the fact that Russia no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Restream, that is, free governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority. So it is violence that erupted in 18 extended for a few years, triggered the rethinking by Jews their political status. Populations that were minorities in a particular region, Poles in Ukrainian territories, things like that. And it was something that really just way out of hand for the Russians. Now, in a few charts that I'd like to show you right now, really interesting article published in 2019, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really these correlations. The pogroms, why did they so? There's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices used, and the long-term resentment that goes through the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their European, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honka in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these arts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in years 1800 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919, but let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when a terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, did not result in anti-Jewish. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at it kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violent Jews in 1881 and in 1904, 05, of course, the Chisinau pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they created significant political upheaval. But lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this did, which is very clever, is they put both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money right here. Wow, this the purple line stems that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation against Jews. And I think this is a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate them to attack their neighbors. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of chaos in the former Russian Empire, and Jews are basically saying, things working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Cantonistan crisis that we discussed in a previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all. That is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked very well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Summit to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will else, and it could in fact be worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its operation. And what it's called 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar needed more authority to revise parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905, it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewishism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew. Lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious, anti-clerical position, and so did not represent the mass of the Jewish population. But there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, never the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying, let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying, let's not emigrate, let's try and keep it here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying, let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish armed flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this will be representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of 48. So this was a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to. Even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of nationalism. It said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's like a radical change. We're not going to do that. We are also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step back in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people, because as the founding ideologue of diaspora argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a full state to constitute their own identity. Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that presents no looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly with Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives the institution of the Jewish Federation. It's kind of like this loose of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests, democratic governments, and so on. There's a huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with it and the way the Jewish Federation works. is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with it or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into their box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision to actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to on state resources, communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a organization. However powerful as it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with the diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jew life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organized politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on as religious Jews. However, given the advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian Empire, which turned not to work out that, but at least not in the 20th century, at least not the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish. And so the renewed traditions with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially try to promote a religious agenda that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of things in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look at the spectrum. Today I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graph that's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a full political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political line. And on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism, right? If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that they're slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of Doeg, which means basically, do we leave political parties or organizations, would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If we look in the lower left quadrant, you have socialism, Bilakite. Most complete is the General Workers' Bund, BUND. That was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Lithuania in particular that were very receptive to socialism. And so the Bund relied on the Jewish area, which was quite significantly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 19th Revolution, 30,000 members of the Bund. Now, backing up, what about in the quadrant to the right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dubno, who represents the diaspora nationalists. Right? They're definitely very big and Dorite, did not favor the idea of Israel, but they didn't think it had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. It's their framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists, and there are many, many issues of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the Modern Political Zionism, who in 1897 had the General World Zionist, and the movement they were called the Allgemeine General Zionists. It was more of a big Zionism. This is classified from the revisionists, who are up here, more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist, actually, but definitely in a sense. Vladimir Zhirinovsky is the most important figure and activist among the revisionists, and they actually believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too thick in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which is basically diplomacy, go talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and then you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that Jews must be much more aggressive, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have more of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel came to state. Finally, if we move here to the upper left quadrant, Late Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be heavily in kibbutzim, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sarah, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Paul Zion. And this movement is primarily responsible for the Labor Party that dominated much of early politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet. Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, now we have Z, which is like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like curved green line, and this represents the party. Because up until now, all of these groups have been religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe the dominant rabbinic opinion that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish state represented an abrogation. That was precisely what God wanted. That the coming together of Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, the gradual unfolding of the Messianic idea. They followed in large part the teachings of the individual, Rabbi Abraham, was a Jew who lived in Israel as a very profound Zionist. Although he was motivated, he didn't have a party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological of many of the ideas in Israel. And then finally, we also have those traditionalist Jews, these renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Yisrael, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Hashas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 portfolios that over the course of a 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happens to be meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present for this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Yisrael does. Think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do Kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of tradition. So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Ali Hashem, would always say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, you found this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots more people are interested in studying Jewish history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, new videos happening or a new premiere is happening where we can actually communicate in real time with the chat. Of course, we have other levels of membership, which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this video, and I look forward to speaking to you in the next. Thanks very much for watching.
So what happens going on in your life comes to an end. When you go up in front of a live audience, the adrenaline from the audience, the excitement, the energy from the audience should wake you the fuck up. I know who's gonna sleep in front of 100 people. I can't sleep with one guy talking to fucking TV.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews, actually concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central is dominated by 3 large empires, moving from east to west: the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These 3 large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divide these 3 great empires up into much smaller countries, and actually resulted in a tremendous located in those peoples who lived in these 3 regions with titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, Austrians and Hungarians in Austria. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own country. For example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its 3 neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 24th, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech and Slovakia, but back then one country, referred to it as a dagger at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaty. They want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The of course collapses, and we're going to spend time today talking about that. It's divided into sections. There is proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War One. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's look more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we had that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution. And it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day, things like that we do. Oh, it's not really what important. It's important for us right now. There was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into one. No sign of slowing down. Is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly, their soldiers to go into war. And because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine? You're going up against an enemy and you can't fire. You have to actually use your bayonet, which when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just so there's this protest. And according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. And everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this riot sort of expanded, overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and family were arrested. They would be assassinated. The Romanov dynasty that had hundreds of years fell in early 1916. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Currently admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, traveling, education, name it, and Jews were claiming, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered a massive ghetto because of huge concentrations of Jews here. So he was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation and all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the constituent assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarich Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the front, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist, the top hat. And typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the not so thinly veiled disguise for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to go over and disband the assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, the poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin was some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red. And next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes. Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting here, if you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's been applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed, also got pegs. He's also got forelocks to indicate he, like many communist Jews of the era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is sitting onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number on it. Now, I'm not positive what this is referring to. The 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray. We're laying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's what that number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1970, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russia and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will put the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next.
That's the whole point of having. I don't get that. Like, if you had a kid and you could help them get a job anywhere, you wouldn't do it. No, if it ever comes to it, well, you're not asking the child any favors. How many times have you worked somewhere, any years, and the boss hires this kid, and all of a sudden he's making $2 more than you? How much damage does it cause the company? How much damage does it cause? Well, that sucks. Oh, you start chitty-chatting, loyalty breaks. No, if your kid comes to work for you, you tell them that they're dead. Play with it. You know that room where they shovel this shit? Don't come out there for a year. You can't. As long as you want this job and get along with people, right? In usually 90 days, I'm going to leave you there for a fucking year to smell that every day. So when I do promote you, I don't have any fucking problems. Right. I can always go, fuck you. My son, he's never been late, and I had him in there for a year to really pay his dues. It's usually 120 days, and you make the unit in most warehouses. Well, I'm just assuming. But that's my rule. Because you're really not doing a job any fucking favors. Well, you don't want to do a favor like that, but even let's just say, George owned a business, and your kid wants to do work there. But hey, George, you're hiring. Yeah, okay, well, I'm not going to tell George you're going to pay $28. No, because this is what you need. George, entry-level position. You're grabbing a broom, you're cleaning a bathroom. Those characters. That's fine. That lets me know when you tell an employee the first day to clean the bathroom, and you give them that, they'll know if they're going to stay in this. Right. You got about 48 hours. Because that'll break your system down. Everybody wants to be a star. Everybody wants to be on top. Everybody wants to get there and earn. But no, until they clean the fucking bathroom, they're soft. So, from me knowing life experience, if I'm still around when she's 18, like I've already spoken to restaurants in my area and said, hey, next summer, she's in here.
Saturdays. You know, teach you what it is to take a Saturday from you. Right. Okay, to take a Saturday or Friday night, I respect the most in Monroe, New Jersey, is a 19-year-old girl that I have watched that girl grow since she's 14. She's not just a regular girl. She's a beautiful girl. Her and her sister are beautiful. Me and my wife and my daughter would go to a pizza bar, which I took you guys to. I think we met the girl. And I used to go there on Fridays when I first moved here with a bunch of parents. And I would go, why is that girl here on Friday night? 16, 15, then she turned 16, and then me and my wife would talk to her, and then she says, I'm saving up for a car, and then after she got the car, she's like, you want to see it? And I'll never forget, we went out there, there was a broken down jalopy, but I was so happy for her, because I know what she went through, and she's like, now I'm saving up for fucking college. She wanted to go to Temple, and she was $13,000 short to go to Temple. Told me that it broke my fucking heart. The parents don't have the money, but that bitch was there every Friday and Saturday night. She could have been jumping up and down. She could have been on that OnlyFans. She could have hooked up with a fucking 40-year-old old guy. That girl had the lady she wanted to. But no, she worked at a pizza bar. Now she works at TV Bank. And she's, making good money and stuff. And she goes to school at whatever that local college, that really cheap, whatever the fuck it is. But no, that to me is a classic woman. You know, for 10 years. She did the work. She did the groundwork. I'm looking at my daughter saying, you had to John work a pizza place, work the calendar, you gotta take something kids don't know how to do. Another thing these cities don't know how to do. They look at the fucking thing. You go to a restaurant now, $10.32. You give them $10 and 32 so $11, and you give them 32 cents. The computer fizzles out. It's over. I mean, these are things, that I tell people in business all the time. You're confusing the consumer. I had a conversation with a friend of mine that I can listen to. The comedy club is wild. You're confusing the consumer. Not to assume that fucking that is stupid. You got to assume they're retarded. As a matter of fact, I know. And I'm not being a Tom Segura or a corporation calling the poorest. I'm not calling anybody stupid. I'm just going to give you an example. No, I'm giving you an example. I can put a link up to my book. Right to Amazon. And people hit me 3 days later. I went on Amazon. What's book instead? How many times do I know that? For tickets to a comedy club where you can't even bounce the ticket price. I put ticket prices on there. People come in and I went on Vivid and put $120. Well, I put the link out to the fucking punchline or Helium or wherever. So when people do that, when you actually walk to the fence, give them the key, and tell them what thing to do, and just go, oh yeah, there's no click. Right? That's the link. I'm giving you the fucking link. Right? All you gotta do is go click. How did you end up buying a t-shirt from Nick Astley's? How did this happen? How does this happen? How many times I've done a shitty club where I'm like, give me $20 for tickets, and somebody after when I go, I take $68 on it. What the fuck are you retarded? I put the ticket link on. People don't check, they just go around doing gas tickets. And they go with the first thing up there. It's crazy. I mean, it's how people will fall for like the scams. And it breaks my heart because I thought I was dealing with more, people that knew couldn't fucking link. I'm not gonna fucking beat you and put you on a porn link or take you all the way to Europe to buy fucking goggles. I'm not gonna do that to you. Just click the link. And I see this on a daily fucking basis in life. You used to get so upset because people like message you right as you were leaving the city. Like, when are you gonna come here? Yeah, when are you coming to Memphis? Well, I'll tell you what. Call my Twitter last week and they'll look and call them. Oh shit, you were just here. Yeah. Look how long I've been talking about Memphis barbecue, chicken cutlets, black people with veins in their eyes. I've been talking about Memphis for 3 podcast episodes. And you're telling me now, when am I going to Memphis? Well, I figured out there's people that just do that. They just do that to punch your balls. They see that you were just there. They're like, hey, why you tell me you're here? Fuck your mother. I've been talking about it for 3 fucking crazy shit this weekend. One of those days, the week when they had Saturday, they got a bunch of errands to run. Freehold, Jackson, fucking whatever. And I go, you know what? I'm one of those guys, when you're out, you're out. You know, when you have like a long list and you got ready to 5 1, I'll save the 2 of these for tomorrow. I go, fuck it. Let me just get this over. I got to buy a party. I go, let me buy fucking a cigar by myself. I don't know what I'm doing. I went to the cigar shop. I picked the one with the lightest cover on it. So right to me, right? And next to it, 2 doors down, there's like a gym in my neighborhood. I know this more because I usually feed the cats back there. But I haven't seen the cats. First time in 5 years, I haven't seen any of them. And I go back there and look, and I always feel guilty because there's a little corner of sucky house back there. A lot of people don't know there's a sucky house back there. It's turned off, and it just is open. There's an ATM machine right there. You're kidding. There's a house with an ATM machine outside? Let me tell you something. I go to that CVS inside the ATM. You know, with the cats. I feed the cats there for years. Day one, I started telling my wife, just buy the cats food by the box. And because I was walking into CVS and buying them a cat food. And I was spending like $20. But I go, fuck this. Just go on Amazon and get me whatever for $8. Box I put in my car. And every night I go out there, bro, snow out the ass. These motherfuckers are out there hungry. And they're so beautiful because they actually come out. So when you walk into CVS, they're right there looking at you. And some people like give them the finger. I'm like, how dare you? Buy them a can of food. I come on, I open it. And they stay right there. They don't run away. I won't touch them because they're feral and there's rabies going around. I don't want to fall into the fucking mouth or eat somebody's asshole. So, is that how it gets activated? Why would you be economic on that? Because if the fucking cat scratches, you get rabies. Listen, I watched Jersey 12. Last week there was a skunk that bit some fucking dog and he had rabies. I know you've all seen it in Middletown. So Middletown is up in, not worry about ice. There's a skunk with fucking, rabies. So, what we talking about? Who knows? The feral people. The cats are in the sucky house. But I also go over there to get, nicotine gum. From time to time, like rubbing alcohol for my pipes. I get everything. That's my CVS. So when I go in there, and as I'm coming out, there's a bunch of young kids, like not young kids, like 19, 20, and they're high-fiving each other and giggling, and they're opening the boxes of condoms and taking the loose condoms out. And when they saw me, like, Joey, what up? Oh, these fucking savages. So I go over and I'm like, where you guys going? I want to get our dicks up. Right around the back of the building, there's a sucky house. Right there, CVS. Right there in that corner, there's a sucky house. In my hometown. There's going to be some people really upset that you're telling more people about their dirty hookers. I'm going to get 10% for those dirty hookers. I don't know. I've never been in there. I don't know who runs it. I don't know if it's Russians. I don't know who runs it. I don't know what they do. I don't even know how they get away with it. I've never actually met somebody who's been there, except for these kids that night that were saying, yeah, we go there on Friday nights, $300. They do everything but go. Have you ever seen them since? Those kids, yeah. Oh, no. Maybe they're missing. Maybe the skunk out. Oh, it was like, there's a sucky house back then. Like, yeah, I think they double as in size, like, with no signs. So when I go back there to feed the cat, I look back there and they're like, that is a sucky house. Dog, you'll never find it. You'll never find it. It's in between buildings. There's a fucking drive-through bank. It's right next to the drive-through bank. You run the whole operation. You're like, there's 6 women inside, maybe 7. So what? And then they just listen to me. I'm a good sucky house. Moves around every 6 weeks. One of those chicks gets a hit. They get something like a fucking type of COVID in their pussy. And they get shut down by the health department or some cop comes in. COVID in the pussies. I'm dead serious. No sucky house. So anyway, we're talking about the fucking strip mall. How do we end up with the suckies? I don't know, maybe I'm sorry. You like a cigar. So I go to the cigar shop first, and I go, I got, you know what, I might come over there, get some paper, some pipe, whatever. I go in there, and the kid's like, hey, you come in here from time to time. Do you know anything about these new things? He said, I'm old school. You know, and I'm like, what are you talking about? First off, they have a whole section of weed at these places. I'm talking a fucking wall of every weed we grew up with. And I'm like, that's weed. He's like, no. It's 9 days before the weed grows. You take a 10 o'clock, like, what do you know about this? Yeah. I don't know, he was saying something before Delta 9, it looked like weed. Right, listen, I ain't smoking that. No. This says it gets you fucked up. But then he also told me that if I took, he had Marshall bills, that if you take, he's like, man, I'll give you one, but you promise you only take a half. I took one, it was scary. So I went up on the ward, I go to jiu-jitsu. Like, let me see what these bills are all about. They gave me $2. Jesus, I paid like 3/4 of it. I fucking went, nothing happened. I went home, I ate the other quarter, nothing happened. Then I had one more, I popped the whole fucking thing. I didn't even eat 8 quarters. I was in bed at 10 o'clock last night. Didn't do a fucking thing. I didn't giggle, nothing. And he gave me a lollipop. He said, oh. And I said to him, I go, dog, I got 2 of those things in the car. I had 2 of those 500 milligram things. Right. I go, let me give you one of these and see if you're real. He said, oh, they can handle that. It's not for me, so I know he was fake, so. It wasn't fake, he just has a tolerance. What tolerance? He gave me fucking sucky. Everything he gave me was 0 and 3. And then when there's a weird store with next for the sucky house, if he was 0 for 3, everything was sucky. Oh my god. Everything sucked, okay? And I know better. I've been down the street already. Everybody thinks they're a scientist. And these fucking new kids, they don't have the heart to do heroin. They just don't have the heart to fucking get a syringe and pop that motherfucker unless it's some Black Sabbath. They just don't. They're pussies. So when they do that, they buy like a half a fat vapor pen that's got like a 10th of heroin. Oh my god, my toothache doesn't work anymore. It's like I said, it's like a white chick that wants to fuck a black dude. The first time she'll fuck a dude that's mixed, just to see how the smell is and everything. And if it passes, then the next time she jumps with a full fucking, you know what I'm saying? We all know the fucking deal. Oh, it's stupid. That's how it is. They always fuck like a mixed. Right? You ever see that? When chicks are confused, they'll fuck like a mixed Arab. Like why he's half white, half ISIS. You know what I'm saying? Just. I like how you notice it. I notice all that shit. That's what I do. I got cops' eyes. I keep my eye on that shit. Well, it's like people you know or just people you see for like made up stories for their lives. I'm an observer. I'm a fucking observer. I sit, I make believe I'm doing something. I'm really listening to those 2 idiots in the corner. And what they're saying, I'm about 8 minutes from stabbing them both in the fucking arm. They have no idea. They're just talking about something to go. I have no idea. I'm just giving them rope every minute. You think this gets more inches. You gotta end up like that. Put the cloth on the Sopranos when he hung himself in the garage. I just wait for these fucking guys. I swear to God. I know you love people. Like, that's amazing that you're giving people rope and they don't even know they're like, nah, I give them a rope. You take this rope, you're gonna hang yourself eventually. It might be today, it might be tomorrow. Well, I see it colors. They what happened Friday night. So Friday night, my wife and my daughter breaking up at about 4 o'clock to see someone play. And I go with them as a family, but when they go, they give me wooden sheets. And you gotta eat like pies. I'm not doing that. And then fucking kids. I want my daughter and my kid recognizes me. I don't want to not support you. Right? I don't want to go to the club with you. And then they're like, Joey's here. And then fucking leave. Right? I already know that's why I don't go see anybody. I will never be on here. If I'm not behind, we're going to hide because it's your show. It's like my show. You follow me? So if I go to your show on the strip, Joey's here. Listen to what these got to say. Same thing with kids, right? Not about me. So would love for me to get up and go, oh, $20 for the next hit. And act like Melon in a fucking in back to school. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. That's not who I am. I'm not gonna go there with glasses. That's my daughter. That's what people expect you to act. So you don't act like that, and they don't know where the fuck to go. Right. What do you think people expect of you? Think about it. If you can go to a game and say what you want and have a circle of people around you and be cute and hold court, you want to do that. Except to miss their fucking kids and what their kids do. When you go to a Saturday thing in LA, where we came from, you think anybody goes to see their own kids do anything? They don't. And when you're having a party on Saturday, I'll let you know Friday, because my mother-in-law's coming down. What they know is my wife spoke to George's wife, and she said that Joe Rogan might go to their barbecue on Saturday. So I'm not going to answer your barbecue because I know Joe Rogan and Trini Lopez and the writer from Empire, they're all going to be at his house. But next to the barbecue. And the head of Fox is going to be at Nick's house. So I got to hold out to see who's got the best guest list. Would you like to live here? You ever go to anything in LA? No. Everything in LA is based around who's going to be in your party. So the bit, Nick's not going to bring a script. I accidentally put my script. It's in the car. It's a Sunday. You have your script in the car. I'm here eating barbecue, looking at women's bikinis, and you want to talk to me about the script, but that's how people. That's how people. And the kids. Cyril, the kids are a prop to get them in. Just get them to my mother's. I swear to my mother's grave. Those kids are a prop to get them into those meetings. Because all those kids have a nanny. That's the only way they'll fit into that circle. God forbid they don't have a nanny to tell their friends they have a nanny. That's the only way you'll accept me. Is if I have a nanny also, so we can talk about the nannies. My nanny's from Bolivia. Oh my God, my uncle sells me. No, but you know what I'm saying. Everything they do, there's people who have kids and supposed to go with my daughter went to school, but they go to Carpenter down the road on the other side of Ventura Boulevard. Why? Because that's where all the writers and all their kids go to. Their Christmas party is at CBS Radford. Jeez. Okay. So anybody who wants to be cool and be in the in-crowd, they go to that school instead. When you want to be a normal parent, which ain't much, even in the school I took my daughter to, that's where you go. They have a lot of writers there too. And the girl from, what's the girl? Lisa Loeb, and the head writer from whatever. There's a lot of people's kids that went to that school. But not my Carpenter. Carpenter is the alligator, the hunter that died. People that's where their kids go. And that's where you take your kid if you don't love them. Because that's where you take your kid if you don't love them. Like the kids are just using them, they're just a fucking problem. My kid's not a problem. And my girl's softball games are about her. They're never about me. If I could wear a beard and the disguise to those games, I would. I would, because they're not about me. And that's today I went to breakfast with my wife. This woman could have only been Russian. I got nothing against Russian women, Russian people. She had a leopard suit on, head to toe. The type she shouldn't have had a leopard suit on. She should have been more like a bear or a fucking gorilla. Right? She had feet uglier than mine with sandals on. Her hair had not been done. Her face was Botox. And she had those glasses on. And she didn't want to sit at the table. So she stood on the other side of the counter so everybody had to see her. Just randomly, and once they're talking, everybody just could see her so she could be seen. Normal people don't do that. They sit at a fucking table and they don't have a weapon suit to go to a turning point with fucking $2 sandals on. But there's people that's what their priority is. To be seen, I don't mean I go get a haircut every time I walk in. There's a motherfucker that goes, hey, Joey, honey, get the hell out of the guy. That's why I probably told you, can I move around? Just stop saying Joey when I walk in here, please. So if I don't want nobody to know why you talking, don't say a fucking word. Don't say a fucking word. It should be a nod. It's
affects your life? Like, do you feel like you can't go? Do you feel like you can't go places now?
No, I go wherever the fuck I want. But, you know, I don't go for the purposes that you think I would go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm over all that shit. Like, I was over it when I lived in LA. So I'm over all that shit. I want to see those people. Right? The last thing I want to see are those type of people. I fucking it took me 23 years to get away from them. I'm gonna go back and dilly down those style of people, which are just liberals. You know, they just like it. They agree to everything. All their decisions are based around what people are gonna think about it.
I think it's a lot of people.
And you can tell when somebody opens their mouth if they're really sincere about it, or if they're just in Hollywood. People just say shit. Are they really just made up that scout? Really give a fuck about LGBTQ rights? Or is he saying that so? You know why? So you can fit into a certain gap. That's my whole list. For years, I always talked about California, and I shouldn't have spoken about California. It was Hollywood and the lifestyle where I lived. I'm very sorry. I didn't know I was in California. It wasn't Orange County or whatever county I lived in. It was that world. And we have those worlds now. In normal cities, everybody thinks he's a fucking celebrity. Well, I mean, go up to Montauk and play handball. You're from fucking Jersey. Let me stab you in the fucking eyeball. You know what I'm saying? I'm from North Bergen, New Jersey. Nobody nothing. Also, I see kids that grew up playing golf today. They know I want to fucking shoot them. Because I know the reason you're playing golf. There's no enjoyment for you. If it was enjoyment, you just play with three fucking idiots. Enjoyment is getting three of your North Bergen friends that don't play golf plus four idiots. Smoke a big bag of weed, give a bag of edibles to everybody who's driving to the golf cart. So we end up like Adam Sandler and fucking Happy Gilmore too. That's fun with your friends, not me at a golf cart. I'm playing at Trump Plaza here with three fucking jerk-offs holding a band. No, you're playing golf for all the wrong reasons. I want you to do things for the right fucking reasons. You know, I want you to do things, you know. Why can't you get drunk? Why can't you just get drunk? Go to the Surfside Palisade Boulevard. You might as well get a crowd going. It's so weird what we do that we don't even know we're doing. It's like I was talking to a beautiful Nick, Nicky number one. Every week I see pictures from down the show. Alright. I never see anything like that. I never see anything like that. What are they doing? Hot fucking women, fake asses, fake tits. You know, some of them are pigs. Some of them are really decent. They don't know what that. Some of them are just fucking pigs that get fucking dick every weekend. And by August 9th, their hole is just leaking. You can see in the pictures that it's like a fucking walrus. They're fucking. Oh, by this week you can start to see the bikini pictures, and you can see the pussy starting to come out from the inside. It's August now, yeah. They've been getting dick. They got dick 3 different weekends from 3 different guys. They don't know who they're in love with yet. You know, but Vinny the DJ will be there, you know. Oh my God. And it's like these chicks, they just stand there by the table. And then there's these guys with buckets, and they just stand there. And then you have a whole section of guys backwards hat, steroids, in a VIP section, like, and they're all on top of each other, and they're all like, boom, 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 and that's all. Nobody's fucking, nobody's sucking, boom, 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 nobody's snorting coke, nobody's eating ecstasy, and none of those guys are in danger. Right? Half of them have giant tattoos, you know, boom, 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 jet tattoos. They get ready for football season. But it's August 8th. By this weekend, those pussies now is in the labor department, not the labor department. The health department in all those cities sees an increase in fucking ticks, tax, fucking herpes, fucking, oh my God. Yeah, some girls will even make some of their pussy taps out by like the 15. Oh no. They just tap out. They go, we're not even going back. We don't want our deposit. We don't want nothing. We end up pregnant. I don't know who the father is. The kid came out with an Arab hat on and fucking, and then we don't know what happened. He could be Dominican. He could be Arab. But He's like, that's when you know you're at a good party. When the dad stay with a picture and shit of their daughter. She's been missing for 2 days.
And you just saw her? And you just saw her?
What's that?
Like the girl he was looking for.
What's that?
Like, have you just seen her?
I'll tell the dad the truth. If somebody comes to us again, my daughter's missing, but when somebody shows up at your party and says, have you seen my daughter with a picture of her with Catholic books? And you're like, she ain't Catholic. We'll be right back after this word from Blue Chew. Uncle Joe here to talk to you about Blue Chew. Listen, you already got the pipes. Blue Chew's here to make sure the water's gushing, you know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is an OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. If you're thinking of slinging dick, Blue Chew is the way to go. It helps men have stronger, harder, and longer-lasting erections, the type that you can break a fucking table with, where you can nail in a picture, you know what I'm saying? So you can crush it in the bedroom. Me, I like Blue Chew. One pill, and within fucking 10 minutes, boom, your victim is bagged. It's all over. People all over tapping out and shit. You can take a tablet anytime, day and night. So you'll always be ready to spring into action when that victim pops up. And infection look to heal. Call listeners. As always, you get your first month for free. What? Joey, what? Blue Chew free first month. Just press in code Joey. Joey at checkout and pay $5 for shipping. I'm gonna rock your world. You're gonna get a package. The mailman don't even know what it is. Nobody will know what it is. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time by slinging dick. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And big thanks to Blue Chew for always sponsoring the podcast and having our back. I love you, Blue Chew. We're back, Jack. What's up, Papa? Your eyes are looking tremendous, like one of those black dudes in Memphis. They're all red with that vein in the middle. I like it.
Oh my god. It's gotten to the point where people just say, whenever they see me, I look high. Even if I do have not. My eyes just constantly high.
You were talking about I like the fire, and I can see it coming. Friday night, my daughter went to a play with my wife. I'm like, what am I going to do? Now, some days my mouth follows me more than others. I don't know until I get there. Tonight, you brought in some tremendous sandwich, and I was having a great time. I'm like a Chinese chick sucking a black dick. And my mom just don't open that thing. You ever see a skinny chick with a skinny Chinese chick with a black dude that's 6'8", and you're like, how does she get that thing? Her mouth around that thing. It's not mathematically. She has to borrow a cousin or something like that, right? So it hurts. So I'm like, what the fuck? I gotta figure out what I'm eating. And I was gonna go to my restaurant, my band in Restream, and get Steve to make me a shrimp risotto. But to cut up the shrimp, you know. But when I got there, guys, I got something that you guys are gonna have to make the trick now. You have to make it because I know he makes it. And I know it's on the menu of his new restaurant. I go, Steve, any chances you can make me Italian fried rice? What the fuck is that? Exactly. He makes Italian fried rice. He makes fried rice with risotto, Italian risotto, with shrimp and lobster. Dog, it tastes like fried rice with Billy Hunt's 1982. I think Billy Hunt's closed in 90. Maybe we'll see when Billy Hunt's closed. It's like a monster. Billy Hunt, New York City. See when it closed. This was all New York class, guys. You heard from your Uncle Joey. Yeah, Hungs. Billy Hunt, like a Chinese guy with a big dick and one up. Billy Hunt, that's his fucking name. Closed, yeah, see. Hung, whatever. Well, maybe it is Billy Hunt. Take a look at that. People spell it differently and shit. Okay, let's see what it says about it. Guys, you have no idea. Saturday night. You know what it reminded me of, Lee? When you walk into the comedy store. Okay, when you walk up those little steps, right, with those little pictures on both sides, that's what it was. Then you broke out and had a big thing. And they had circle tables and people in booths were circus. That's all I remember about that restaurant. But my mom used to go there 3 times a week to get soup. When I was young, that one. Yeah, no, it's not the one where she stabbed the Chinese guy. That was on 86th Street and Broadway. That was by the house. That's crazy. So, I went to this fucking restaurant, Restream, when I asked the owner, Steve. The place was packed. Packed. Back. And I go, Steve, when wait, you want me to go to watch you more quick? And all of a sudden the chair opens up at the bar. And when I sat down, a girl tapped my shoulder. Look again. Like I didn't see you. We started talking about work. She goes, did you go to the doctor this week? I saw your car out there. Because she works in the doctor's office. My ear next to her, she works for people with skin and plastic surgery, fake titties and shit. So she goes, were you there this week? No, we have to talk about other people. She knows people there. So she was talking to different people. Then she got a chair next to me. And we're talking, but she knew the couple next to her. So she's talking to them. I'm eating my food. The fucking fried rice came out and go with nobody. Do you understand? I didn't talk to nobody. I just, because it was soft, oh, it was perfect. The lobster tail just melted in your mouth. The shrimp soft the whole day. And then some girl comes up and goes, hey, how you doing? Do you remember me? I'm like, oh, shit, yeah. It was an older woman. She goes, you were here one night with your daughter. You told me to get the hamburger. Boy, did you fucking hook me up. Talk about how husband has been dead for 12 years. You know, the whole fucking story at the bar. Friday afternoon at 6:30. This just comes out? This just comes out? Yeah, she just was staying, you know, me and tonight with my sister-in-law. And then my mom, you know, whatever. She goes, oh, my husband died. Okay, whatever. And I go back to eat my food. Another girl comes over. She's like, hey, you remember me? And I'm like, oh, yeah. She goes, I talked to you one night. I didn't know who you were until afterwards. I was heartbroken. I felt like an idiot. What do I care? But she was heaven. So she started bothering my friend. She would bother me. She would bother my friend. Until my friend kept looking at me going, and I'm like, I don't know. Were you egging her on? Not at all. Because I don't want the conversation around me. The mushrooms just starting to kick in. You know what I'm saying? I had eaten chocolate mushrooms that night before I left the house. Just for Friday, to get a little power to your weight. There's always going to be some type of training weight. That's why I got that evil draw. There's a lot of different things in that draw. I fell into it, so acid, yeah, I might bring that up next Monday anyway. So it's an evil draw. Some people have an evil chin. I got an evil draw. So fucking, there's an owner of a different restaurant there. I go to get their salmon. I really enjoy their salmon. I enjoy their mashed potatoes. And I enjoy their Italian spinach with a big piece of garlic in. It's delicious. The only place I'll eat a cup of garlic with the salmon. So I see him there and I go, hey, how you doing? And he's with some girl. So I don't know what's going on, right? I seen him with the woman before. Now I'm sitting there. The owner of that restaurant's there with his girlfriend, some other people. Place is back. And this my friend here and this girl over here. And now she's talking loud. And I can tell she's drunk. She's telling my friend that she's drinking at that bar. She's not allowed in there no more. Because she became friendly with the staff. And one night as she was leaving, she texted the owner to see if she could buy a bottle of wine to take back to her apartment. But the girlfriend saw the text and called her like a fucking animal. Don't text my husband or fiance. So she was pissed about that. I could feel it. I didn't egg her on. But she was getting hotter and he's looking at me like I said something bad, right? So I didn't say a word. So I'm sitting there and they're looking at me working on my back and getting it. And he comes in with his wife and I'm talking to them. And the chick is still going on with the other girl. And finally I look and the other girl's taking a drink and going away. She's like, this is not good. But her and the blonde are giving each other dirty looks. So I gotta play the head down because I'm a fucking animal, right? I'm sitting there making believe I'm eating real slow. I mean, like George. I'm telling stories about the history of lobster, the whole fucking thing. I'm George all of a sudden. He's running on a lobster store. And he made millions, but he sold it to the Indians. You know, George will tell you how that's how I acted. I'm going to be George right now. And I tell myself a George story, and I just sat there and took my time. And I took my time. And then she goes, let me get another Pinot Grigio. And I'm like, okay, this is going in the right direction, right? And dog, she must have downed it. Because I went to the bathroom, I came back, I heard her go, can I get another Pinot Grigio? Right, so now I sit, I'm letting my J medicine bartender comes over, he's like, listen, you fucking, not to me. He's telling her, you fucking, you lit, do we really need this Pinot Grigio? And she goes, I have bad fucking night. And then goes, I know. The girl said something to me, she's gone now. And then this girl starts telling the bartender the story, but it's getting louder and louder. And at this point, out of your coma, cocksucker. Don't cut this camera. Come out of your coma. So it's getting louder and louder. She's getting louder. And she's like, you don't know the fucking story. Why would you involve yourself in it? I didn't text him like that. He's fucking 65 years old. Why would I fuck him? I texted him because I needed a bottle of wine I wanted to pay. I had the money in my hand. I was right outside the fucking restaurant. But he needed help with the case, and I helped him with it. And all of a sudden, like, she's going off on this. And I'm loving it. I'm about to go give her a double. You know me. And she's getting louder and louder until people are looking. People are starting to look, Jack. So I fucking got up. And I went right to the bathroom to make believe like I peed. And when I came out, she was storming out of the restaurant, dragging the jacket, fucking heel broken. It was only 8:30. You know, I'm staying away. And that was 2 times last week. I saw women go off. I saw a different woman go off on watching night. That was even better. It was classic. Because she went off with a lady who kept saying to me, I hear you're a comedian. I'm Jewish. My sister's a lesbian. And I like black men. Write a joke on that. That's what she kept saying to me all night. Every time I'd see her, she'd go, did you write anything yet? Oh my God, I'm Jewish. My sister's a lesbian. And I like black men. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is Bachi night, dog. She's about 65. She had fake tits made out like concrete. Like she got them made like in 2020, like these things were made. They didn't even move. You can see how she moved around slowly because she destroyed her spine with these concrete titties. It's like the mafia in the 60s. The mafia would give you cement water boots and throw you in the Hudson. That's what happened with her. But she fucking... Were they hard too? I don't know. I didn't feel them, but they were a lot bigger than her age's tits were. And she was well preserved, but you could tell. As an age point that, listen, come here. If I put a light on it there and probably shot you at that age, you'd still be 68. You know what I'm saying? Like, knock it off. She wasn't trying to be anybody. She was very sweet, but she was just drunk. But she was egging another woman on about something. The girl got fired. I was just listening. I played first when I got there. I read the conversation. I got my water. I went outside. He said, when you come back after a watch game, those people are doing not that night. When I walked in, they were like an Indian and the bartender just kept giving shit. I'm watching this shit go down. Again, early. I'm watching this shit go down, man. And for you to just sit there and watch, I'm not watching. I can believe I'm watching the Yankee game. I'm like that very focused on this scene. With fought on this side, I wonder is everything I got is focused on this scene. And I'm just like, if you come up to me, no way, what's the score? Huh? Get the fuck out of my face. I'm not even care about the Yankee game. Right? Because the home run happened. And I wouldn't know because all my focus is in the super old man here. And I'm listening to what these 2 or 3 acts. It's like, whoa. Telling the story, the woman, this. So far, you know what? They started getting louder and louder, and one of the women is pretty intelligent. She was ladies. Let's take this outside. So guess what happened? I paid my tab, and all of a sudden, I have this sudden urge to smoke a joint, right? As I walk out, they're on the park bench getting lights reaching them. It's like I'm going back flowing, and they're yelling at each other. A woman's fault, she got fired. Blah, 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 blah. So the one girl goes, we have to end this. Let's go. And she pulls the three girls, Lily, the ugly Jew woman. The one who wanted me to tell her a joke about the lesbian about the black boy. Yeah, she's just sitting out there. At this point, she took her heels off. And she's out there smoking cigarette after cigarette. I can call George or somebody. But the beauty is she took her heels off and she had those old women stockings with a couple of toes. You can tell the toes stink. Because they're that old when you take those stockings off and you rub that, you smell that toe area. It's got it smells like a dead body. So she's sitting there half drunk, guys, like this look. And she's like, she's not. And finally I go up to her real slow. I lower my window. She looks at me and goes, you want some candy, little girl? I just pulled off to the horizon. And she's like, fuck you. You never told me to joke about the Jew, the lesbian, and the woman who likes fucking black guys. See, sometimes you have to agree. Your own fun. I guess so. You have to find one, wherever the fuck it is sometimes. And that's where it was Friday night. Guys, I'm getting fucking old. Like, not old. I shouldn't talk negatively about myself. But like I said last week, I feel myself changing. Conversations I want to listen to. I'm watching a good show now. I'm getting so old, I'm even watching a weird series. Yeah. I don't know what it's about. It's about the comedian. Yeah. The big one from the South. I've always thought she's back. Dean Smart. He's a Jew. Leah, that's your right hand. Leah Morgan. It's a pretty cute show. Nice little cast. I'm up to like episode 6, maybe. What does it get? And no, it's not Academy Award winner, but at least it's got me, I'm watching something different. house fucking lady, and then they got a box and want to sell hot dogs out of it. I'd much rather fucking do that than take a chance on my own. And those are the guys that when they buy a box, and they pay you back, and they buy the stand, and they're paying you back, and then they come to you and they go, well, why are you giving me this to buy a fucking little thing, and next you know that motherfucker's got 3 of them, and he's buying you out for $10 million, you're getting fucking $300 when he was 16 years old. Those are people that you respect them. They're called a lot of people rafting. But there's a word for it. They're on their own. Rafting. Nobody gave it to them. They bought 10,000 from their father-in-law, and they started making donuts, and now they're Krispy Kreme. I don't know if that's the fucking. I don't know if that's the history, but that's how it starts. What we do is a fucking nightmare with you. What we do for a living, when you sign up to be an actor, a comic, a dancer, a stripper, a balloon, fucking anything, it's a life of fucking uncertainty that takes years off your life not knowing. There's many people that are talented but never said, you know what, I don't want to quit my day job because my girlfriend will be done. You're done. You're either all in or all out. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about these people who don't believe in themselves, and that's why they'll never get to that place. And then there's people that you read about and you go, how did they do that? They did what? They're on your own. And, dog, I support everybody. But at the end of the day, somebody who tells the world to suck their dick, they're doing on their terms. I ain't mad at that because it sounds familiar to me. At one point, you gotta tell the world to suck your dick. You don't give a fuck if you have a felony. You don't give a fuck what you think. You don't give a fuck about your past or you're worried about your fucking future. And that's a painful fucking decision to make. Especially when you got no family, you got nobody, boy. Now you're living for people who back you. And you go, you know what? These people who back me over the years that fed me, I can't let them down. And when you put a value on your future like that, it really builds some type of clarity. When you go, you know what? I'm gonna stick with this till this happens. Because these people believe in me. I got no person in the world to them. I can't sing and dance. I got missing teeth. I can't suck dick. There's no velocity in my suckness. I'm just fucking around with you, but these are the things that push you forward. When you go, wow, I wake up every fucking month, and every month every fucking month on the first, I start at 0, just like Joe, just like Lee, just like Nick, just like George. Some people get a check from the Fed. I don't get that check. I haven't got a check 30 years from the Fed. Well, to the point. In between acting jobs, yeah, but still, it's not. After a while, you look at those checks and you're like, these checks are nice. This is not what I want. I can settle for $1,800 a month. We all get it. It's $900 every 2 weeks a year in Akron, LA. Probably went up to $600 a week. Maybe, but it still doesn't get you much. But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you get comfortable unemployment. I do $1,800 a month. I do a couple comedy gigs. I book one job at scale. I'm good. I go to Sizzler. But then the guy next to you, the next door to you, just moved out to a fucking house. And a car. And he's got a girlfriend who looks like a fucking mom. And this is decisions you make on whether you move forward or you're going to be a fucking lot all your life. What are you looking at me right now? I owe you $20, guys. What do you got this weekend? This weekend, I'm actually at a really fun show in Hoboken. It's the DB Barbershop. Yeah, DB Barbershop. What night is that? Saturday night. They have 2 shows. It's a really fun show. My buddy runs. Wednesday night, we're at the dojo. Wednesday night, at the dojo. Talent night, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. Something. You gonna be there talent? Yeah. I'm talent with an old twist jacket. So, it's like material for different comedy. Or try different style material. Hold on. We called him tonight. Trying to buy tonight as usual. I need something to drink. He could have cut the edible in half, put it in his pocket, and eat the other half. He don't think I know. He doesn't know I'm Jewish. I already was watching. That's why I caught the hand. I don't know if he is. I caught the hand. He has that little Jew hoof. There was no idea what you're talking about. These Jews get a piece of bread. This Auschwitz windowsill. Piece of bread in there. All night for 3 days. That's the Auschwitz grip. He's got stuff in the grip and shit. Fucking cocksucker. You don't think I read that, man? In the grip. Huh? They got that thing. Remember G.I. Joe had a kung fu grip? Jews have that little Auschwitz grip. It ain't really closed, but it is. It's got like a diamond in there. The mother's ring, or $5, whatever the fuck you hold. It pays. Anyway, guys, I'm at the motherfucking Comedy Dojo. I think the 13th. It's a Thursday night. And then we're doing another Comedy Bucket Chaos on the 28th of August. And then you have to go on your own for Labor Day. Because I got nothing going on Labor Day. But then we turn up in Florida on the 6th of September at Fort Lauderdale at the motherfucking Hard Rock Cafe. We might just lose lead there that weekend. We just take them to that fucking, take them to the ice island where they got the alligators around the island. And just drop them off with a helicopter in the middle of the what's that? We got Park Casino on the 23rd of August, but that's sold out. And I do not want you to pay because over in Texas, we'll be back there in November. We got a little gigs up. Yeah, that's it. Next Thursday night. Yeah, the 13th at Joe, and then I'm doing another couple shows on the 20th and the 22nd, leading up to the 23rd at Parks Casino, and then we got motherfucking Fort Lauderdale. I'm excited for these shows, and after that, we'll let you know what's coming up in the winter time. That's it, and that's all. Anything you want to say, cocksucker? Yeah, just next weekend I'm going to be in Oxford, Mississippi, and then in Memphis, Tennessee. Good luck. Good luck. Oxford and Memphis. He just told me about this bad news today. Poor little Jewish guy. They had to send the mafia down there looking for him. Like they did in 51, remember when they had to send Gene Testa, whatever his name, Gene Scarpa, whatever. Scarpa went down there to kill 3 fucking white cops. Because they killed 2 black kids and a white kid. Well, I don't know. That was on Godfather of Harlem. They changed the facts to, you know what I'm saying? So, who the fuck knows? Anyway, I love you guys. Have a great week. Thank you for having us in your prayers. We have you and ours. What fucking prayers? I know. Stay black, cocksuckers. Uncle Joey loves you. It's Uncle Joey here. Listen, I want to talk to you about cereal. If you want cereal that's okay to eat by the handful, grab some Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon has 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, and 4 grams of net carbs. That's it. Go ahead and eat cereal for dinner without no shame. And read the box while you're eating. With flavors like fruity, cocoa, and frosted. It tastes like Saturday morning in the front of a TV. Me, I'm a cocoa type of guy. If you need to be on the go, Magic Spoon also has trays. Cereal bars that you can take anywhere. Each bar has 12 grams of protein. I had the marshmallow and the double chocolate. Tremendous. What we're going to do is this. You're going to get $5 off your next order of Magic Spoon at magicspoon.com/church. Or look for Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. That's magicspoon.com/church for $5 off. Get that Magic Spoon. Uncle Joe here to talk to you about Blue Chew. Listen, you already got the pipes. Blue Chew's here to make sure the water's gushing, you know what I'm saying? Blue Chew is an OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. If you're thinking of slinging dick, minutes, boom, your victim is back. It's all over. People all over tapping out and shit. You can take a tablet anytime, day and night. So you always be ready to spring into action when that victim pops up. And we got a special deal for our listeners. As always, you get your first month for free. What, Joey? Blue Chew, free first month. Just press in code Joey. Joey at checkout and pay $5 for shipping. I'm gonna rock your world. You're gonna get a package. The mailman don't even know what it is. Nobody will know what it is. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one crust at a time by slinging thick. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. And big thanks to Blue Chew for always sponsoring the podcast and having our back. I love you, Blue Chew. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with the Savage of Love Police I Am for the fun-filled episode of the Church New Testament. It's August the 5th. What do you want to do? Let's get this party started. Hey, it's Uncle Joey here. Listen, I want to talk to you about cereal. If you want cereal that's okay to eat by the handful, grab some Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon has 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, and 4 grams of net carbs. That's it. Go ahead and eat cereal for dinner without no shame. And read the box while you eat them. With flavors like fruity, cocoa, and frosted. It tastes like Saturday morning in the front of a TV. Me, I'm a cocoa type of guy. If you need to be on the go, Magic Spoon also has treats. Cereal bars that you can take anywhere. Each bar has 12 grams of protein. I had the marshmallow and the double chocolate. Tremendous. What we're going to do is this. You're going to get $5 off your next order of Magic Spoon at magicspoon.com/church or look for Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. That's magicspoon.com/church for $5 off. Get that Magic Spoon. Well, thank you, savages. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. The fall is in the air. What's going on, little brother?
I've been having a great week. We had a fun week last week.
Yeah, we did. When you in the moon this weekend, Mama came back. You went to the Google.
I can't tell you anything. Anytime I like him up doing anything sort of.
Fuck at the Google dog.
I don't know. She had her concert. But they have, I will say, if you grew, I grew up in the early 2000s. Like, if you grew up around then, you'll know some of their songs.
Yeah, I know some of that song.
And
Buffalo, New York.
yeah, they were really cool. And it was, you know what, the venue was fucking awesome. The Jones Beach, like, theater, like, on the water. Yeah.
That's
And
a
then,
good
listen,
place.
the seats, she got the seats. Fucking, like, 8 rows, the best seats I've ever had to anything. Like, 8 rows back. You could, my biggest thing is that, like, a concert, I feel like I'm being, like, crowded. There were seats, and, like, it was, like, an older crowd. So, like, people sat for, like, the song, like, the new songs. And I just sat for the songs they didn't like. And it was
Did you all hands and hug each other like that back at the Coldplay concert?
not like that.
I like that one. And we'll look at the band. If I could reach in,
I want to show you the world. Yeah, no. You don't allow that song.
all right, as long as
But it was a good time.
I'm happy you won. I'm very happy you won.
It was cool. You know what was really cool was Dashboard Confessional Open. And I haven't been to many concerts, but I thought it was gonna be like a local band, like kind of like a comedy show, like a local band feature and then the headliner. And they did a good job because like when we got there, they were playing to like a mostly empty place. And by the end of their set, of course, like it gets to be really full. But like, I've never seen a band like warm the crowd up. Like he even said, like my job site, you guys said get crazy. Like he did stuff outside of just being like a musician. I've never seen that. Like warm and it helps. Like it got the crowd going right before the main guy.
It's crazy that it's the same with comedy.
Right.
And now you understand but I don't know if they're gonna come back now. I don't know. You know, they're already 80. Mick Jagger's 80. That's a different animal. But with the right, 80 with the money he's got, he can do 80 shows, 2 shows a week. Fucking 2 guys. I mean, he's still fucking. So if you fucking, if it's little.
You just had a kid, wow.
Yeah, he just had a kid. Motherfuckers.
But it, like the other thing, like I see music and this was more of a subdued band. But like the energy musicians have when they're performing live. Like sometimes I feel like if I'm tired at stand up, like I feel like if I'm listening to it, I can hear it in my voice that like I sound tired. Like they're jumping up, like I don't know, like, you can't be tired and do that shit. I don't think. Like at the energy, I think they're great with that.
Listen, it shows. So whatever's going on in your life comes to an end. When you go up in front of a live audience, the adrenaline from the audience, the excitement, the energy from the audience should wake you the fuck up. I know who's gonna sleep in front of 100 people. I can't sleep with one guy talking to fucking TV. Could you imagine 100 fucking people yakking amongst themselves? So think about that, okay? We discussed this last week also. This is one of the biggest parts of comedy, and Doug Stanhope taught me this. But before Doug taught me this, I figured a little bit of this out on my own. When you're what is professional mean? A professional means 2 things. That no matter if your asshole's bleeding, your mother's in the hospital, your cat died, when it's 8:05, all that goes away for 45 minutes. You can deal in grief in your own time, or whatever you're going through later. In fact, that type of shit going on in your life should give your comedy a certain type of feeling. You're angry, your girl you're going home and your girlfriend's fucking a mailman. You're gonna come out and be naughty. So your material's gonna come from a different fucking place. And that's where you got. Sometimes the material comes from happiness. Sometimes the material comes from anger. Sometimes the material comes from pain. I'm having a hard time writing right now as a person. You know why? Because I kind of accepted my mother's death finally after 80 fucking years. Instead of being a pussy, I finally accepted what happened with my first daughter and my first wife. I've accepted all these things. So all things that used to feel my pain, I don't deal with them. I go home and my pain is taken care of with them. It's my cat, my wife, you guys. I don't need what I used to need. So that material doesn't come. When I'm on stage now, I'm laughing. I gotta get high to go up there and I laugh and I giggle. And even that, this is why when you're a professional in comedy, everything changes when it's stage time. Your name changes. If your name is Lisa Ayat, you think changing your name when you go on stage to Joey McGowan. So whatever you're saying doesn't come from Lisa Ayat's heart. Right? It comes from Joey McGowan's heart. That's what it is. That's what it is. Everything changes at 8:05. Once you walk in there and you talk to your friends in the comments, yeah, last week I went to Iowa, last week I went to Chicago, and all of a sudden you start getting that energy from them. Then the one guy has a good set. Now you gotta have a good set. My grandma's in the hospital when her toe hurts. Listen, you can deal with that in 22 minutes. Nothing's gonna change in 22 minutes. Nothing, unless they're dead already. Now, you don't want you to fucking do the outside. But nothing's gonna matter. And that's why comedy is so great. Because if something good happens, you can talk about it. And if something bad happens, you can talk about it. And why are you talking about it in a bad way, making it funny? That goes to $80. You're gonna pay a therapist for $80 for the old days. I know. Now these motherfuckers want $20 and $200 to get a computer screen with an ISIS mask on. You know what I'm saying? So
There goes that sponsor. But the thing with like bringing emotion into it is like anger. Whenever I go up angry, like it doesn't come out as funny. It just comes out of like just really angry and coming out with material instead of putting the material aside and coming out with really good. No, I'm talking about like being angry, like just saying jokes about it.
Listen, what are you angry about? sex as an open micer. I had an open micer slash feature. Right? We was doing that limbo of feature limbo. Like, my girl would put me out the stripper. But like I had just done a gig and I could make $320. In those days when I got $320, I was drunk. I was what's that guy the guy that invented that car you drive, whatever. Elon Musk, $320 on Elon Musk. So I go to the house and she's like, oh my God, there's the extra that we're banging heads with 2 weeks on and a week off. I go to her house, we eat. I have to go make groceries. I take her for grocery shopping. She bills me for a bottle of wine. I'm looking at that. Something like I'm down to 200 already. And then I finally jump on it. So it's worth the 200. She got me for something else, gas in the car and something else. I'm down to like fucking $80. Jesus. And all of a sudden she gets into an argument. And now she's telling me she's throwing me out. All my money back. You know what I'm saying? I just bought groceries. I'm like, groceries back. And she just goes, fuck you and your groceries when you're out. So now I gotta find a place to sleep, travel, and the only place I got to go is the comedy club. That's the only place I had to go there. So it was like some special show. And I went there and they go, I'm walking out with my bags. I was like, what the fuck? I don't even ask. I got thrown out. Guess what the fuck we had? I got enough money for a gram of coke. You know what I mean? I got enough money for half a gram of coke. Get 30 for some fucking drinks. We're okay. Could be worse. And I'll never forget I went on stage with like a list. And man, as soon as I hit the stage, I went off about it. And I was like, I said one joke that I kind of used for a while. Oh yeah, and it was like, I was with my stripper girlfriend all afternoon. We were in love, everything was going great. Then I read the dollar bills. And I fucking stuck, and I used it for a while. And I'll never forget that somebody came up to me after that show and goes, you want to take? I go, you take that? When I went to LA, I had that tape for a while. I would give it to managers. Wow. Because it was such a good stand-up. 8-minute set. It was a very good set. But it was all based on anger with a smile on my face. Because I don't give a fuck if somebody shoots you in the foot and you're going up there. You're mad. But the sell is how it's not what you say, it's how you say it. We discussed a lot. So that's the other side of the coin, and that takes experience to go up there with a smiling face when you just got evicted. And you got nowhere to sleep. And I'm gonna go on the fucking stage. What do you think you can do that'll destroy a normal person? No person. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Thrown out of my house. It's 8 o'clock at night. I gotta go to sleep. Where's the spot? Where's the spot where? Like, I'm just trying to think about what I would do. Is it a bar show or is it a club? Whatever you can stumble into. You're in a bad mood. You gotta get out of the fucking house. You don't want to street. Yeah, you got evicted. All right, so you walk around the street. You're gonna take you. They probably don't want to see you. Gotham don't want to see you. But Mel's Irish Pub on 12th Avenue will see you. Oh, I thought you had a book spot you were trying to decide on. No, I mean, at night I would be like, I didn't know where to go yet. I go on stage, and I learned a very important lesson. But that lesson came from 6 months of living in Boulder, and I would have to give my daughter back at 6. And facing both of those motherfuckers, they would like giggle at me and make fun of me. And I would have to get back in that car knowing that these motherfuckers are playing me. And this shouldn't be happening. And I'd be so upset about that I would start fucking crying my little white fucking Datsun. And I would open the ashtray. There was a joint there. And wherever as soon as the car pulled down, I would smoke that joint. I'd wipe my tears from my eyes and I'd take the hour drive to Denver. And 9 out of 10, there was no cash in my pocket. I was going to Denver to fucking eat because it was that Mexican joint. They gave you a free meal. Well, that was Steakhouse 52. They gave you a free meal on Wednesday nights. And so how many Wednesdays were you there? Every Wednesday. Yeah. And then Thursday night was Mexican night. El Torito? El Torito. Yeah. And that food is god awful. It's like puke. And I would still go over there, but at that time it was Denver. And they had a lot of Mexican food, so the Mexican food had to be good at El Torito. But, you know, and I don't know how many times I went there on a Wednesday night, fucking, or going in a Thursday knowing that the rent is due on Monday, and you ain't got it. It's tough to be funny when the rent is due and you ain't got it either. And that's all the lessons you learn early on as a girl. Fucking common. When all of a sudden one day you get home, you're living with 3 guys, you get home, and there's an eviction notice. Well, I've been giving Nick the rent in September. Guess what? Nick's got a coke hat and he hasn't paid the rent at all. That's comedy. That's stand up, man. That's it. Nobody wants you. Your girlfriend, she's losing $8. She's a fucking comic too. So through all this pain and all this anguish and confusion, you gotta stand up. When I came here in '93 and lived with George, and we were both going through our thing, I didn't know what I was doing. And I couldn't handle the stand-up because of everything I was going through. The addiction, the struggling, the not enough money, the shit that was going on with my ex-wife. It was too much for me. And I went to Denver and I narrowed the drama down. And then I could do stand-up. But at that time in '93, that was too much for me. My addiction was uncontrollable. I knew I had to go to the city and also like bump into something where you had to get to the city. Come on, I'll give you a ride. I'm headed to West Side to get some cocaine. Well, we gotta make a stop, right? Yeah. Well, guess what? You just taking me to the devil's house. I'm not gonna make my comedy right. Oh, you're gonna give me the cocaine and I gotta put it in my upper pocket. Right? That's even worse than doing comedy with, and then you get there, your spot's at 11:30, it's 8:45. You got a gram of blow in your pocket. And then burn a hole in that motherfucker. Burn a hole in there.
Would you, and you would never did it, you said?
No, I wouldn't do it, but then sometimes I just go, I'm out.
And not do your set?
No, I'm going home. I can't take it no more.
What time was this, like 9:15? Like, how long would you last?
9 o'clock.
9 to 15 minutes?
As long as I had a coke in my pocket, the night was done. So why are we doing this? Why is she here? She ain't cooking. Right. I'm not saying that she ain't cooking. Why is she here?
That's so crazy. But it's wild. So with comedy, I just don't.
Listen, you're eliminating all the shit that gets in your way. Right. You were about to say something when you came in. We had a really good time the other night, one of those bucket shows.
Oh, yeah, that was
At the dojo. It was fucking a phenomenal night. Everybody did great. We're doing another one of August. It's Thursday night. It was a great time. What happened that night was it was a bucket show. It wasn't stand-up, really. It was a development night. It was stand-up. It was stand-up with my daughter. My daughter was going to go up. And she goes, yeah, I'm going to go up. And then I brought her up, and she went up and did it. That's fantastic. The next day, I got 1,000 messages from people, people in Colorado and California called me. That knew Mercy when she was little. They were like, dog, that picture, blah, blah, blah. And I told them all the same thing. I go, I don't want to do stand-up comedy. Not at all. Not at all. I know what I went through for stand-up comedy. I'm pretty fucking broke. And it's tough for a woman. I go, I'm just happy that she had no fear. Right? That's it. That was no fear zone. That is one of the scariest things in the world, public speaking. People would rather jump off a fucking building than go in front of 10 people to speak.
like, there's been comics who you got response to who turned it down.
No, it did not. A lot of people do not like public actors. Not comics, actors are giving me this thought. I was walking. You want to do 10 minutes and they look at me like I'm fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, people. You're on fucking TV on sets all the time. Tom Cruise. That's one of the conversations was one night.
Like, he just couldn't do it.
That motherfucker does his own stunt. When I asked him if he wanted to go on stage for 5 minutes, he looked at me like I asked him to fuck him in the ass. In a Scientology meeting.
Oh, my God. It is a complete different thing.
It's a different animal.
Like, when you asked her, what do you think she was going to say?
No.
And she didn't hesitate.
When I saw those pictures from that J back, and I saw how bad she wanted to go out there.
Oh, yeah.
I could see her energy that night, that she was just a push away from walking out here, Percy.
Oh, yeah, she would have ran out there.
Not ran, she would have walked out and done whatever goofy shit she does, but I didn't give a fuck. Because I just wanted to go play. I had no fear. Because I thought about it that night. Like, one night, I go, this is great. On Fridays, I used to go in front of the class and sing, lip sync, Frankie Valley. My eyes adored you. Okay? That's how my Tubby. No way.
So, like, what did it feel like to see? Because you were on stage with her.
Yeah. Well, she took the fucking note out and it said rib job. And I started laughing. She looked at me. She goes, I don't even know what that means. That was classic. That was, that's comedy. She had her heart. She knew what that means. I thought she knew, but she didn't even on the way home and did that. You know what a rim job is? She's like, no, I know it. This is what we look guy goes through.
Oh my god.
And she goes, I never thought about that. The other day, that's a rim job. That's what I told her on the way home. But, she's 12. I can't shock her sister. That's a complete shock.
To be fair, we didn't
I say it's okay for me to suck your pussy, but not talk about your kids. And she listened to that. And when she went on stage that night, she said, the dad says something to me sometimes. I may suck that lady's dick and shit. So she can deal with that. But eating assholes at 12, that'll break her system. That's when you stop eating Girl Scout cookies. That's when it's over for you. So I gotta keep it on the hold on the down low until she's 15 or 16.
Well, I think she was in it the whole time. She loved it. She was.
That's how I thought. It wasn't a stand up. We were just talking, having a conversation, tonight about people who sneak their kids in. Which I call them, talking about Jennifer Aniston. Nepotism. Yeah. I don't want to be accused of that shit. That's why I'm happy she plays softball. Because I never played softball and baseball in my life. So when I walked out, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing.
Right, but people are gonna accuse you no matter what. That's something people love to shout on the internet. That doesn't really mean. And that's the whole point of having. I don't get that. Like, if you had a kid and you could help them get a job anywhere, you wouldn't do it. No, if it ever comes to it,
I'm not doing the child any favors. I'm not. How many times have you worked somewhere, any use, and the boss hires this kid, and all of a sudden he's making $2 more than you? How much damage does it cause the company? How much damage does it cause?
Well, that sucks.
Oh, you start chitty-chatting, loyalty breaks. No. If your kid comes to work for you, you tell him that they're dead. Leave it is. You know that room where they shovel the shit? Don't come out of there for a year. You can't. As my son, I'm telling you, you want this job and get along with people, right? In usually 90 days, I'm going to leave you there for a fucking year to smell everything. So when I do promote you, I don't have any fucking problems, right? I can always go, fuck you. He's my son, he's never been late, and I had him in there for a year to really pay his dues. It's usually 120 days, and you make the union in most warehouses, or I'm just assuming. But that's my rule, because you're really not doing a child any fucking favors.
Well, you don't want to do a favor like that, but like even like George owned a business, and your kid wants you want to do work there, but hey, George, you're hiring guys, you can't help.
But I'm not going to tell George about paying $28.
No,
because this is what you need. George, entry-level position. You're grabbing a broom, you're cleaning a bathroom, that bill's carried.
and that's fine.
That lets me know when you tell an employee the first day to clean the bathroom, and you give them that, they'll know if they're going to stay in that. Right. You got about 48 hours. Because that'll break your system down. Everybody wants to be a star. Everybody wants to be on top. Everybody wants to get there and earn. But no, today we're cleaning the fucking bathroom. They're soft. So, from me knowing life experience, if I'm still around when she's 18, like I've already smoked this around in my area and said, hey, next summer, she's in here. Saturdays. Teach them what it is to take a Saturday from here. Right? Okay? To take a Saturday or Friday night. One of the girls that I respect the most in Marlboro, New Jersey, is a 19-year-old girl that I have watched that girl grow since she's 14. She's not just a regular girl. She's a beautiful girl. Her and her sister are beautiful. Me and my wife and my daughter will go beach tomorrow, which I think you guys do. I think we met the girl the one on Fridays when my first moved here with a bunch of parents. And I would go, why is that girl here on a Friday night? 16, 15, then she turned 16. And then me and my wife would talk to her, and then she says, I'm saving up for a car. And then after she got the car, she's like, you want to see it? I'll never forget, we went out there, it was a broken down the lobby. But I was so happy for her because I know what she went through. And she's like, now I'm saving up for fucking money. The other thing these cities don't know how to do. They look at the fucking thing. You know, when you go to a restaurant now, $10.32. You give them $10 and 32, so $11. Then you give them 32 cents. The computer fizzles out again. It's over. I mean, these are things, you know, when I tell people in business all the time, you're confusing the consumer. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other night. Listen, the comic book is why you're confusing the consumer. You have to assume they're fucking not even stupid. You got to retarded. As a matter of fact, I know, and I'm not being a toxic or Bert Reich calling the poorest. I'm not calling anybody stupid. I'm just going to give you an example. No, I'm giving you an example. I can put a link up to my book right to Amazon. And people hit me 3 days later. I went on Amazon, bought this book instead. How many times do I put a link up for tickets to a comedy club where you can't even bounce the ticket price? I'll put ticket prices on there. People come in and go, I went on Vivid and put $120. Well, I put the link out to the fucking punchline or Helium or wherever. So when people do that, when you actually walk to the fence, give them the key, and tell them what they do, you just go, oh yeah, there's no link, right? That's the link. I'm giving you the fucking link. Right? All you gotta do is go click. How did you end up buying a t-shirt from Nick Astley's? How did this happen? How does this happen? How many times I've done a shitty club, I'm like, give me 20 fucking tickets. And somebody after when I go, I paid $68. I put the ticket. People will try to just Google Joey Kiss tickets. And they go with the first day. I'm dead. It's crazy. It's how people fall for the scams. It breaks my heart because I thought I was dealing with a worse, you know, people that know click the fuck. I gotta fucking beat you up with one link or to go all the way to Europe to buy fucking goggles. I'm not gonna do that to you. Just click the link. I see this on a daily fucking basis in life. You used to get so upset because people like message you right as you're leaving. Sitting like, when are you gonna come here? Yeah, when are you coming to Memphis? Well, I'll tell you why Twitter last week. Oh shit, you were just yeah. Look along. I'm talking about Memphis barbecue, chicken cutlets, black people with veins in their eyes. I've been talking about Memphis for 3 fucking podcast episodes. And you're telling me now when am I going to Memphis? Well, then I figured out there's people that just do like a bunch of balls. Oh, really? Yeah, they just do like a bunch of balls. They see that you were just there. They're like, hey, what did you tell me you in? Fuck you, mother. That's what I understand. I've been talking about it for 3 fucking weeks, motherfucker. That's so fun. Speaking of which, got fucking crazy shit this weekend. One of those days, when they had Saturday, they had a bunch of errands to run. Freehold, Jackson, fucking whatever. They go, you know what? I'm one of those guys when you're riding around. You know, when you have like a long list and you already did 5 of them, I'll save the 2 of these for tomorrow. I go, fuck it. Let me just get this over. I gotta buy it to a party. I go, let me buy fucking a cigar by myself. I don't know what I'm doing. I went to the cigar shop. I picked the one with the lightest cover on it, so right, it'll be right. And next to it, 2 doors down, there's like a shop in my neighborhood. I know this more because I usually feed the cats back there. But I haven't seen the cats. The first time in 5 years, I haven't seen any of them. And I go back there and look, and I always feel guilty because there's no sucky house back there. A lot of people don't know there's a sucky house back there. The place is turned off, and it just says open. There's an ATM machine right there. You're kidding. There's a house with an ATM machine inside? Let me tell you something. I go to that CVS inside the museum. You know? With the cats. I feed the cats there. For years. Day one. I started telling my wife, just buy the cats food by the box. And because I was looking at the CVS and buying them a cat food. I was like, one of because that feral and this rabies going around. I don't want to fall through the fucking mouth and eat somebody's asshole. So,
Is that how it gets activated? Why would you be eating that?
because if the fucking cat scratches, you get rabies. Listen, I watched Jersey 12. Last week there was a skunk that bit some fucking dog. They had rabies. I know you've all seen it in Middletown. So Middletown is up and, let's not worry about ice. There's a skunk with fucking, rabies. So, what we talking about? Who knows? The feral cat.
The cats are on the sucky house.
I also go over there to get, nicotine gum. Time to time, like rubbing alcohol for my pipes. I get everything. That's my CVS. So one night I go in there, and as I'm coming out, there's a bunch of young kids, like not young kids, like 19, 20, and then I find each other giggling, and they're opening the boxes of condoms and taking the loose condoms out. And when they saw me, I go, Joey, what up? And we're all these fucking savages. So I go over and I'm like, where you guys going? Like, we're going to get our dicks sucked. Right around the back of the building, there's a sucky house. Right there, CVS. Right there in that corner, there's a sucky house in my hometown.
There's going to be some people really upset that you're telling more people about that.
I'm going to get 10% for those dirty hookers. I've never been in there. I don't know who runs it. I don't know if it's Russians. I don't know who runs it. I don't know what they do. I don't even know how they get away with it. I've never actually met somebody who's been there, except when he's that night that was saying, yeah, we go down Friday nights, $300. They do everything but go there.
Have you ever seen them since? Maybe those cats did. Oh no.
Maybe they're missing. Maybe the skunk got it. So it was like, there's a sucky house back there. And they're like, yeah, I think they double as a size, like, but no signs. So when I would go back there to feed the cat, I go back there one day, I'm like, that is a sucky house. Dog, you'll never find it. You'll never find it. It's in between buildings. There's a fucking drive-thru. It's right next to the drive-thru, man.
You run the whole operation. You're like, there's 6 women inside, maybe 7.
So what? And then they just move. Just to listen to me, I'm a good sucky house. Moves around every 6 weeks. One of those chicks gets a hip. They get something like a fucking type of COVID in their pussy. And they get shut down by health department. Some cop comes in.
COVID in the pussy is outrageous.
I'm dead serious. Those sucky houses. So anyway, we're talking about that fucking strip mall cocksucker. How do we end up with the suckies?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. You're looking for a cigar.
So they go to the cigar shop first, and then they go, you know what, I'm not going to go in here. Get some paper, some pipe. But I go in there, and the kid's like, hey, you come in here from time to time. Do you know anything about these new things? And I'm old school. And I'm like, what are you talking about? First of all, they have a whole section of weed at these places. I'm talking about fucking all of every weed we grew up with, Nate. And I'm like, that's weed. No. It's 9 days before the weed grows. You take a chemical out. What do you know about this? Yeah. I don't know. He was saying something else. And before Delta 9, it looked like weed. I ain't smoking none. No. This she says it gets you fucked up. But the idiot also told me that if I took him, he had Marshall bills. He's like, man, I'll give you one, but you promise you only take a half. I took one, it was scary. So I went up on the fourth day, I go to jiu-jitsu. Hey, let me see what these bills are all about. They gave me 2 of them. Jesus, I ate like 3/4 of it. I fucking went, nothing happened. I went home, I ate the other quarter, nothing happened. Then I had one more, I pumped the whole fucking thing. I didn't even eat 8 quarters. I was in bed at 10 o'clock last night. Didn't do a fucking thing. I didn't giggle, nothing. And he gave me a lollipop. He said, oh. And I said to him, I go, dog, I got 2 of those things in the car. I had 2 of those 500 milligram things, right? Hey, let me give you one of these and see if you're real. He said, don't take a half of that. That's not for me, so I knew he was fake, so. But
He wasn't fake, he just has a tolerance.
what tolerance? He gave me fucking sucking. Everything he was 0-3. His weed store was next to the sucky house. If he was 0 for 3, everything was kids today don't have the heart they do ever. They just don't have the heart to fucking get a syringe and pop that motherfucker. Now listen, some black Sabbath. They just don't. They're pussies. So what do? They buy like a half a fag vapor pen that's got like a tenth of heroin. I'm like, oh, I do think this will work anymore. You know? It's like I said, it's like a white chick that wants to fuck a black dude. The first time she'll fuck a dude that's mixed just to see how the smell is and everything. And if it passes, then the next time she jumps on a full fucking, you know what I'm saying? We all know the fucking deal. Oh, it's dumb. That's how it is. They always fuck like a mixed. Right? You ever see that? When chicks are confused, they'll fuck like a mixed Arab. Like why he's half white, half ISIS, you know what I'm saying? Just I like how you notice it. I notice all that shit. That's what I do. I got cops' eyes. I keep my eye on that shit. But are these like people you know or just people you've seen you for like made up stories for their lives? I'm an observer. I'm a fucking observer. I sit, I make believe I'm doing something. I'm really listening to those two idiots in the corner. And what they're saying, about 8 minutes from stabbing them both in the fucking arm. They have no idea. They're just talking. That's a way to go. I got no idea. I'm just giving them rope every minute. It takes 6 more inches. You end up like that Pontecorvo on The Sopranos when he hung himself in the garage. I just wait for these fucking guys. I swear to God. I know. I know you love. I know you love people. Like, that's amazing that you're giving people rope and they don't even know they're like, nah, I give them all a rope. You take this rope, you're gonna hang yourself eventually. It might be today, it might be tomorrow. I see it coming. Let me tell you what happened Friday night. So Friday night, my wife and my daughter breaking up at about 4 o'clock that they're going to see someone play. Now I go with them as a family, but when they go, they give me wooden sheets. And he like pies. I get you to them. I'm not doing that. And they fucking kids. My daughter didn't recognize me. It's like a stand-up. I don't want them not supporting me. I don't want to go walk to the club with you. And then they're like, Joey's here. And then fuck leave. Go see me. But I already know that's why I don't go see anybody. I want them to be on the if I'm not going behind with you to hide because it's your show. It's like my show. You follow me? So if I go to your show and distract Joey's here, he might go up and listen to what these got to say. Same thing with kids, right? That's why I don't make a big deal of the softball page. Not about me and the softball. People love for me to get up and go, $20 for the next hit. And act like Melon in a fucking to school. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that. That's not who I am. I'm not going to go there with glasses. That's my daughter. That's what people expect you to act. So you don't act like that, and they don't know where the fuck to go. Right? What do you think people expect of you? Think about it. If you could go to the game and say what you want and have a circle of people around you and be cute and hope for it, you wouldn't want to do that. Except to miss their fucking kids and what their kids do. When you go to a thing in LA, where we came from, you think anybody goes to see their own kids do anything? They don't. You had a party on Saturday. How will they know Friday? Because my mother-in-law's coming down. What they know is my wife spoke to George's wife, and she said that Joe Rogan might go to their barbecue on Saturday. So I'm not going to answer your barbecue because I know Joe Rogan and Trini Lopez and the writer from Empire, they're all going to be at his house. But Nick's having a barbecue. And the head of Fox is going to be at Nick's house. So I got to hold out to see who's got the best guest list. Would you like to live here? You ever go to anything in LA? No. Everything in LA is based around who's going to be at your party. So, God forbid, Nick's not going to bring a script. I accidentally have my script. It's in the car. Really? It's a Sunday. You have your script in the car. I'm here eating barbecue, looking at women in bikinis, and you want to talk to me about a script, but that's how people. That's how people. And the kids. Zero. The kids are brought together in there. Just see on the spot. I swear to my mother's grave. Those kids are a problem to get them into those meetings. Because all those kids have a nanny. That's the only way they'll fit into that circle. God forbid they don't have a nanny to tell their friends they have a nanny. That's the only way you will accept me. Is if I have a nanny also so we can talk about the nannies. My side of Ventura Boulevard. Why? Because that's where all the writers and all their kids go to their Christmas party.
Jeez.
Okay, the Indian crowd, they go to that school instead. When you want to be a normal parent, that's take my change. School I took my daughter to. That's where you go. A lot of writers there too. The girl from Lisa Wall, the head of web. A lot of people that went to that school, but not like Carpenter. Carpenter is the alligator, the hunter that died. People, that's where their kids go. And that's where you take your kid if you don't love them. Because that's where you take your kid if you don't love them.
But the kids are just using them.
They're just a fucking problem. My kid's not a problem. And my girl's softball games are about her. They're never about me. If I could wear a beard and a disguise for those games, I would. I would, because they're not about me. And that's today I went to breakfast with my wife. This woman could have only been Russian. I got another against Russian woman, a Russian meat. She had a leopard suit on, from head to toe. The type. Shouldn't have had a leopard suit on. It should have been more like a bear or a fucking gorilla. Right? She had feet ugly to mine with sandals on. Her hair had not been done. Her face was full of Botox. And she had those glasses on. And she didn't want to sit at this table. So she stood on the other side of the counter so everybody had to see her.
Just randomly, almost talking to her.
They just could see her. She could be seen. Normal people do that. They sit at a fucking table and they don't have a weapon suit to go to the turning point with fucking $2 slanders on. But there's people that's what their priority is. To be seen. I don't want to. Where I go get a haircut, every time I walk in, there's a motherfucker that goes, "Hey, Joey." I don't even pay that. I don't even look at him. That's why I finally told the owner, tell that moron to stop saying Joey when I walk in here, please. If I don't want nobody to know why you talking, right? Don't say a fucking word. Don't say a fucking word. Just look at me and nod.
Is it? It has like, I guess damage your life. Do you feel like you can't go? Do you feel like you can't go places now?
No, I go wherever the fuck I want. But you know, I don't go for the purposes that you think I would go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm over all that shit. Like, I was over it when I lived in LA. So I'm over all that shit. The last thing I want to see are those people. Right? The last thing I want to see are those type of people. It took me 23 years to get away from it. I'm going to go back and dilly-dally with those dollar people, which are basically just liberals. You know, they're just people who are just like, they agree to everything, and all their decisions are based around what people are going to think about them. That's it.
I think that's a lot of people.
And you can tell when somebody opens their mouth if they're really sincere about it, or if they just, in Hollywood, people just say shit. Are they really, does Pedro Pascal really give a fuck about LGBTQ rights? Or is he saying that so, you know, why? So you could fit into a certain gap. That's my whole lesson. For years, I always talked about California, and I should have spoken about California. It was Hollywood and the lifestyle where I lived. And I'm very sorry, I didn't talk about California. It wasn't Orange County or whatever county I lived in. It was that world. And we have those worlds now. In normal cities, everybody considers a fucking celebrity. Well, I mean, go up to Montauk and play handball. You're from fucking Jersey. Let me stab you in the fucking eyeball. You know what I'm saying? I'm from North Bergen, New Jersey. Nobody's nothing. Also, I see kids I grew up with playing golf today. They know I want to fucking shoot. Because I know the reason you're playing golf. There's no enjoyment for you. If it was enjoyment, you just play with 3 fucking idiots. Enjoyment is getting 3 North Bergen friends that don't play golf or sport idiots. Smoke a big bag of weed, give a bag of edibles to everybody to drive on a golf cart. So we end up like Adam Sandler and fucking Happy Gilmore too. That's fun with your friends, not me at a golf course. I'm playing at Trump Plaza here with 3 fucking jerk-offs holding a beer. No, you're playing golf for all the wrong reasons. I want you to do things for the right fucking reasons. You know, I want you to do Oh, by this week you can start to see the bikini pictures, and you can see the pussy starting to come out from the inside. It's they've been getting dick. They got dick from weekends, 3 different guys. They don't know who they're in love with yet. But Vinny, the DJ, will be there. Oh my God! And it's like they just stand there by the table, and then there's these guys looking, and they just stand there, and then you have a whole section of guys with backwards and steroids in a VIP section, and they're all on top of each other, and they're all like, boom, 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 and that's all they do. Nobody's fucking, nobody's sucking, boom, 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 nobody's snorting coke, nobody's eating ecstasy, and none of those guys are in danger. Half of them have giant tattoos, boom, 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 jet tattoos. They're getting ready for football season. But it's August 8th. By this weekend, those pussies, now is when the Labor Department, not the Labor Department, the Health Department in all those cities sees an increase in fucking ticks, tax, fucking herpes, fucking, oh my God. Yeah, some girls will even make some of their pussy taps out by like 15. Oh no. They just tap on. We're not even going back. We don't want our deposit. We don't want nothing. We ended up pregnant. I don't know who the father is. The kid came out with an Arab hat on and an empanada. We don't know what happened. He could be Dominican. He could be Arab. But we could be both. It's a nightmare. But the shores, we went to the beach and we took pictures where somebody's right there. And all your friends, and then you invite a bunch of freaks and people that don't on fire, Somebody's father was there. They say, my daughter. That's right. That's when you know you're at a good party. The dad's there with a picture of his daughter. She's been missing for 2 days. I got the girl he was looking for. What's that? Have you just seen her? Oh no, I'll tell the dad the truth. Somebody comes to me to get my daughter's missing, but when somebody shows up in your party and says, have you seen my daughter with a picture of her with Catholic books? And you're like, she ain't Catholic no more. I'll be right back after this word from Mojo. Uncle Joe here to talk to you about Mojo. Listen, you already got the pipes. Mojo's here to make sure the water's gushing, you know what I'm saying? Mojo is an OG brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. If you're thinking of slinging dick, Blue Chew is the way to go. It helps men have stronger, harder, and longer lasting erections. The type that you can break a fucking table with. Or you can nail in a picture, you know what I'm saying? So you can crush it in the bedroom. Me, I like Blue Chew. 1 pill, and within fucking 10 minutes, boom, your victim is back. That's over. People all over tapping out and shit. You can take a tablet anytime, day and night. So you'll always be ready to spring into action when that
Today, as part of the Touro University Jewish Heritage trip to Poland, Lithuania, we visited the notorious death camp of Treblinka, which I've studied quite a bit in my research on the Piaseczna Rebbe, because this is where the vast majority of the Jews of Warsaw lost their lives in the Holocaust. They were deported here beginning in the late summer of 1942, like the day that we visited this camp. And it's an incredible moving experience, because the camp was completely plowed under after the war, as if in an attempt to completely erase any trace of its existence here. And it's really quite far away. It's about an hour and a half north of Warsaw, and it's in a deeply wooded area. And as we walked through, I could not shake the feeling that it was so much like when I was a kid, going to the summer camp with the sound of the bird song and the smell of the pine trees.
And this is the ultimately 10 years. With the permission of Dr. Lyman, I'm just going to say a few words, and then with the hope that he will add to them at some point. And I'll just give you an expectation of our experience here. So this was a death camp. Beautiful place. As Dr. Abramson said, this is like coming to summer camp. I'm thinking in a few hours, my wife runs a camp for special needs children. The buses are going to be arriving. The kids are going to be coming off of the bus, met with hugs and kisses and warmth and smiles. Looking forward to an incredible summer ahead of them. When our brothers and sisters were brought in, Dr. Lyman said when they got off at the platform, there was a train station motif here. There were a ticket stand, and there was benches and so on. But what they also were greeted with were SS guards and Sonderkommando with attack dogs. And the prisoners literally had to run to their lives. Just run for their lives and run towards their death. Dr. Lyman said it took minutes for this process to unfold. Prisoners that were in a stupor because they were on a train with no air, no water, no comfort, were roused from their slumber as the train doors opened up, and they were screamed at, they were beaten. Dogs were sent to attack them, and they headed at them. And there was only one purpose: you're running to your death. Very, very few were pulled out to serve in the Sonderkommando, and they eventually were also sent to their death. When you walk up to this monument, you're going to see a lot of tombstones, memorial stones, representing, and on the stones are written different towns, settlers, countries of the victims that were sent here. Different signs say 800,000, 900,000. The numbers are astronomical. They lose their meaning because we throw them around like statistics. These were our grandparents, uncles, aunts, great-grandparents.
The memorial consists of a long open area of jagged stones of various sizes just scattered about. Some of them, seemingly at random, have names of places, and on some rare occasions even of people, like the stone commemorating the heroic Janusz Korczak, also known by his birth name Hendrik Goldschmidt, and the children, because he famously went to Treblinka with the orphans under his care. And the whole field is dominated by this massive structure in the middle that has this big crack right through its center that looks from not too far away like it's an escape route. It's a path out. But when you get up close to it, you see that it's just as sealed off as everything else. And the experience of walking through these fields of jagged stones just amplifies the sense of the tremendous loss, the incredible demographic impact of the Nazi occupation of people, the Holocaust. It's an overwhelming experience. The field of stones is transected at strange angles by these lines that run throughout it, and they don't seem to have any direct purpose or direction other than the fact that they seem to know where they're going, as if there's an inalterable force that is organizing all of this random destruction represented by the upright obelisks. And it's a very unsettling feeling to step through all of this, especially when you hear in the background just the sounds of nature and a beautiful day. It's so jarring in its contrast.
It comes to my mind when I go to Auschwitz or Panari, any one of these camps. We came in, we're going to leave. We're going to be alone. All those who came here will never leave. And we're talking about boys and girls, fathers and mothers. It's absolutely incredible. Anybody, it's a strange base. We're Ashkenazim here. It's impossible not to have some relative here. You may not know who the relative is, but you have distant relatives, whether in Auschwitz, here, wherever it may be. It's impossible that you don't have some cousin, some ancestor that died here. So everyone has a personal place. These camps where 700 to 900,000 billion people died. So I guess the thought is that we're going to leave. It's open. What is this? We'll be alive. How many parents died and his descendants? The end of the line. So if we're survivors, there must be some reason that we're here and we're able to do things that they couldn't do, they wish to do, but would never be able to do. So we have to learn a little bit. We have to do some mitzvahs. We have to do chasadim, maybe a little more than we would do if it was just for ourselves. But we have to make up in some sense the loss. The loss was impossible. A great loss. So every one of us should not just walk here and walk out, but look out and be a better Jew when you walk out. I'm saying you know the can say ashtina the malas kidashim with the harim kizor kiyamasim es nishmas kidashim v'hataharim shehom so v'shenego v'shenishkato v'shenishrafu v'sheniku v'shenechniku al kibush Hashem al yidei atzei v'agermani v'ozreihem yimach shemam v'zichram bavo shebli neder.
Yo, what's going on, girl? All right, well, you missed out.
L'chein b'arachamim yasirei teknofav l'yohilamim v'yitzrar ha'chayim es nishmeisei Adonai hu nachal osom yinuch v'shalom l'shmeiseihem v'emar amen.
This is what she ain't done. She's about 65. She had fake tits, made out like concrete.
here I am in Simnas. This is my ancestral homeland in Lithuania, in the Alytus district. This is the first time any member of our family has been back here in 100 years since my grandmother left. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the streets where she grew up and where all of my family is from in Lithuania. Walking, I'm at the top of town square right now. And I'm going to do a 360 so you can get a sense of where the shul is located in terms of the town. You can see the cobblestone area behind me is the old medieval town square. This town is over 500 years old, and Jews were here at least 400 of those years. So this is the grand expanse downtown. You can see right to the very end of it, and just flipping around behind me, that's the other end of it, and it stops there. And there's this big, rather new municipal building. Looks like it was built in the 1990s or 2000s, perhaps, or after they joined the EU. And then right there is the old synagogue. And you can see how prominent it would be in the overall geography of this little shtetl, that just right off the main square, at the other end of the street from the church, very typical to have church on one end of town, and if you find a church, you just go to the other end of town, you find the synagogue. That's where the synagogue is located, very prominently related to the actual town market, and closely related to the Jewish stores in the neighborhood. So one of the things that my always used to talk about was how when she was little, the peasants would come into Simnas from the villages, and would come to my great-grandfather's house, and they would change their clothes there. They would take traveling clothes and their heavy, muddy boots. She remembered muddy boots, and they would leave them in her house when they went to this church back here. So that, it's hard to tell, but perhaps my grandmother lived somewhere along this street, or maybe down further behind me. But we have no idea which house it would have been, or even if the house is existing. So this is the end of the street is basically where the large building is, correct?
Yes.
And the other end of the street is basically just past the church a little bit. Yeah. So the main street is probably about 3 kilometers long at the most. So it's this one big street and a few smaller streets coming off like this.
This is from Alytus direction we came.
Yeah, this is a very grand building. In a day, 1902.
I know that, like synagogue style.
Yeah. This is the shul that my family would have davened in. My grandmother left in 1930, and this synagogue was built in 1905. So it certainly would be their synagogue. Here's that the windows were bricked over. I think that's the mayor who's come with the key to let us go into the building. Hello. Henry. Приємно вас пізнати. По-русски, по-українському легкіше мені.
Я Владос.
Владос, окей, приємно.
Сыны у нас этого города. Ну, еще эти поселки.
Yeah. Це дуже цікаво, дуже прекрасно.
Ну, приятно слышать. Я тоже по-русски.
So.
Geriausias sakytume, rasti galima Karbauskį.
It's as we're trying to communicate with my broken Russian, you can see that there's some architectural features that remain to the synagogue. I mean, compared to the looks like the original houses that are, most of them are wood. Wow. Inside the shul that my family davened in. Let's just see one second. Let's see if there's a mezuzah marking.
Oh,
Maybe.
no, this is like can be the new entrance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's.
So now it has been transformed into a kind of a sports room, as these spaces were still, valuable to the Soviets, that they could use them. The ceiling is probably not all right. Ceiling was probably. Yeah. Which way is east? Do you know?
East.
So the Aron Kodesh would have been where the goal is right now.
Yes.
So this is behind me would have been Mizrach, where right now is where there would have been an Aron Kodesh, and now of course there's a kind of a basketball back and like a indoor soccer goal. Gives me a certain amount of Agnes Nefesh to be in here and imagine what this meant to my family when it was intact and functioning. It gives us some sense of the depth of the loss over the last century. Okay. So this gallery, to the women's gallery. This is a sauna, right? For heat? Or it's just the smell of the wood? Yeah. Yeah. So what would they do? What was done here? Shotoya. In here too. Oh, for exercise. Ah, okay. Toya Ezrat Nashim. This is where the women would sit originally, or they built new walls. And there was like a balcony here where these windows here. Move А почему закрыты такие? Why do we close them?
Yeah, they changed the solar times.
Ah.
Nobody knows what we decided to close them.
They kept the shape of the arch.
Yes, at least.
Yeah.
Nästa formensslika. Slika kvalifikationer.
Okay. Maybe someone will renovate this.
Bring
back, restore.
Yeah, it will be in future. Next
Oh.
time you will come, it will be.
Is this the original ceiling of that?
That's the chimney, when chimney was fitted.
Oh, I see. And this maybe was small room for the rabbi or something?
It was administration, it was the sports school.
Oh, I see. They use it for a school.
That's why solar panels.
And what does this word mean? Imitusada?
Wrestling hall.
Wrestling, huh? Okay. I would like to say a small prayer in here, if I may. Just in here. Yeah.
Okay, so
Just 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. Thank you. Shir Hamalo, Smilamakim, Karasik Adonai. Adonai Shima Bakoli, Tianas Nafa Kashabako, Tatanimai. Ima Bonos Tishmoria, Adonai Miyano. Im Khastika. The Mantigore. Kivisa my Kitsad Nafshi, Babi Baro Hokali. Nafshi Lado Noi Mishomim Laboke, Shomim Laboke. Yachelisvel Adonai, Ki'im Adonai Chesed, V'Hava Imo Kedus. V'Hu Yivdei Yisrael Mikol Masaj. אחינו כל בית שמצויים בצער בשביה, העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה. המקום ירחם עליהם, יוצאים מצער לברכה, ומהחורה, ומשיבו לגאולה. השקה והגרה, בזמן קריב, ונאמר אמן. So what I learned is that, after the war, the Soviets took advantage of this large open space, and they made it originally into essentially a kind of a city hall, because it was a prominent, unfortunately empty structure. And then when they built this building next to it, which is much more grand, my guide calls it a palace. That's their new municipal center, and that's when they switched the synagogue into the sports hall. And we should bear in mind that, although it certainly is distressing to see a synagogue turned into a sports hall, and in some ways this actually preserved the structure, because if it was completely abandoned and people would be coming in here and kids would be messing around with it and building bonfires inside and things like that, at least in use as a sports hall, it meant that the roof was maintained and the outer shell was maintained, and then now it is ready for someone to finance for renovation, so that it can be preserved as part of the cultural heritage. So it appears that this open field behind me, which is really just a 3-minute walk from the center of town, is the area of the Jewish cemetery. As you can see, there's no more matzevos, no more gravestones. They have all been taken away and repurposed by the locals for various building foundations, things like that. But this was the cemetery that would have been used for several centuries.
Until this point, I had seen everything that I had expected to see, that from to my research in advance of what was available in the town. But the last part of the trip was going out to the killing site, where the auxiliary Lithuanians, together with some members of the Einsatzgruppen, murdered my family. And what I did not expect was the sudden realization that I was actually traveling along the same route that they must have walked from town, about 6 kilometers, so somewhere in the neighborhood of a 45-minute walk. And I turned on my camera to record it. We were traveling in an air-conditioned Volvo to get there, so it would have been a very different experience, obviously, for them. But I tried to meditate on what it must have been like for them to take these last steps with dread and fear of what would be at the other end of this destination. At several points, technology seemed to be warning us against what we were doing. We came up to a very, very narrow sort of tunnel under looks like a railway or something that I think was more appropriate for a horse and cart, and wasn't clear if the Volvo would make it through. And then letting off all kinds of warning sounds, and then we got to a certain point, going from a paved road to the dirt road to a couple of ruts in the road till finally, the GPS just stopped. The last road was called an unnamed, but we could see on the GPS that the site was some distance off, but there's no way to get there. Obviously, we could get there only on foot, as if the GPS was saying to us, you have to leave everything behind in order to experience what you're about to experience.
Треба ходити. Не вижити. Ja, chyba nie ma się. Nie daleko. Yeah, we're getting close to it. Yeah. Okay, дякую.
Once again, I was assaulted with the similarity of where I was to my memories of my childhood in Northern Ontario. The pine trees and the smell of the needles and the sap. And there was a huge number of black flies that were huge. They were the size of, small cats. And they were buzzing around my head like the Luftwaffe as I made my way through the copse into that clearing ahead.
These texts
Yeah.
here, they are from the early sort of times.
I understand.
And they are totally incorrect because what is confirmed that here the graves are of 414
414.
Old people, men, women, children who had to walk the same way we did now.
I was thinking about that.
Yes, so unrest and the worst light and they were taken here to this remote place, well, just 3 kilometers from Simna's homes, native places, and the ditches were already here back before that. So they were shot here in this place. That was September 12th, 1941.
September 12, 1941.
And well, the shootings they were shot by the group of Lithuanian murderers from Kaunas came, led by Officer Bronius Norkus. There were several Germans as well participating, organizing, and some people were taken from Simnas locals, Lithuanians, who were forced to dig later or to bury them. And they saw that land soil was moving still, and the shootings were continuing, shooting them buried alive. So that's the facts. The numbers of the victims, 414, which is mentioned in the Jäger's report. Yes, exactly 68 men, 197 women, 149 children. Because men, strong men, before 60 of them were killed in a litus before, usually who could resist to fight, and then later the rest. So that is the place, the massive grave for the people, Jews from Simnas. The monument not from 1965, made by a Lithuanian artist. Mother in pain lost her children. So that's another side of Jews from Simnas.
Give me a minute. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that information. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be speaking today with my colleague, Dr. Schneier Lyman, who is one of the great names, the visionaries. He doesn't like when I talk about him like this, but one of the great names in the history of the Jews of Eastern Europe, in particular, rabbinic history. He knows so much about the yeshivas and about the Hasidic dynasties, and it's just going to be such a fantastic experience to visit Poland and Lithuania with Dr. Lyman and hear so much of his wisdom about this remarkable civilization that existed for 1,000 years in Eastern Europe. So I just want to have a brief conversation with Dr. Lyman. Can you tell us what's on your mind about this trip? What are you thinking about?
Well, first, Professor Robinson, I want to make it very clear that it's a great honor for me to be traveling together with you. On behalf of Tour University, this visit to Poland and Lithuania, you are a distinguished scholar and historian, world traveler, and I hope to learn a lot from you and from the group that will join us on our trip. I think it's very important to make such a trip for Jews to visit the sites of where Jews once lived and thrived and learn from the history of those Jewish communities. So I thought I might give a small sample, if that's all right with you.
That would be great.
And of the kind of thing that interests me, and hopefully that will interest others as well. The founding father of the Haskalah movement, and very briefly by Haskalah movement that arose in the 19th century, lived through the 19th century in particular, Eastern Europe. I'm concerned with Haskalah in Lithuania, and specifically in Vilna. So that began to thrive early in the 19th century, and the founding father of that movement who I'm going to talk about. His name was Mordecai Aaron Ginsburg. Mordecai Aaron Ginsburg. And he was a great maskil, the founding maskil, the father of all the other maskilim. And he died in Vilna in November of 1846.
Can I interrupt you for a quick question?
Sure.
Like if I hear the phrase founding father of the Haskalah, I would immediately say Moses Mendelssohn.
Right. So I'm referring to the founding father of the Haskalah in Eastern Europe. Mendelssohn should certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general, but out in Germany.
Okay, very good.
And it didn't make its way to Eastern Europe and certainly not to Vilna until the beginning of the 19th century.
Okay, fascinating. And Mendelssohn, of course, died, I think, in 1786. So it took a few decades before it made its impact.
That's right. People who are called in Hebrew Mivasrei Haskalah, Maskilim before Haskalah started. There were such people in the 18th century in Vilna, very few. There were all medical doctors, actually. But none of them were really Maskilim. So the Haskalah movement that I'm referring to in Eastern Europe begins in the 19th century.
That's very good. Let me just ask you one more question, and this is really for the benefit of my viewing audience. Could you define Haskalah in a thumbnail definition?
Yeah, that's very difficult. I'll give it a try. The Maskilim in general, whether it was Germany, France, or Eastern Europe, first of all, came under the influence of the Enlightenment. And whatever values the Enlightenment pushed forward, they were interested in those, very specifically rationalism, for example. And they felt that there were some changes that need to take place in the lives of Jews in the countries where they lived, if they were going to be living in the modern world. And the modern world begins with, for us, the emancipation. That's in a nutshell.
Okay, so what kind of changes?
I'll
let you go. I'll just
I'll get to that shortly.
Okay, all right.
So Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg dies, and the Maskilim, his followers. And by the way, we're talking about a very small group of people when we talk about Haskalah in Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century. In 1850, in the entire Pale of Settlement, there were 2,300,000 Jews and not more than 50 Maskilim. So we're talking about a large minority. In any event, as Jews did in Vilna at the time, to the Maggid Vilna and asked him to speak in all. And very briefly, before you ask me another question, the rabbis in Vilna, after the end of the 18th century, when no chief rabbi was again ever elected in Vilna, for a variety of reasons, the decision was made that they would appoint rabbis, but rabbis would never have the title of Betin, which is what we would ordinarily translate as chief rabbi. Instead, every rabbi appointed in Vilna received the title Moreh Tzedek. Moreh Tzedek. And
which translates as righteous teacher.
Righteous judge. The point was, they're not of Betin, they're not the chief rabbi. It's a smaller title, and many rabbis who share that title. Vilna was a huge city with a huge population, and at times there would be as many as 50 Moreh Tzedeks in Vilna. And each Moreh Tzedek would have a specific job, whatever it was. One was an expert in Gittin, in divorce documents. Another took care of the mikvah, made sure that everything in the mikvah was kosher, and still another, and many others were in charge of kashrus, and so on. And everyone had the same title, and even the greatest owner in the world, and there was great owner in Vilna, were members of the, we'll call it, the Moreh Tzedek. They had the same Moreh Tzedek. Of course, everybody recognized who the greatest scholars were, but They all had the same title, Mara Tzedek. One person, among all the rabbis, had a different title, and he was called Mara Tzedek Magid Meisharim. He was the preacher of Vilna, the Magid of Vilna. And the Magid of Vilna, unlike all the other Mara Tzedeks, would be the main speaker in the main synagogue, the grand synagogue of the Knesset HaGadol. And he certainly would speak on all those occasions when any rabbi speaks, Shabbos Shuvah, Shabbos HaGadol, and so on, and on many other occasions. He spoke fairly regularly. And he would be a very special kind of person, trained to speak publicly. He would entertain. He would large crowds would come to hear the Maggid. There were many famous such Maggidim. One of them, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, became chief rabbi of New York in a much later career. Anyway, so then, of course, they immediately invited. One of the tasks of the Mordechai Tzedek Magid Mesharim was that he spoke. He delivered a eulogy, and they used in his funeral. That was part of his job. And so, of course, he went immediately. Family went, and the other Jews, the Jews, they all came to him, and that they wanted to speak at the funeral. He initially refused because, remember, this was the first Jew in Vilna who agitated for changes in social policy, changes in educational institutions, programs, and so on, that he felt were necessary to somehow advance their status in Russia, in particular. Of course, from 1795 on and through the 19th century, Vilna is part of the Russian Empire. Well, they came back with very other important people, all telling the Maggid that we're very sorry, but you're a paid member of our community. We pay you for this. This is your job, and you have to deliver a. He realized it was a difficult situation, and he had no choice, and he decided he would deliver a eulogy. And nothing is impossible for rabbis, if you don't yet. He was very wise and clever. And rabbis using their skills can have East meet West, and he was very good at it. This Maggid, his name was Zalman's Ave, was known popularly as Wolf. Wolf, the Maggid of Vilna, Wolf is the Yiddish translation of Zev. And he got up to speak. His opening line was a verse from Yeshayahu, from the book of Isaiah. Hatzadik avad ve'ein ish samalei. The tzaddik has died, and no one takes to heart. The righteous man has perished, and no one takes it to heart. And all those present at the funeral listening to the opening were shocked. Both the traditionalists and the Maskilim. The traditionalists were shocked that he would use such words to describe this person who just died. And the Maskilim were pleasantly surprised that he had cited this verse. In any event, the Maggid then continued and he said, this has been a rough year for us in Lithuania. 7 great Jews died this year, 7 great tzaddikim, gaonim, and he listed each one, and this one was from Eshishak, and one was from Kovna, and one was from Shavli, all famous rabbis who had died in the previous 12 months. And after he listed the 7 rabbis, then he began one by one delivering eulogies for each of these 7 rabbis. Only 10, 15-minute eulogies for every one of the 7 rabbis.
I think I see where this is going, but I can't wait.
And then he said, and now Mordechai Ginsburg as well. And he closed with closing another famous verse, as many do to this day, and many who do eulogies. Bila, Loves, Lenetzach, Mocha Hashem, Elokim Dimon, Me'el Kopanim, may death deeds removed from us entirely forever, and so on and so forth. And he sat down. That was the eulogy that he delivered. This is incredible. How do I know? How can I tell you this story? Because all those who were present would never forget this occasion, as you'll hear. And we have 4 or 5 different accounts. I have to tell you beforehand that the accounts have slight differences. I'm not going to spend any time on the differences. I'm just going to give you a general summary of what happened. Present at the funeral, this would be probably in the Great Synagogue of Vilna, which is where eulogies are held before, as they made their way, as it were, to the cemeteries where the person would be buried. Adam McCoy Levinson, one of the greatest of all the mosquito time, is a priest and someone who moved beyond Ginsburg and became the leader of the mosquito, especially Muslims. So his name was, and he was a Cohen. Adam McCoy Levinson. So this would not have been in front of the beer. It had to be in the main synagogue, and the beer would be outside the synagogue. And he got up immediately and he said he'd like to thank the Maggid of Vilna for his wonderful eulogy that he delivered, because for the first time, in the light of this delivery, for the first time in his life, he understands a series of verses in Scripture that he never understood before. And he began discussing 2 Samuel chapter 1. And 2 Samuel chapter 1, just gives you the setting, it appears right after the first Samuel. At the end of 1 Samuel, there's a major battle between the Philistines and the Israelites, and the Philistines destroyed the Israelites in this battle. And King Saul and son Jonathan were also killed in this battle. And second book of Samuel opens with someone escaping from the battle. Turns out it was an Amalekite. I don't think it was not important for our purposes. Someone managed to escape the battlefield and comes to now will be okay. To inform them about what happened at the battle of at Mount Gilboa. This terrible battle where unfortunately Saul and Jonathan met their deaths. So the Hebrew verse at the beginning of you'll check it on your own, the beginning of Shmuel Bet, Perek Aleph, the first chapter. On the third day, the end of the battle, someone managed to flee, and it says an Ish. It was a man that came, and he would be the reporter who would report to David as to what happened. That's in verse 2 of that first chapter. In verse 5, David turns to him. He says, Vayomer David el Hanar HaMagidlo. David turns to him and he says to the one who, after he gave his report, turns to him, and now it says he turns not to an Ish, he turns to a Nar, a fool, or really a young man, who reported the report. Patach Ish, this is what Adam McCoy Levinson said, Patach Ish, V'siyeh Benar. When he first came, he was an Ish. All of it, Ish means a gever, a manly person. And all of a sudden, the verse says, he was a Nar. And he said, the solution to that problem I first understood today, because if you look at the report that this reporter gave, what happens is David asks him, tell me what happened at the battle. And his words are, Jews, Israelites will flee in all directions. Many Jews died. Many Israelites died in this strife. And by the way, he said, Begam, Shaul, Vionatan, no making. And by the way, Saul and Jonathan died. I never understood. How could a man say this? How could anyone say such a thing? We just lost our entire leadership. And somehow that was, of course, that's why David, after David hears the reports, and David says, "Oh, this is no ish. This is a nar hamagid, one who makes what's primary secondary, and what's secondary primary is not ish. He's a nar hamagid." I thank the Maggid of Vilna for clarifying for me these verses of scripture. And then he went on, of course, to give that Yitzhak McCoy Levinson a beautiful eulogy for Mordecai Aaron Ginsberg. And he sat down. People were very upset with what was going on here. And a Jew got up, not just any Jew, his name was Rechia Danzig, you know who he was, the son of the famous Rabbi, the author of Hayada. Well, he was himself a member of the Morris Sedek, as it were, in Vilna, and but the son was a businessman, a wealthy businessman, and very wise. And as soon as he was here, he got up and he said, "I have to get up and speak. I can't let this end with these two presentations." He said, "Let me tell you a parable. But we just witnessed what we just seen. What happened here?" He said in Warsaw there was a Jew who did business in furs. He imported furs from Russia and the East and some of them in the West. And this Jew in Warsaw, we will be visiting Warsaw, this Jew in Warsaw, his best customer was another Jew in the same business in Berlin. And it happened to be that the Jew in Warsaw was marrying off his daughter, and he invited all his business partners and so on to come to the wedding. So the Berliner came to Warsaw to attend the wedding. In Berlin, they dressed differently than the Jews in Warsaw at this time. As you know, in Berlin, they wore like we do, and more or less. Most men wore a two-piece suit. In Poland and in Russia, all Jews, all men wore slacks. But above the slacks, not a jacket, but what we would call a kapata, a coat, almost to their ankles. It's quite a difference. Anyway, the Berlin Jew came to Warsaw. He attends the wedding. It's the first time he ever attended a Jewish wedding in Warsaw. And as was the practice in Warsaw, you would have a bachman. It would be a Jew who would entertain at the wedding. You could call it entertaining, but it wasn't just entertaining. You had people laughing and crying at the same time. He would speak about the ancestors of the bride and the ancestors of the groom, and how sorry we are they're not here, and they couldn't be here, and so on. Who died this year, and so forth. Everybody would be crying. Then he would begin with all kinds of gematrias and all kinds of entertainment, and you have the rolling on the floor about how it turns out that the bride and the groom really are equals, because if you just figure out the gematria words that go with their names, it all works out perfectly. They were made to each other. This is made in heaven. The Berlin Jew saw this. He was amazed. He had never seen such a wedding. Everyone having such a good time. He went over to the butler and he asked the butler, "What do you charge for such a performance?" He told him whatever it was, 25 rubles. So the Berliner said, "I happen to be marrying my daughter in a few months. Here's the date. I will pay your round trip fare. I will triple your salary. I want you to perform at this wedding in Berlin." Sure enough, he came on that day to Berlin. And the time came for the butler to get up before the bride and groom and entertain. And he did what he always does. He did exactly what he did in Warsaw. He did it in Berlin, only no one understood a word of what he said, because it was literally about to speak in Yiddish. And they had to fog what he was doing. Not only did he not entertain, he basically ruined the wedding. Sitting at the Suda, and the butler comes over to the bride. And he said, "I'd like to get paid. I'm going to get back to Warsaw." And he looks at me and says, "You think you're going to get paid? You ruined my wedding." There were rabbis still at the wedding in Berlin, so they found 3 rabbis. They sat down, and the rabbis agreed. he has to get back to Warsaw. The Botman's got to settle this matter right away. They would hear the arguments of the Botman, they would hear the arguments of the Jew who made the wedding, and decide the issue one way or another. And the decision was that he had to pay the Botman for the performance after they heard the arguments. And how did he win? He won because he gave a wonderful argument. He turned to the rabbi and said, "Look," he said, I did the same performance that I did in Warsaw. He hired me for what I did in Warsaw. I did it here. Now, I have to tell you what happened. In Warsaw, I always go over to the chassan, and his name is Chaim. I go over to the Kala, and his name is Leah. Chaim, Leah, I go to the Makri. I have no problem. I went over to the chassan, I asked the chassan, "What's your name?" And he said, "Ignatz." Spell Ignatz, never mind over the Makri. I went over to Kala, I asked her, "What's your name?" She said, "Henrietta." I don't know how to spell Henrietta. I don't know what the gematria of Henrietta is. I did the best I could on the difficult circumstances. And the Botman said, however, he said, I spent a little more time in Berlin. I'll go to a few more weddings. I'll be just as good about it here as I was here. And that's what the rabbis agreed, and they sent him over. And Chaim Danzi then said, the rabbi, the Vilna Shtut Magid did not cover himself with glory. What happened today at the funeral? There's no question about it. But you have to understand something. He's used to saying eulogies over great rabbis, over great Gaonim. This is the first time he ever had to say a eulogy over a maskil. He didn't know how to do it. But in Yirtz Hashem, as more and more maskilim will die, he will know what to say. An incredible event that did occur on that day in Vilna.
That's fascinating, and I love the way that you build into this the texture of the animosity between these frequently opposed figures. And the Haskalah, of course, was in favor of advancing a more secular outlook in many ways, sometimes actually secular practice, which would have been antithetical to the traditionalists. But they all use the same vocabulary. They're all working with the vocabulary of biblical texts, the vocabulary of mashalim, and it's brilliant.
Exactly, that's the exact point I wanted to make, Henry. You beat me to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just appreciating it.
But first, if the camera can pick this up.
Yes.
Here you see a portrait of Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. Let's take a look.
Wow, that's great. Wait, Mordechai Ginsburg. So this is the maskil.
The first maskil who died.
He doesn't look so masculine.
Now here's that's what you were saying just now, Henry. Namely that these were traditional Jews from traditional background. They went to Cheder, they went to Yeshiva, but they were confronting a new Russia, a different Russia, a Tsarist regime, and they knew that they would be tested by the Russians. They wanted two very important early requirements of the masculine things that were on their agenda to care. First of all, the Jews should learn Russian. How could you live in a country and not speak the language of the country? And second of all, if you live in Russia, you should dress like a Russian. Now here you see him, the portrait of, this is how he dressed in Rome.
Taller, yeah.
But he used to travel widely in Greater Lithuania. Today Lithuania is a smaller country than Greater Lithuania. Latvia, which were the large sections of Latvia were under German influence, where German was the language that was spoken, and the dress was German dress. Whenever he went to Latvia, or whenever he went to Germany, visiting Germany, visiting Berlin, he would shave, cut his hair. This is how he dressed in Vilna. He said, in Vilna, this is the after dress. Elsewhere, you dress differently. But the goal was to reach a point where everyone would want to dress like the Russians and speak like the Russians and so on. That's what it is.
Fascinating.
I told this story is not only that it's an incredible story, but it shows you on the one hand how close-knit the masculine war in Eastern Europe at this stage with the rabbinate. they had no problem writing the more excited Magen Meshulam. They thought it was wonderful. He was going to speak at the Malaya.
Yeah.
Time they were starting a new agenda, which would develop, and ultimately would be radical masculine. That's a lesson for another time.
That was just so fascinating. Thank you. That was really, really quite interesting. We were hoping to stay within a certain time frame, so we should probably wrap it up right now. But do you want to say anything more about this trip that we're hoping to take in summer?
It's a wonderful occasion for anyone who can make it. We'll be delighted to join with you, visit these sites, and you will hear insights from Henry, from Professor Abramson. I will try to provide some color commentary wherever I can.
I think it's going to be the opposite. I think the main need of it, I'll give the general picture, maybe.
But let me assure you, it's eye-opening. You won't be the third person you were before you came on the trip, and the person that you're going to be after you come on this trip. So I wish well.
That's amazing. One last question. How many times have you toured this region?
Probably more in Poland than in Lithuania, but I would say, just to give you a very short question, I visited many countries when it was still on the communist rule. So it goes back to the 50s and the 60s as a teenager. Because I knew as a teenager, they're not going to harm me. I felt very comfortable. As an adult, I would be afraid to go there, but as a teenager, I wasn't afraid. So I visited them first, I would say, 2 or 3 times during the communist period, but after 1991, and in the case of Vilna in particular, in Lithuania, I first came to Vilna in 1996, so I made many trips to Poland, maybe 30 over my lifetime.
Wow.
I would say maybe 20 over my lifetime in Lithuania.
Wow. I can't wait to benefit from this experience.
I've been to Canada too.
I spent a lot of time in Canada. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Lyman. This is going to be so fantastic. And for those of you who watch this video, thank you very much for staying to the end. I am really looking forward to this trip. I'll put the notes in the information box about how to learn more about this trip. We really want to encourage people to come join us. And thank you very much for watching. Yeah. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this year, I hope to be traveling to Poland and Lithuania with Touro University and with my illustrious senior colleague, Dr. Schneier Lyman, where I hope to learn a lot more about the history of Jews in Poland and Lithuania, which is important to me not only historically because of the phenomenal impact they had on later Jewish history, but also because it happens to be the place of my ancestors, and I look forward to specifically seeing the places where they live in tiny Shtetlach, nearby Kaunas in particular. So in the context of preparing not only the lectures that I'll be giving every night on this trip, but also to be ready to really benefit from the scholarship that Dr. Lyman is going to share, I'm doing more research on the specifics that we will be seeing when we're on our way there. One of the sites that I'm especially looking forward to see is the site of the Rom Publishing House, which was one of the most significant engines of cultural creativity in Vilnius for the last, 200 years. Really an important publishing house that produced so many important works. I want to specifically focus in this short video, however, on one of its greatest CEOs, one of the most long-lasting and impactful CEOs of this centuries-long publishing house, and that is none other than the incomparable Dvorah Rom. She was someone who became a CEO by accident when her young husband, David, tragically passed away at a young age. And so this woman, who although possessing a significant scholarly background herself, she came from a very famous family of Novardok rabbis, the Harkavi family that produced many other great scholars, including, for example, Alexander Harkavi, who wrote that great Yiddish-English dictionary. But she, in her 30s, suddenly had to step up and take over this massive company that had has some drama in it, and she actually took it way beyond anything it had ever done before. I want to tell her story because it is really so. She was born in 1831, and I mentioned a little bit about her family background. She was apparently an educated woman. As we shall see, she may have actually contributed to the Vilna Shas itself, and she died in 1903. Her most lasting publications as the president of this phenomenal company, it became to be known not only as the Rom Publishing House, but during her era, her tenure, it was called the House of the Widow and Brothers Rom, because her late husband's brothers were also involved, although everybody recognized that it was really the Almana Devorah who was really in charge of things. She published the classic edition of the Tanya, which is used by the Chabad, especially significant because of the Hasidic Lithuanian controversy that especially noted in the publishing industry earlier on in the 19th century. I'll get to that. But she also published, of course, the phenomenal Vilna Shas. These are two great publications that had a phenomenal impact. I myself benefit from the Vilna Shas literally every day with Daf Yomi, but let's get to her story specifically. So, what were the 5 main things that she accomplished in her lifetime that were related specifically to publishing? First of all, and by the way, I rely on some really fascinating research from Razi Chechik, who has written some great things and especially given some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. She reorganized the company, which had had its financial struggles, along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a legal situation not like limited liability corporations of today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were, protected her own income and whatever fortune she was able to amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life as well, from the business itself, which was insulated by this novel legal mechanism that she used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, and perhaps more to the point that we can appreciate it, she had a phenomenal design sense. She shepherded new fonts into existence, new graphic elements were introduced, and perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous Sharblatt, or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Sharblatt of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, with whom the Rom family had significant business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced, but the Sharblatt is like boring. It's got this kind of like geometric form and things like that, and it does not have a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Sharblatt of the Vilna Shas produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with the pillars and the entranceway into the Aron Kodesh or into some unknown future. You can see it has the top, the lions, which the one on the left is frowning, the one on the right kind of mysterious. I really wonder why that is. It's also interesting to note that in modern Shastas, like for example the Oz V'Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, they kept the Sharblatt because it is so gorgeous and so inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I know that's kind of an interesting thing, but anyway, she shepherded this nude into the modern Shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learns Talmud today. Now, third, really interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era, and she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type
where each page had to like have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you'd have the print pages off it, and that meant that you have this big heavy pipe of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you reuse it, rather than storing a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish. That's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more stored and preserved, and did again and again and again. He shifted to that particular form printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost. Big upfront cost and investment. Reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth I think is especially fascinating, because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page himself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were like evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the Shas. And it made her Shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the Chosan Shas, the bridegroom Shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna Shas, the Rom family Shas. That's just one of the, any Shasas that you can get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishe Sidre, or the six orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang, because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud or to the Mishnah. We call it Shas. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Chosan Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end, volume 20 of her Shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, but my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Nida, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here, the last few pages, called Achari Davar, which Ms. Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was the principal author. It's a very beautiful, flowing letter that says all kinds of things about how when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be, so we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction, and now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s, and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. But one last detail about her activity. I mentioned a couple times now that she published the classic edition of the Ram Tanya. You can see here it is, and many Hasidim
when they're going through Chitas, right, which is Chumash, Tehillim, yeah, they will read this edition, which has a particular set of words that has become kind of like a classic edition for many. Even in the daily editions of Chitas, they often omit this little letter, which occurs right at the beginning. You have to get a scholarly edition of the Chitas to really see it, or a scholarly edition of the Tanya to really see it. And here is a letter from, as you can see, right at the beginning, the widow and brothers Ron, and they specifically thank Shulchan Lubavitch, starting with Harav Shalom Dov Ber, right, who was one of the great Lubavitch and the Tomchei Tmini Yeshiva for their help, because there was one particular moment where the Ron family was experiencing dire straits, and it was Chabad that stepped forward to assist them in their endeavors and really keep the company alive. And this is especially ironic because before Devorah ever took the helm of the Ram Publishing House, there was a really major dispute between the Shapira family, whose Shas I showed you a little bit earlier, and the Ram Publishing House. It was a major copyright dispute that involved some really nasty elements. I'm not going to go into details here, but it involved the police and involved the exile of the Shapiro family and shutting down of their company for some years until finally they would come back. But they could never regain tremendous dedication to their activity, that so much so that according to legend, I don't know, I have never been able to see if it's really true, but according to legend, the Shapiro family would immerse all of the blocks of type in the mikvah before they began to publish any works, using that kind of concept. All the predecessors before had pushed them for business, but when it came to preserving the Ram Publishing House, the Rebbe Shalom Dovber said, you know what, we better preserve them, and he supported them, and they allowed them to survive. And this is a note in the Tanya specifically thanking Chabad for helping this in their endeavor. It's a fascinating story. So much more to say. I would love for you to join me on this amazing trip to Poland and Lithuania. Once again, we're going to be hearing from the incredible Dr. Schneier Lyman, one of the most senior and influential scholars of the Jews in Lithuania. I'm looking forward to speaking, and I'm looking forward especially to walking the streets of these cities and learning more about how the Jews of that region actually live. Please check the information box for information on this trip. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellows of Jewish history. You know, I have to say one of the most important aspects of my work is the possibility of traveling to many of the locations where so many important Jewish civilizations flourished over the centuries, and really getting a sense of the deep local context of these places and the Jews that live there. But this summer is going to be absolutely fantastic because, God willing, I'm going with my employer, Tura University, to visit Poland and Lithuania, which is the Alta Haim, which is where my family comes from, especially Lithuania. I'm looking forward to actually visiting the mass graves where many of my ancestors found their last resting place. And this is going to be a tremendous trip because we're going to look at all of the phenomenal things that did, specifically Warsaw and the region in Vilna and its region, also in Kaunas. And I'll be traveling with a tremendous senior scholar, Professor Schneier Lyman, who is absolutely a genius. And, you know, we speak about the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of the 18th century. Well, Schneier Lyman is the Gaon of Vilna. He knows Vilna better than anybody else. And I'm really looking forward to spending this time. We'll be teaching lectures on this trip. So in context of preparing myself for this trip, I'm going back over a lot of my old notes and putting together some new videos for you so you can get interested in this particular trip and the amazing history that we're going to be exploring there. I'd like to share with you now a video that I recorded a long time ago that goes back to the question of the origins of the Jews of Poland, Lithuania. I hope you find it useful. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population. Poland is one of the most central and memorable of the countries that we'll be looking at. Let's talk about the origins of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You can see in this map which are the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of what it was. It was this massive territory. Poland was like the southern core of it. But after this dynastic with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply strictly by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very interesting because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands, make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews, for example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Kiev, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we've discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the end Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of trade European evidence, lots of significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary element their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really began to coalesce around 10th and 11th century. And one of the things that we're doing, for example, in a very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the early Polish nobles and kings coins with Hebrew letters? It speaks most likely to the widespread illiteracy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce that it became relevant. We'll say about this in a future level. We talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there are factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe and factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful presentation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them, protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Lin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So, in terms of the push driving Jews out of Western Europe, the first marked thrust that drove Jews to, pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside control of the authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence, and they rely on the legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected, meaning perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks they're not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as they know that if someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, or more, as we discussed in the on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and that the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's an increased push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libels that we have also discussed in the previous class result in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 4th century, and so there's more and more reason for Jews not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of it, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Now, there's also pull factors again. The Polish economy was actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the Mongol invasions of 1241 and onward. The demography had dropped. There was a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, these are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually invited and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerate, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes the disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilt, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews could move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propinatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why, in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking of a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow, and then they go move to Krakow and they find, how to fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety. Rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allow them to do various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews.
You're welcome.
So it's a very significant
what up, hello,
movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in
What's good, son?
period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like,
Everything's good.
Here. What's on your agenda?
No, my agenda's always clear, man.
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style?
Yeah, try to swing it.
Excellent. Very well. What are your hobbies?
Not a whole lot right now, but used to just video game a lot, movies, used town, hit the town, walk around.
What are your favorite games?
I don't know. I guess I was big on just like right now I've been just on the mobile, but I used to play like computer a lot. I guess like Counter-Strike and all that. But
very cool. Are you good?
Pretty much anything, but FPS, I guess.
Are you good?
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't know. I just didn't. I don't know. Just not. It was really casual, I guess. I didn't really take it too seriously, I guess.
Very well. Do you like sports?
Yeah, I guess so. I used to watch sports a lot. Not so much anymore, but.
Who are your teams?
Mostly all Toronto teams, just because I'm Canadian, so I usually go for Toronto teams in every sport.
All right, you a Maple Leafs fan?
Yeah, Maple Leafs fan.
Blue Jays?
Yeah.
Raptors?
Yeah, Raptors, yeah. So.
Argonauts?
Yeah, Argonauts. I've pretty much been to like every game, except that I've never been to a Raptors game, but I've been to Blue Jays Leafs games. So.
Do you like Drake?
Yeah, he's all right. Not a crazy fan, but like he has all right, good music, I guess.
What's your favorite Drake song?
Probably that Hell Yeah fucking Drake song from way back.
All right, there you go. Excellent. What have you been up to today?
Not too much. Just grocery store and just not too much. Just been relaxing.
Very cool. Hey, remind me, how'd you find out about me?
I was just looking up stuff on the YouTube. I think I searched Rothschild or something on YouTube, and you came up.
Very well. You like history?
Kind of, but I don't know. I'm more. I don't know. Kind of more interested in the future. I was, I guess, into his. I used to watch like movies, old war movies and stuff.
Very cool. What about the future interests you? What topics?
Well, just anything really, just life in general. Like what just new. When I think of the future, I guess just new ideas. Actually, just new. Anything that's new is interesting.
What are your thoughts on Santa Claus machines?
Santa Claus machines. What are those?
Do you know what a 3D printer is?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use any element in the periodic table. And you can create anything that you want. It's essentially a replicator. Isn't that baller as fuck?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I heard people talking about that with houses and stuff like that. They're 3D homes and stuff.
That's a 3D printed home, but I'm talking about you can not just use concrete and that kind of stuff, but any element. So you'd be able to make a car, you'd be able to make a human, you'd be able to make a dog, you'd be able to baseball bat, you'd be able to make a basketball.
Can I make food with it?
Absolutely. Anything that, just anything. No matter what makeup is, just so long as it fits within the size dimensions. So like you could make one as big as a warehouse, and anything that could fit in the warehouse you could reproduce. Isn't that it?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Excellent.
For sure.
You know about invisibility cloak?
Yeah, videos on them.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Do you know about what are your thoughts on artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence?
I don't know. I like it. I think it's pretty interesting. I'm into AI and stuff like that. I just don't want them to kill me.
Of course. What are your favorite AI large language models to use?
Right now, I've been using Gemini because I have a Google phone. But
Okay. How's that been working?
It's pretty interesting. It talks about stuff that nobody else talks about. It was telling me about what's it called? Biomimicry, where they basically can use nanobots to replace cells and stuff like that, human cells and stuff like that.
Word dog. It's fascinating. What are topics do you like to study that are about the future?
I don't know. I'm pretty much just I'm open to whatever. I just wait and see whatever comes out, technology wise or whatever. Just culture in general, I guess, but because it's been pretty stagnant for a while, I would say. I don't know. Maybe that's how people like it. I don't. Like I said, I don't mind older things too, but I mean, it's nice. It's nice to see something new come out. But it could be anything. It could be music. It could be fucking food, health wise. It could be healthcare wise. I don't know, anything really.
Absolutely. You guys have a beautiful skyline in Toronto.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is pretty nice.
Where do you ever go on Lake
What's that?
or Lake Ontario? Do you ever go on Lake Ontario?
Oh, yeah. There's a little ferry you could ride to. There's like islands that are like just like a couple minutes, and you can like see the sky. They take you on a ferry, like it's really quick. They run them all day, and you can just every like fucking half hour you can catch a ride out to these islands, and fucking you can see the skyline, the city from the water, and there's like a nude beach there and stuff. And they're pretty big, these islands. But yeah, so.
Have you ever been to the nude beach?
The nude beach?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went. But I had to. I was like, I gotta go check it out. I've never been to one before. I just went like a month ago or something.
How was it?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, there's lots of people there, and everyone was having a good time. Lots of naked people, and it was good.
Is it just dudes, or are there women as well?
Oh, no, there was lots of women. There's like quite a few women, yeah. And they were all with another dude too, pretty much. But a couple single girls, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. Yeah, there's lots of women there.
Did you
More
go?
dudes and girls, but it was good.
Did you go nude as well?
Oh hell yeah, dude! I had
No way.
I-
Good on you. Is anybody there clothed?
what's that?
Is anyone there clothed?
Yeah, there was a few people. I think I started out in clothes, and then I gradually just joined in. I was like, man, everyone else is doing it, so I did it.
There you go. That's wild shit, man. So my
Yeah.
man's been to a nude beach. Was it warm?
Oh, it was super warm. I got sunburnt as fuck. I got sun fucked pretty good. And then I thought I was doing all right, and then I was just, cause I was there for hours. I hung out and fucking, and then I ended up getting a pretty bad sunburn. I'd never been burned that hard in my life. But other than that,
Do you prefer Labatt's or Molson?
Molson.
Why Molson?
What's that?
Why Molson?
It's just the taste. I like the taste of Molson Canadian. But I've only had Molson Canadian and Labatt Blue. I don't know. I know Labatt makes a few different kinds, so I haven't all. But like between Molson Canadian and Labatt Blue, I'm definitely like Molson Canadian better.
Have you been to the beer store?
Not in a long time. I don't really drink anymore, but yeah, I used to. Yeah, I go to the beer store and stuff like that. I used to drink a lot.
Excellent. Do you like hold on. What's the thing that it's like potatoes and cheese? Not punene. It's a Canadian staple. Canada, potatoes, cheese. Poutine. Do you like poutine?
Oh, that like the chips and cheese and gravy. Yeah, it's really good. It's pretty good, yeah. I'm still a fan. It changed a lot. It's not the same. It's definitely different, but I still go there once in a while. But it was really good before. It was like they had the most like original like coffee I've ever had. Like I've been to America and like I've tried coffee and stuff. Like you know what I mean. All the brands like homemade and stores and like Tim Hortons. Their coffee tasted different than anything. It didn't even taste like coffee, so it was like hard to explain what the hell we were drinking because it's like it didn't taste like coffee. So obviously you just tasted like hot, like sweet something, but it was good. It was just like roasted fucking sweetness. So you taste the roast, taste the sugar, and then it was just they had really good fucking coffee once upon a time. Like I don't know, everybody loved it. It was great.
What happened to Tim Hortons?
I think they just got bought out. They got bought out by somebody, and then I don't know what happened if the old guys took their ass at them or what. It wasn't part of the deal, the takeover. Fucking yeah. It's just not the coffee. Is just not. It's not terrible, like, but it's just it definitely didn't have the same magic as before. So.
Do you like Timbits?
Yeah, they're alright. Yeah, they're not bad. There's nothing crazy about their donuts, but like I said, they just had one of a kind coffee. It was definitely nothing. Like I've never had anything like it. It was definitely its own brand of coffee that you couldn't find anywhere. It didn't taste like any other coffee.
Do you drink milk in a jug or out of a bag?
Both. It's real, like bags really popular here, but I do like the cartons because you can close them.
Right.
Once you cut open the bag, it's like stays open really thick, unless you tie it off or something or clip it or something. But everyone just lets them sit open and they go bad quicker.
Wow. All right. What are your thoughts on Newfoundland?
I've never been. I've only been from Ontario into Nova Scotia, like that way towards the the Atlantic.
Right.
Yeah. So I've never been out towards the Pacific, like anywhere out that way. But I've been Nova Scotia is like right under Newfoundland, so like I've been out to that side, just not as far as not as north as Newfoundland.
Did you know Newfoundland is a? Did you know that it is an island?
I guess no, not really. No, I don't think so. No.
A lot of people think it's a peninsula, but it's an island. All right, so you've stayed more on the east. Have you ever been to Windsor? Have you ever been to Windsor, Ontario, Canada? No, dog. Can you hear me? All right, that's cool. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to watch along.
Like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of Western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period that you're referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kehila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet together, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis. It was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture.
I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. If you're interested in joining us this summer, that would be fantastic. Have a look at the information box for a link to the website where there's more information on what we're planning to do this summer. And thank you very much for watching.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I was so excited to come across this individual in the course of my research for the Kosher River Cruise expedition to Japan in 2026. His name is Ludwig Reis, and actually I find a tremendous affinity with him, not only because he's a historian, he's also kind of an intellectual immigrant, fascinating individual who had a tremendous impact on Japanese history. Here's his story. He was born in 1861 in Germany, and he went to the University of Berlin, right? This is the late 19th century. The city is beginning to open up, and Jews are allowed to enter higher education and so on. And he studied under the great and highly influential historian Leopold von Ranke. Von Ranke lived between 1795 and 1886, and Ludwig Reis was one of his latest students, or his last students. Now, and this is a picture, by the way, of what von Ranke would have looked like around the time that Reis was studying with him. Reis wrote a very well-regarded doctorate on the history of medieval England, but once he graduated, he found he could not get a job in Germany, right? This is, unfortunately, liberalism only went so far in the late 19th century, and the idea of appointing a Jew to an important post in teaching history in Germany and so on, just very, very hard to happen. This is also the time of the great von Treitsch and Gretz. We talked about that in different videos. And it's also worth noting, by the way, that Reis's parents also warned him against trying to get a job as a professor.
Al, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
How do you live in Pimp?
Chilling.
That's what I like to hear. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Chilling, nah, just accepting your Discord advice.
Oh, very cool. Is that how you met me?
Nah, you be watching my my Kick, bro.
Oh, tight. You're the man. So you're on Kick?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your username?
Bones5341.
Oh, you're amazing. Dog, thank you so much. Apologies for my spam, first and foremost. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Elf, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen the Truman Show, yeah.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource. It overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that does, Elf, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make all your friends and your family very rich. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth. You're financially independent if you're not already, and I want to make it so that you can create charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds cool.
Excellent. I talk about some things that aren't normally discussed, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Do those sound like cool things to you?
Yeah, that does.
Excellent. I talk about some other things that may be of interest to you. I like to talk about futurology. So things like antimatter, anti-gravity, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I like to talk about geothermal energy, space tourism. I like to talk about things like terraforming of planets. I like to talk about de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing proposition. They recently made headlines by creating 3 dire wolves The direwolves are about a year old, doing fine. Joe Rogan has met them. I think it's amazing that after they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is just a really cool goals, I think. I talk about some other things that are going to help you and your friends and family if you want. Things like life extension technology. Elf, when you were first put on this earth, the average life expectancy for someone like you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, really everything we can do to get you to be 120 years old. But then you may say, Rabbi, it's been a good run. What's the next plan? I don't want it to end. You've given me all the money that I've ever needed, taking care of my friends and family. And if you want, this is all with your consent. If you don't want this to happen, it doesn't have to. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploaded technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a kind, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. And if you're like, well, that sounds like science fiction, we're already doing mice. You'll be able to be whatever you want to be, including, if you want, an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want. But essentially, what Elf is, that you may have an opportunity at immortality. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Excellent.
I've seen a couple of shows and movies that are doing something like that, showing the world that what they're doing.
100%.
But that sounds interesting.
Excellent. Well, I'm live right now. I mean, as a live streamer, you know how difficult it is to live stream. And I'm live right 22 separate YouTube accounts. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on DLive. I'm live on Trovo. Aside from Kick, I'm live on everything. And the only reason why I'm not live on Kick is I've been banned. But I don't let that stop me. As you can tell, I've become the most persistent troll on Kick, but it's for a good purpose. I want good thing to happen to you and all the people at Kick, and I want them all to become financially independent if they're not already and really achieve their dreams. How does that sound?
That sounds good.
Excellent. Well,
sounds like a dream, but yeah, it sounds good.
Absolutely.
It sounds like a dream, but it sounds good.
100%. 100%. All right, if I'm going to your stream, how do you spell your username on Kick?
BONEZ and then 5G.
Beautiful.
The guy, Rabbi Rob, the one on the bottom. The one on the right hand side on top is the one that's talking to me, and the one in the middle on the right is the guy who follows me on Kick, and he watches my Kick. And he sent me a link to your Discord, so I finally found it, and I'm just here to see how it is.
That's what I do. Excellent. Well, you should know more than anything about making you rich and all your dreams come true. You should know that I'm a positive person. I do my best to maintain really just a positive view on the world. And I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything you need from me, Elf, aka Bones5341, just know I'm here to help you, okay?
I got you. I'll keep that in mind.
Excellent. Well, very well. I'm just watching Jewish history lectures right now. Feel free to enjoy. If you've got other things to do, I know you're a busy man. But you go do what you need to do, okay?
All right. Nice meeting y'all.
Pleasure to meet you, Joe. Absolutely. Take care, my friend.
Of history in Germany, they wanted him to study something much more pragmatic and practical. Not that I would identify with that. Anyway, what happened to Ries? He's the kind of individual, he got lemons and he made lemonade. He had an option to travel and take a position at Tokyo University. You can imagine how he must say, what are you talking about? I'm a European historian. I'm born and raised in Germany, and I have to go all the way to the Far East just to get a job. But he went there, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success. He taught at Tokyo Imperial University for 15 years, influenced generations of students in that university, and really shaped Japanese historiography. Now, let me tell you what are his main contributions. We must understand that history is kind of a funny discipline. On the one hand, it is an art. It's telling stories. The word story is embedded in the very word history, and it's all about sitting around the campfire and saying what happened to previous generations. That's what historians do. On the other hand, a science, and that means that we're not supposed to just make stuff up. We're supposed to, rely on actual data to tell stories. Now, the problem is much of this data just words. They're just stories that earlier generations have told, and we have inherited those stories. That proves to be extremely problematic, because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the contribution of von Ranke, a teacher, who said, we have to really get focused on was es eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Ries took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Mind you, Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to dig up primary documentation. And Ries also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives, because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection, where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that were happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Ries was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took this post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success, and he really loved Japan. He spent a tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody about Japan, who is Russia fighting with? And so Ries became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and now when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the next Coastal River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me, because most of my studies in Jewish history have really focused on, Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this particular trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers.
a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century. And most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had linguistic skills, and they had, the commercial connections and things like that that made it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today it has 29 graves, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects diversity of the immigrant population that was the time. It also reminds me of where my father, blessed memory, is buried in Toronto. And there are lots of English and a lot of Russian and a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are in Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anno Mundi. It's dated from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbah, a very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese War, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, my father, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into the port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically did their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Coastal River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a 49 million people living in Korea. And according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now that's like a mind-blowing thing. It's only talking 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children. That's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So that is an amazing thing. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked in the Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokayer, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom. And as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, his book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971, and you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud, but apparently it really took off, not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation, and by 1984, more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korea National Digital Library. 169 of them by Tokayer as the author, and hit the bestseller list in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by Ross Harbis in the New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies Review published in 2018 by Sarit Katan-Gribetz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, and Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive. And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Chavrusa style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures. And just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really, Bava Metzia the way we have it today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov, I think, than a regular Shas, with like nuggets of wisdom and Agarata, things like that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for Children Talmud. And here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. That's a little rabbi in the corner here. And it's a Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here it is, prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mothers are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are? If you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what we might want to say exotic communities. And I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but from the main centers of Jewish civilization, right now, for example, in Israel or in North America, some parts of Europe, the Jews of Asia are so unusual, so different in so many ways. So in connection with my research for the June 2026 cruise to Korea and Japan with Koshi River Cruises, I'm starting to do some research on the Jews of South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here's a lecture that I gave a few years ago that I've got to review myself now as I prepare for this amazing voyage. I hope you enjoy. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I am so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of the unusual Chinese Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when do we first hear about the Jews of China? So the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of converting the indigenous population to Christianity. They had challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that had happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Peking. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Ai Tian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Peking who came from far away, and he knew a lot about this particular religion, and said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Ai Tian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing things with Ai Tian, and Ai Tian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be a Saint John Baptiste Day or his anniversary or something like that. And so Ai Tian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity, assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. He says, what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, wrote the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Ai Tian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Ai Tian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this had fascinating onto its own right. Now, from Ai Tian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, in communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion that perhaps, someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't have too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you could become our rabbi if you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went to discuss it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, as it's known in traditional, or the Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of Ben Sira in English, which was a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth. Which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think. But historians have to get fun sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, to a large degree, more than Jews would with this community. They were especially interested in learning about the Sefer Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if he could find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, by the way, was argued as far back as about the 1st or 2nd century. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their texts. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting the Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries coming to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from early 18th century Jesuit Father Domenge visited it, and he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, the Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many times, and it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah, a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put the Sephardic style art on top of it and open up the box, and they would read the text from the inside in that manner. Quite fascinating, a really quite active and vibrant community from many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well known and most well documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a Sefer Torah. as in them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia Judaica, you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin Abdallah never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports from people who came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, they don't tell us a lot about how large the communities are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with who they were frequently associated. In the mind of Chinese administrators, there's often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to in the same sentence. We also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road, which you can see here's a map from Wikipedia that shows some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also a very important currency that was imported to the west from the east. The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laden down, but it does indicate that, there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular Silk Road is you can see that in this round circle here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Talmudic centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, probably bringing things from much of the east. This received even more attention when Adolf Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents ironically baptized him and his brother, which was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. At any rate, Stein, who went far away from Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region of Dunhuang, which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also this 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, meaning a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the spice route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, who was traveling along the spice route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews came to China, was along this route. Many of them would have settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around the year 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community like? So the documents that we have to tell us about the internal life of Kaifeng Jewry, that is, documents which were composed by the Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are fascinating to themselves as well. We have several stelae, meaning stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same thing. They're plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates in 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text written in 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one, really 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read, but the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, these the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed and had to be rebuilt and so on, things like that. We also have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. And this memorial book lists a lot of the prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. As you can see from the document, it's written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. And if you look on the 4th list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And that Yisrael Moshe, under the word Moshe, which is right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he is called a Jinshi, i.e. he received a PhD, he was a doctor of advanced learning. A lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was honored with a particular surname by the emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education and a lot of fascinating things. But I think all this is evidence together. In this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I read into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish traditions. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, among other things, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes used the term Israelites, but they were called Zhao Jin Zhao, peace forgive mine pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they had slaughtered themselves. They would not rely on other groups' slaughter, and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, and this is especially interesting, I think, they had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in sources is how, it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that people would show it symbolic obeisance, like kowtow before, bowing before, things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone. It smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You would say in Yiddish, Yiddish Kopf, right? Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, on the top of this particular brick underneath, on top of the emperor's name, kind of like a decorative element. And then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits, incidentally, was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors, whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just the culture, they're just respecting them and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem because, of course, this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God, the merit of the ancestors. In Hebrew, zchut avot. That's a very, very traditional thing. You look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did. Remember their actions and so on, and provide kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. Quite fascinating to see how, Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and even synthesis. But at the time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable, certainly in North Africa or European Jewish communities. For example, there are many, many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who could read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. There's a significant Muslim minority in China. And in fact, there are photographs from the 19th, 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques, because after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic and worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques. They were neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable in dress, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was, in fact, blue caps, because that distinguishes them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? And, oh, yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Okay, fine. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in their genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process, if any, would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women than Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction made between those women who were born Jewish. They were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel. And those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, the daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the community, of course, fell into significant decline in the early modern and into the 19th, 20th centuries. One of the saddest things was that they lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, to read their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up playing their Torah scrolls. Christian missionaries who then brought many of them back to Western Europe, and in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a Kai Feng scroll, which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls, and a scroll of Esther that comes in indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the confusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet and Chaf, Aleph and Ayin, that they used a method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. There would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Matteo Ricci did not find any of the evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not extant. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious kinds of typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word and or but, and these confusions of Aleph and Ayin and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah scrolls, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of the communities even into the 21st century. And I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kai Feng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another, and even more importantly, how it's crucial that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and the commentaries. And without these two things, it's very difficult for a community to last, although the Kai Feng and Chinese Jewry in general demonstrate remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they will have a renaissance. Last thing I got to say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for ancient cuisine. I just want you to know I respect myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us in this amazing cruise and Korea, please have a look at the website, european.com. Lots of information on that. Okay, anytime, I look forward to sharing this video with you. Thank you very much.
Baby, for you. Something smiling, baby, for you. So can't you hurry? Come on, boy, see about me. Come see about me. See about you, baby.
Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has even called the 20th century the Jewish century, because this is a period of time that has massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding the role of Jews in this time. And if you doubt how viable that thesis is, just have a look at any news source today with how much space Israel takes up, and it has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and yep, Jews are really central to this century. But let's start, first of all, by going to the Dreyfus Affair. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we looked at Eastern Europe and the development of Jewish political parties. And I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to the 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period, when so many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization.
Damn, bitch.
It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, the Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used
as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because people were trying. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, or whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time. But basically, it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is a derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky could help us out with this. The term Yevrei or Hebrew is the polite term. Žid or Jew is an insult. And you have that in many other languages. Also in French and in German, there was some question about what's the polite way to refer to Jews. So Israelite was one of the options. Anyway, this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux, and that's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore, who went over there and actually was able to remediate the situation and freed the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, and all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the Alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to alleviate the pogroms in Russia and things like that. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who were very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals, an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and in certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews. Just like today, Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa and the Middle East, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Krantz, are you going to do that pump fist every time I say the word Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not focused on
I usually will. This is representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France, and it happens there's a really nasty anti-Semitism developing now. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Wilhelm Marr, who was a German thinker of this era. In France, an especially nasty hater of Jews was this man here, Edouard Drumont, who made his living essentially muckraking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career, claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, and that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there, and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like you see this highly typical image that shows this sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of the migrants coming from Poland into France at this time. Excuse me. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money. And there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world and it's kind of sending this message that France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I don't think it was his book, but one that he promoted, La Péril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, meaning fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. And the key cause was, here's no, this one, I like this one too. You see, it says, Popular Illustrated Edition, Jewish France, La France Juive, means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning we have to like mount a massive, voluntary, and violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is written the word Sa'ira, this will be, meaning this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded Jew lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard de Roman, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. We should also note that at this time, in the 1870s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say, I'm a Democrat, or I'm a Republican, or I'm a whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Vote for us. We hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine it, but it actually happened like this. And the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation, right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France, they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said, yes, Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, he questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. He said, yes, are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that. And everybody thought that France was like, so forward-looking and so liberal to Jews and so kind and so, advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was like a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the hated Germans, right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupted into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period where still a lot of tension going on between France and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed, let's blame the Jew. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France, it struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen. It was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus's sword over his knee. Just an incredible demonstration of
complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture that guys like Edouard Drummond really built on. The Jews are our misfortune, right? The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in this cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total going in and out of prisons during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcry. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like, think Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate, probably not, but Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there in Washington, to get some information on his political enemies, and it blew up, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached, ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis for the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet and writer named Émile Zola, who actually had written, about a dozen really powerful novels. I read a few of them. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable, but he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus, because he was sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. Obviously, this guy was being framed for this. He did not do anything like this. There were definitely some other people who were still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, he wrote this remarkable historic article. You see, it covers the entire front page of this newspaper, L'Aurore, which means the dawn. And it says, "J'accuse," I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Émile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming down of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, in front page news, that this is a complete sham and a travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals of emancipation and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was back for yet another trial. I think he had 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then, it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon. But he was allowed to go free. His sentence was commuted, and the thing was put behind him. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for even suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people were charged by Zola and others of being the actual spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There was, a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus, this man Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial, that he said, wow,
If this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about the Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own. And for Herzl, that meant Israel and Zionism. And this really was what the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern-day Israel. Okay, let me pause at this point and see if you have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
In 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament, like posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was something like 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't have gone through all this, and they let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him completely innocent. They just said, okay, that's enough. Time served. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see Mr. What if I say Chabad? Maybe that Mr. Kranz will say something. Oh, I think Boston. Is that possible? It's so hard teaching on Zoom. I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions, arguments, there he is. Okay, okay, we're going back to the lecture then. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. I'll have to remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And it's primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I. And on the right, you see the way Europe looked after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in East Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided between three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire, they joined in the 1860s, and the Russian Empire. And then after World War I, Germany was shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country, right? You had these new countries like Czechoslovakia. Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. It's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there. Like if you were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism, you would consider yourself a winner. But there were a lot of people who considered themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it. And they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. But I want to focus for us today on getting to that point, just to give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century that goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways, but really important for history. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, the calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. In the Middle Ages, I don't know if I'm going to post this video. I guess I should, but listening to me to COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 1st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, meaning Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution. Whereas if you look to like German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia was still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews, for sure. They were still living in the pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have like, really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as later governments would, later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with like horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets. Just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, and I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter. And Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory. Their economy is in tatters. And in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let me start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "berg" in the name of a city is a Germanic word. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over and the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name back. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest for food supply, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up a brick and she threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad's Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed of itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? Yeah, they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially
an extension of the Tsar himself, and it's like they didn't have a any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of, and so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 15 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth, tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make their decisions. And what is happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although at the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There was lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time you get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to live so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling, and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they would compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, though, as his very first action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that, the Pale had massive numbers of Jews in it. Also, we'll note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the Pale of Settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is the technical term for the extreme left-wing parties that would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia, as we discussed last. It was not, a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy through a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. But he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around. We can get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successing over the region in October, this is a picture that says, Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, I don't know, nechiste. Mr. Vasilevsky, is your Russian better? Must be, right? You know what this word nechiste is? Chiste means to be clean. He's going to make this land clean, so that's probably. Lenin was going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin, and the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time you get to the end of the piece, Stalin is firmly in power, and both Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated. there is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement, and let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail. But the anti-communist Russians, of whom there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further malign this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization. And you can see this is supposed to be some kind of like Aztec ceremony, where on the right, you see there's a statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it. And then there are these, various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is the Soviet color. And you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Всероссийский Центральный Комитет, which means the All-Russian Central Committee of the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. VITSIC would stand for Vutsen Eden Kommandieren, where 10 Jews are in charge, or 10 Jews command. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like if you look at this particular list here, Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names, are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing, the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. You can see the Jewish guy here clearly so with the caricature and the payas, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to, I'm going to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at noonday. I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this?
Hello?
Hello, David D. Mr. Tuman.
Hi, Gene. How are you? When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you aren't saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin, they were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful and was going to fit the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there were
It
some.
sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact, and I say that's mildly. I mean, this is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazism. The totalitarianism, the forced arrests, the tortures, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews.
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he was a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror famine of the 1930s. He's part of Ukraine at that time. There's some really, really nasty characters here. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that they are in 37, 36, a lot of turned against the Soviets, realized that they weren't great.
Yes.
Like Jews who were Soviets, most of them had been purged. The ones left have probably been very crazy.
That is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after the one I'm going to talk about, in 2 bubbles, but I'll give you a short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before the revolution, right? They're old Bolsheviks, and Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskys, who really are like all in from the beginning and very anti-Jewish and things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about it, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, 1924, at the end of the NEP period, that's when you have a successive series of purges where the Communist Party says, wait a minute, we grew too fast. We have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe. And they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number. And in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it too. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube, I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the rapprochement. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation that there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February. And then in October, the communists take over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, wait a second, we don't want to be communist. We want to do things our own way, differently. Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, I want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians. We spoke about them in Khmelnytsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia in places like Kyiv reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, can we team up? And we need your literacy. We need your urbanization. We need a lot of things you can do. Support from Jewish communities around the world, maybe.
let's like create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for 3 years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it in a Dubnovian way. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine I'm somewhat famous. They translated my book there, and like that. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is one of the documents I found in the archives, where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten in there, specifically an I or an I with an umlaut. And the reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters. And in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add letters in, which was like hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car, or running between 3 cities in Western Ukraine, trying to avoid Red Army troops. But that was the extent of their government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea, let's involve the Jews in this, really kind of multicultural government, Minister of Jewish Affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. Especially true because right after, it should say pogroms of 1919 in this slide there, sorry, because when the communists took over, the entire nation just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the white Russians, who wanted either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out, but they didn't want the communists. You had the Ukrainian National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had army. You had Poland is also, resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a guy named Makhno, very active, Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who said on Tuesday, we're for the Ukrainians, and on Thursday, we're for the communists. And the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Pogroms, way beyond anything that they had experienced in 1881 or earlier. And you'll recall we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. In the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. Wildly liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where,
places to be attacked over and over and over again. Huge national outcry is doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally control the territory. And here's the point that I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Tuman. I'll get to in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do, do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also even to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in the eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you had, people like a group led by a man named Grigoriev literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites, and they had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against civilian populations. Not completely. There's about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were assassinated by the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the White Russians came into your town, or the Ukrainian Directory came in, or one of these gangs, you were going to have violence. And so many Jews immediately said, well, that's it. We've got to join the Red Army. And you have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of guys literally running out of base medrash, payas flying and not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or a rifle at a time. They actually had to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to wreak revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists looked like they were actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Tuman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Why the pogroms? Or what exactly were they targeting? They were fighting with each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? What did that do anything?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Himka, very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, hey, well, Abramson, why the Jews? Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go onto mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have some other people here. Oh, okay. My Revitson just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be super healthy tomorrow. All right, where are we? Oh yeah, Mr. Tuman's question, also John Paul Hilka's question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually received a specific name for it, called in Ukrainian, the Petlurivshchina, or in French, the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of the medieval period. It seems like the basic motive of Jews is right at the heart of human evil. People attacked the Jews. They were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in, the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. So it was just it was the worst of society. This is why the title of my book here, let's just go back for a minute. I
chose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it a prayer for the government? Recognize that phrase? Come on, LCM, you guys should know this.
We say other names now.
Yeah, good. Well, Pirkei Avos.
Heavenless power, sovereign office.
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government, for the peace of the government?
Otherwise, everything falls apart.
Yeah, and then the very pungent phrase, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. And so my book was really focused on this period of people swallowing each other alive because there was no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for years, that's the worst possible thing for Jews. So that's basically the motivation for the pogroms. Now,
even though they were in a
it's okay.
Even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish control of the region, but still they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, you'll have this goes into more detail than I planned for this lecture. You can read my book if you're curious. But two things: we should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was able to communicate its ideals to its own population. That, you know, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of people who join with them. So they're we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people for whom we don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions and why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they had about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they were down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. They say, oh, that's it. Let's fight for Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. We'll make this our own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. We're fighting against Jews or Mennonites. That's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at, this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation. And yeah, it scarred the Jewish world. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book, I guess that you wrote, the prayer for the government, I found that very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this mox like 19 who knows when, and it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar, for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania. I forget the title, and it has like their names and stuff. And it's like, I find it the coolest thing.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is a cool thing, and it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the welfare of the government. In America too, we definitely have to do it because we shouldn't think that America unders that you know, we wouldn't be exposed in this country too. Anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail is really quite fascinating with regards, a little bit more focused, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petiora. Interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person. He was actually a poet and a journalist and a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military backgrounds, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini and Hitler was an artist. You know, they were not, you know, generals when it came to power. Petliura came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government came to be because the communists took over. And one day he's walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petliura? Are you Mr. Petliura?" And he says, "Yes." And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead in the street. He is arrested, their way. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard stand up at the left there. However, he had brilliant defense attorneys who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times. It was the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petliura was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms of 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petliura deserved it for his role in the pogroms of Ukraine. In an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, the Dreyfus affair, a French jury convicted, they acquitted Schwarzbard of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting 1 franc in damages to Petliura's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because, the French jury essentially said that Petliura himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of, scholarship that went on and on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially on the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen the evidence on that. Personally, I think it's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some interesting things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews finding a rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, correct?
As can be, Professor. Clear.
Thank you. Okay, so let's wrap it up for today then. We'll pick it up. We'll begin with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm pretty confident I'll be in tomorrow Mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my shiur this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick. We will, God willing, start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. but God willing, we'll start tomorrow. Okay. Great learning with you, gentlemen. I hope you have an
Thank you,
excellent
Professor.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Short slam, Professor.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. 1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, you know, it was terrifying in the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence could make such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht, also just before the Holocaust, about 200 people, 260 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century and even in our own days. But they had a massive impact because over 3 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working. We're going to give up. We got to do something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devised. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies of dealing with this kind of, anarchy. The government cannot protect the Jews. So we won't go into that in more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society by raising to the ground the economic principles upon which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. Again, if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. And it was, I got my graduate degree, my doctorate, before the Soviet Union fell. And just as it was falling, I was writing my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialists. Wreck, actually. It was terrible. Because they figured that would be important for us to know these things, and all these different theorists, and all these different people, and it's like all garbage. Really. Yeah, a good chunk of it was made by Jews, as we. But for our purposes, thumbnail definition of socialism is this idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest levels in society and then using their positions, their perches high atop this economic pile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Hence the word socialism. Let's take the factory away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, you've done really great. Thank you for building these rockets and these electric cars and stuff like that. We'll take away all of your properties and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, meaning it belongs to the entire nation. And obviously Elon Musk and people at that class would not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses who say, well, I can't even afford 1 share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory and I have 2 Teslas in my driveway because we just took it over. Mr. Silver, you want to say something?
Many times that happened to Jews, the factory being big.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had experienced that in different contexts. Cuba is perhaps the best example of it in most recent times. Yes, Mr. Well, if you read Marx, which I wouldn't recommend reading lots of Marx because it's like crazy, but there's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of his book is Das Kapital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called družba narodov, the friendship of peoples, because everyone will love each other. You'll have the end of class struggle for lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was such an inveterate anti-Semite, who was born Jewish, he was baptized by his parents, like many Jews of the 19th century, but he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people, an unusual degree of hatred. He hated religion in general, and he called it the opiate of the masses. This will be very relevant as we get to the Soviet period a little later. What does that phrase mean? Religion is the opiate of the masses. Opiates are drugs. Opiates are drugs. Good. What are the drugs? You never know them. Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys are asking for a friend.
They numb the senses.
They numb it. They make you stupid, right? They make you slow. Have you ever seen like these 19th century opium dens? And by the way, well, we have a pretty sordid history with opium. I'm not Jews. I'm talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on the societies because it was actually very good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to like get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down, and they just want to do nothing and let the opium just work through their system. And it's like, it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is the opiate of the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christianity more than Judaism, but he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you were 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, and you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, and you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything, but you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on. In the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, it'll be like bokeh, it'll be so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path, and I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will receive my heavenly home. And that's what Marx was trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check, keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel, right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union, and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, so that's any questions about socialism for our thumbnail definitions?
Hitler doesn't create communism.
Oh, good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term commune, that we are all together in a community. But communism is simply split, one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. It's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any, can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel. What do you mean by Israel? Is the whole state, is the whole country socialist? It's one of the capitalist sort of environment for industry, for economy, but a little. Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in the semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted some things, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If we were pure capitalists, like total monopoly man capitalists, we would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want our society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing food for them. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, oh, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single-payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and they still have not completely solved the health care issue. But healthcare is a socialist idea, universal healthcare. And yes, there are problems with it. It needs rationing and stuff like that. But the fact is, they do have universal healthcare, and we don't. And that's bizarre. Yeah. So there are crazy things like that. Israel also has universal healthcare. Dr. Rosinski would love to talk to you about this at great length. But these are socialist ideas. So we do exactly. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is pure socialism. The kibbutz movement. What is the kibbutz, Mr. Ricky?
So they kind of take away everything from you in your farmland?
Yeah. Exactly. And how long have kibbutzim been in existence?
They're dying out now.
Slowly. About 100 years. Yeah, about a century. And it actually worked. Like they had kibbutzim. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons volunteered at a kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of the kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things. Like, for example, the shtenders and things that we have in our base medrash are made by Kibbutz Lavi, where one of my other sons also worked. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the kibbutz actually is stable at work. There are questions about is this, viable over another generation? And they've been having those discussions for about 10 generations now, maybe not 10, probably about 5 generations. But it still works. The reason why it's a form of socialism that works is because it's really small scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 1,000 people, that group of people can get together and say, we all believe in this and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union with millions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. It didn't work in Cuba, it didn't work anywhere.
My biggest things that in the historical process, the biggest flaw on this socialism, all these things is, okay, you took over the country. There's no look at how to be communist after you took over the country. Once you take over the country, it's like, oh, okay, there's sort of how much money we dictated. Like, there's no actual look at how to become this.
That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start kind of like clans and tribal, and they would go to a feudal society like we talked about in the medieval period, then they would get with industrialization to where we are as a bourgeois democracy, and then after that went on for a few hundred years, then we would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do if we leapfrog this. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this in the graduate school. We want to get back to our topic. So here we are. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism for reasons that we'll explore in future classes with something weird. The third, I think this is behaving weird.
This is the thing that's right there on the board. Object.
This object?
Yes, no.
Really? Brilliant. No, it's good. How did you do that?
In the exact spot where it was, someone was touching right there.
That must be it. Okay. Third option, 5, right? Third is Zionism. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, the idea of chivat zion, desire to go back there to Israel, is almost all the Jewish people, right? We've had this since the Babylonian exile. We've had it for hundreds and hundreds of years. As you're also aware, I'm sure, there were theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back, to live in the land, especially to die and buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state with a flag and an army and passports, stuff like that, that may have contradicted a particular Gemara in Shavuos, and so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most peoples didn't think of in terms of creating political states until the 18th century. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already, good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So like,
Yes, I think
and Kasubas, it's the Shavua, it's Tukirol. Look at how brilliant these students are. And watching this. Okay, that's good. Thank you. We'll have to look at it later. So the idea was that Zionism was like an ideal that we may live to, but no one really thought about actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a rather different response because essentially the Zionist movement here, of course, first famous moment is Mr. Krantz. Got to read that Pirkei Avos where it said, "Don't interrupt," right? So this is actually Ben Gurion. Herzl is in the picture in the background. He's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back and talk about his life. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option, just emigrating to some other land in Gauls, because we've done that before. We're just repeating the problem. And this whole idea of socialism, it's Meshuggah. We're not going to recreate Russia into some brand new economy. It's crazy. And in fact, it didn't will come out work out. What we will do, however, is we will stop history by moving back to Eretz Yisrael. We'll end this 2,000-year-old cycle of Galus by going back to the land of Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately mean the end of Jewish history because we'll have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot more about this because, amazingly, they succeeded. 1948, the creation of a state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of reestablishing a state, even 300 years after it disappears. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland by help. So we'll come back to that. That's the third option. A lot of Jews chose this, very popular. Fourth option, this one is a little weird. I think we're losing the battle here. But I think the other one, this one here, this move. Okay, so weird. Fourth one, this is a little weird. It was not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting resonance, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering, that Jews are scattered around the world. They live in small minority communities all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism, meaning they're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create communal structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, maybe we can actually do it here. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism, which was articulated by the great historian Shimon Dubnov, was this idea that you get all the Jews living in a country, to join a single voting bloc called a cadaster, and every Jew registers for that bloc, and then you get a minister that represents you in the government. You get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, to pay for your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadaster, you create your own Jewish parliament. And here in America, Canada, Europe, they have something called the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Goodnow imagined it, every Jew, like the Kehillah system, he modeled it on the Council of Lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot leave. You are part of the community, you pay taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't sort of opt in, opt out, affiliate, don't affiliate. So it does not nearly have as much strength as the way Goodnow imagined it. It has fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, and really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Agudas Yisrael was founded, as maybe the actual moment when it was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of these other, except maybe emigration. And the emigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a treif Medina, people would throw their stone overboard when they came to Ellis Island and things like that. So the religious Jews largely didn't want to have anything to do with any of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity to have a voice. And then a lot of things they cared about, like, protecting the Shabbos, like protecting Shmita, like maybe getting government grants to pay for yeshiva education, stuff like that. They wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like the Agudas Yisrael is the first of them, designed to protect essentially pre-modern values, using the modern devices of political mobilization. In some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a pre-modern society in place. Those are the 5 basic strategies. Jews fell into one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It is about to get very complicated now. Are you ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he has such weird political ideas. Because I'm now going to show you how this was translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your yarmulke. So, first of all, we have this concept called the political spectrum. Right? And we use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not precisely this. The basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis you have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people left-wing. They actually ask you to, the reason why we say left is because of the way the French Parliament was set up, and those people sat on the left side of the room, but their left wing is called socialism, they're pro-socialist, right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, thank you, Mr. Rubin, political science major, right? So this is when we say people on the left, people on the right, we mean they lean towards socialism if they're left wing, they lean towards capitalism if they're right wing. They lean towards, put it in American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved with our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. That's why the poorer people tend to vote more towards socialists, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, whereas the rich people will have to pay for them, so they tend to vote capitalist. There's a long-standing quip about Jews. I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, what was his name? He wrote for commentary. I think it was his name later, but he said that Jews earn like Presbyterians, Jews in America. Jews earn like Presbyterians. That's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They earn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families with less income and things like that. And that was basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may earn like Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan.
So after the fact that you know what so we are still the minority.
You got to repeat that story for an old man.
Does that have to do with the fact that even though Jews have gotten wealthy and succeeded and figured out the economy and everything, we still think of ourselves as a minority?
Well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should think of ourselves as a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are, really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of caring for the poor is like, we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have Peah, Orla, we have Peah, we have Shukah, we have Leket. It's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and give tzedakah. That's really central to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with the some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ isn't one issue, abortion issues, and a lot of areas where, traditional Jews don't feel comfortable. And so the shift happened that way. You add to that the fact that, in the last 40, 50 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them emulate their Presbyterian neighbors. So that's always it. But anyway, this is our American political spectrum, right? It's pretty simple, easy. Jewish politics is not going to be that simple. We have another axis. We have a y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on the bottom, you have something called fairness, known in Yiddish as Dorkeit. Meaning, do we believe that our lives should be exercised here in the Gullus, in the exile, in the diaspora, or should it be there in Eretz Yisrael? Zionism, of course. Not the wrong way. I got to be careful about this. It's like so expensive, right? Especially with this particular lecture, it's going to be really hard. Keep your hands off the board. There we go. So we have Israel politics. It's a separate axis altogether. In these four quadrants, you can place virtually all. Okay, let's go and let's see who does where. Over here, in the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. And diaspora meaning we want to do something here, and we want it to be socialist. You have this group called it's a General Jewish Workers Party, which means essentially group in German. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular. They were formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern Europe. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of Jewish proletariat working in the industries there, various, actual factory work. And they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about with socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that was kind of toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the workman's circle or worker circle. So that's essentially the Bund in America.
It's not like the news much, but a few years ago they made news because they still exist.
Yeah.
And they let the communist president, so because of the protests, they're blind spot radar, so they say.
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel to do this. Then you have over in this quadrant that we want to do what we want to do here, not in Israel, but we want it to be capitalists. We don't want to get into all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Dubno, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the federation movement, right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from ourselves and we will support ourselves and things like that. That's that politics. Now, when you go to the top of the line, then you have Zionism. All the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in East Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest movement. Rarely the outright majority, like if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them saying they want to be Zionists, and then you have 20 or 30 who want to be Bundists, and the remainder will be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said, and they're scattered in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here in our last quarter, so they believe in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Theodor Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. If you've been to Haifa, that's kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's sedate, it's calm, it's relatively, coexistence oriented. They have a large Arab population. Incidentally, one of my sons is planning to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have a very good marine major here at Turo, so he's going to go to Haifa and study the coral and they lash. But at any rate, that's kind of his model. Not the kibbutz socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl in Zionism, and I could fill this chart up with 40 other groups. It's crazy, but I will really pull out one of them that's really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names, but he agreed that Jewish society had to transplant itself to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist, but he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's show them. Let's use our medieval skills as shadlanim, as intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. So Jabotinsky had this idea that you're never going to get it done that way because non-Jews hate Jews. This anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face, but what really is going to make Israel exist is a machine gun. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to tell you in a minute that is more moderate, more amenable to American sensibility early, and then you see an extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar and let's, talk with the creative Palestinian states, stuff like that, two states. Though there are people who say that's ridiculous, it's out of the question. They are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and it's very, very alive in Israel today. But I'm going to put one more group in to make it a little more sensible. Then, of course, this that quadrant, who lives over here? This is a group called the Polei Zion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of a party, it really means communist. So these are, this is one of the most important organizations that helped build the kibbutzim, and they believed in, coexistence with neighbors. They lived in they believed in communal share of state and things like that. They're also prepared to defend the state. Like their kind of ideal model was a Jew who had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect the kibbutz, but on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagreed bitterly with people like Jabotinsky. They said that Jabotinsky, you're gonna fight with all of our friends. You're gonna make the British hate us. You're gonna make the Arabs hate us. It's gonna be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on peace and stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. Mr. Parente.
Does the religious political spectrum have any?
Mr. Parente, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture, right? Because this is, you can manage this, right? It is more complicated than the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, as Mr. Parente correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. Right? This side of the spectrum, capitalists, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna, keep Shabbos, lechatchila, I'm not gonna do that. But I'll be okay with it. There are definitely some religious figures here, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, is definitely a very religious person. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The kibbutzim, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority kibbutzim that are religious, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. I'll tell you a quick joke. It's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral, it was at an occasion that I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the consul general, and I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Shomer HaTzair kibbutz. A Shomer HaTzair, the young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They were like buying into the Marxist idea of religion as the opiate of the masses. And he said to me, I'm a guy, he said, when I grew up, we had everything on our Pesach table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our Pesach table. Nowadays, the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. The joke is the young people, they kind of stand with the last year or not. And he's sort of seeing their face here and killing. Okay. Anyways, so where does religion? So this side basically anti-religious, this side neutral, some maybe positive to religion. That's very low.
So what's the difference between the two groups, one and the socialism?
Because it's whether they support them in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea to go back over there and to get involved with the local people there, taking away Palestinian land, stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people were saying, no. We've had our experiences in Gulf. We're going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists. We'll be socialists in Israel. So you think it's not really...
Yo, welcome. How you living, Pam? What's good, son?
What up, Pam?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's going on, Richard Ray?
I love it how every time we always hype as fuck to see it.
Absolutely, Doug. All right.
You're one of the few motherfuckers on this app that actually does that.
Thank you. How much money are we losing?
You crazy. No. Here, hold up. Let me
Nets, how you living, pimp? Absolutely. How's that girl of yours?
wait. Yes, good.
Excellent.
Pretty good. There's a lot of shit that I don't like and should fucking change, but overall, the pros are outweighing the cons.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. All right. Are you ready to see Retro Rave get up like $1,200 and then blow it in like 12 seconds?
I like it with real money.
That's true. Dog, we're ready for Pink Pony,
Yeah, me and
all that shit. We're ready for our, what's that bitch's name? What's that bitch's name? Chapel Roan, Pink Pony Princess, Pink Pony Party. We're ready for that kind of hype.
Chapel Roan.
Yeah, dog.
What you thinking? Ready for Chapel Roan?
Dude, that's your song. Dude, that's his hype song. Of all of the hype songs that I would have chosen for Retro Raid, that was not it. Where's he going? Is he jerk himself off raw? I don't either. It sounded like he was having a. You're what?
We both came up gambling and shit, and pretty much now we're both on a put like half and half.
Okay. Retro Raid, you ready?
Ready, baby girl? You ready?
Are you streaming on Kick?
No.
Why not?
Probably should. Should I stream on Kick?
Absolutely. You want to document these times for future generations.
I'll do it next time because I will have my OBS set up.
Okay. Do you have Chappie?
Yes, I'm getting it on standby right now.
Yeah, of course you've got that ready, dog. That's number one on your playlist.
Nets, this is the song right here, bro. You gotta tap in. Quit playing with me. Actually, you know what's even a better song than Chapel Roan? I have one for you. No, hold up. Wait. This one. Turn your shit up, Nets, because I promise this ain't a gay song. You won't like this one. You ready for this? You promise I'll like this. I promise I'll like this one. Turn it on. I said you will. All right. I said you're not gonna not like it.
Don't you worry, Nuts. I heard what you heard.
All right, here we go, babe. Gonna bid up. Don't feel good.
Dog, quit with this dog shit, man. Download uBlock Lite right now, dude. Dude, you're wasting our time. uBlock Lite. uBlock Lite, right now. uBlock Lite. No. Oh, wait, you're on Mozilla? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, uBlock Origin's fine. If you're on Chrome, uBlock Origin's no longer available.
Here you go, lock in, Nets, lock in.
Pink Pony Club.
You guys still there? Which song? You up for a second. I heard this. Let's go inside. Okay. I'm still hungry. I want more. What's up, me? Where am I sending money? PayPal. Oh, here. I gotcha. So, I gotcha. You got silver intro this time. I don't even have that plastic bottle this time. I will on Friday, though. No, what you need to get is some cup water. Some what? It's called cup water, bro. You got 2 cans of those. I ain't never heard of that. What is it? It's really like a mixed drink can. Like tequila. But it's, yeah. I'm sending you. I'm not going to send that. The person that's cup substances. Wait, so I typed in your email and it said your contact. It says @cakeguy007. Yeah, that's it. Family. Well, I did just win $500, but thanks for the easy scam. See you later. That's fucked up. I was like, damn. Over $18, though? That's crazy. Yeah. You all want to do like that, Pete? Come on now. I feel like we're gonna come up. Wow, I just feel we're gonna bust right now. Okay, let me put on. You ever heard this song? This one goes hard. Check this one out. There's a fucking DJ in the bathroom. Yes. So it's just about turning it. Listen. All right, this part goes hard. You listening next?
Yeah.
Listen to this part. This part goes hard stuff. Who's Jared? Who the fuck is Jared? Love that part. Oh, YG with Shoreline Mafia? Oh, hell yeah. Ooh. Please. Have some more. No. Yeah. Damn. Hey, turn the video down real quick. So you want to start up playing black? What do you want to do? That's what I'm thinking. Or we go roulette and we go all in on roulette, so we good. Black or red or even or odd. I would say not all in, but I would say we go start off with Royal Riches Roulette. Oh, it's like Lightning Roulette, but it's the stakes version. Let's just play some fucking 20-cent. What's it? 50. Let's go 50. Alright. Yeah, let's just play. Yeah. 11, oh shit. 5. Well. Alright. Oops.
Is that a
Zero on a
is that a person?
That's crazy.
Is that a
Two on a idiot.
is that a fake person?
0.19.
Is that a fake person?
No, that's real. That's a real person. Oh shit. Okay. Damn, 16, my lucky number. Yeah. What do you know? Let's not play colors. Let's just play. All right.
Zero.
What you thinking?
0.
9, 11, 5,
0.
32, 36. 11, 5, 9, 3, 0, 36, 25, 16. You gotta get 32 for Kobe, bro.
His number's not 32. He was number 8 and number 24.
Who's 32?
Shaq.
I see. 32, let's go. Today. 100x on 7. 0, 36. Come on, 32. Something. We be open it. 16. 16. My boy. Shit always hits back to back. It's crazy. What? It ain't right there. So, function. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, repeat it. And then that is function. I play 7 and 8.
Are you sure this guy is real?
You think he's AI? He might be.
He's AI, dude.
He's not AI.
This motherfucker's AI.
Here.
Let's listen to him.
I can't even hear.
Right. That's the first sign he's AI. The other one would have some dog shit looking chick. He'd be like, all right, everybody, get your bets in.
What's the real thing? That's the lightning. It's lightning roulette. Oh. just has some like spades and shit.
Look how he.
I would say put another 50 cents on 10.
Look how he flips this thing in his hand. It's too smooth. It's not a real person, dog. You got tricked by a fucking bot.
Six, 5, 25. $16, okay.
What's that 16 been hammered, bro? Nothing. Oh, wait, we got a key? The fuck? What does that mean? I don't know. We got one. You have to collect them? That's weird. I don't know what that means.
Put another 50 cents on 5 and 9.
Yo, what up, Jay? My man, Jay. Jay, we're watching these guys blow their life savings.
11, 36, 9, 30, 21, 5, 16.
But we hit 16 again? That's insane. 24 on the Kobe. Let's go.
I don't think we got our money back there.
No, we have a 24.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we did. It was we up right now.
Dude.
I like 50.
Retro Ray.
Wait, we could go to blackjack or keep going?
Blackjack.
I would say keep going. Keep going.
You say what?
Repeat. Do this. We're professionals.
We're professional gamblers, bro.
Professional degenerates. I've seen Retro Raid himself lose a used car.
14? No, man. 14 is crazy. Man.
I said we do one more. If we don't hit them, we go.
Jay, do you see this? Jay, do you see this guy holding the thing? Is he a real person or is he AI? Exactly. But my man Retro Raid was about to propose to him. Right.
We got 30, right? 30? Come on, 30, bro.
Wait, now they have a chick up there? I still think it's AI.
That's what I'm saying. Now 30. 30's the smack. One? Yeah, okay.
Who's calling you? Your boyfriend?
My homie.
Well, tell them to join.
Yes.
Welcome.
What's up, user? Tonka. What up, my boy? Locking in.
Yeah, say wait. You want to do?
Feel me?
I say we go poker round. I say we go poker round.
Think so?
Oh yeah.
I've seen Tonka come up. Well, all right, what's the move?
Let's go player.
How much?
$2. Some nigga like cheeser. Alright,
Hey, let's go.
Monkey.
Why do you say monkey? Monkey's crazy.
Alright, we won that. Run scene.
No, look. Alright.
Put another $1 on the plate. What's so funny? What's he gonna pay us?
It's the natural 9. Natural hitter 9. Come on. Come on. Guitar would be good too. Damn. Let's say we double the player. Hey, what's that? Your tits? Yo, chat's going crazy. Show us your tits. Huh. 10? Oh. Come on, time. What the hell? Now what? I'm not feeling it, bro. I think we go blackjack. You can't even see. You go blackjack. There's no spots ever on this shit, man. There we go. 67. There ain't no spots on here either. What the heck? What the fuck? I gotta read my neck. Come on, bro. We need to get a spot in here, man. Retro. I'm gonna take this and I don't normally want to do it. Yeah, $200 minimum. Oh, what the hell? How do you feel about playing Limbo? Yeah, I can't lie. I just smacked off of it, but yeah, it's good. But like, how do you feel about holding? Like a 90X? Yeah, I'm like 50 cents. 25, yeah. Like smart. How think about that for us? Oh, no. Well, why there's no sound.
Not this game, dude. Dude, you lost your ass at this game.
Yeah, but I also came up off it today.
Dog, I knew you lose $1,200 faster than I could blink.
Boy, I upped the bet too. Look, why did I up the bet? Literally, that bet that I upped it is smacked.
Okay, how much are you?
25 cents. Go down to 50. Go. Pay down to 50. 25 cents down with the bet. Pay down to 50. Quick. Heat check. Oh, heat check. Heat check, boy. Heat check. Heat check, boy. Hey, what was your favorite thing to say? Come on. Never back down, never what? Hold the line. No, keep going, nigga. You ain't done. Keep going. Keep going is crazy. You sure? Alright, stop, nigga. What, the 50 cent though? No, stop. Now what? Now we go to House Blackjack. You like 8? Start off with. Start off with 4. Yeah. 18 against the 2. Stand. Oh, you can split it. I can split it too. No, stand, bro. Stand. You can't block. You can split it though. I know, but this might get more cards. Look, you get points right now. 11. Bro, I couldn't totally split that. I know, but we would have took this card. Maybe. Yeah, you're right. Let's say maybe. Come on, let's get to 100 finals. You gotta. No, double? No. Yeah, fair. No. Hold up. We got a 4. Against a 2. That's a double. No, What? User, what you gonna do? 14 against a 2. Fuck it. Yeah, boy. What I tell you? Oh my god. Double the bet. Oh, great. Come on, man. You put it. You don't think he has a 17? You think he has a 10 under the I honestly am going to say this. What? I can't make this call. That's right. Tonka. We need Tonka right now. Users. Fuck, he's not the computer, I guess. Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
Rabbi, we need a Jewish prayer on what to do.
Here we go, baby. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Let's go, baby.
All right, boy, we hit it.
Yo, pimp.
Oh my god. What do we do it?
I have GoPros.
What?
Yep.
Anyway, it's the only way, bro.
Thanks, baby. Word, dog.
What the fuck? No, I'm not taking that. I ain't taking it. I'm not. You already know, brother. You know I ain't taking no for an answer on this one. There what?
There you go, pimp.
I gotta ask my sugar daddy for my money. That's crazy. Once you put in, Phil, you gotta put in first. Blood in, blood out. You gotta get jumped in first, bro. So you said you'll do anything. All right, I'll give you $50. Listen. I'll give you $50 if you suck on a doorknob right now. I'll suck on a doorknob. Yeah, but you have to do it on camera. All right, then. No, you said you'd do anything, bro. I'll match him $50 to put toothbrush up your ass. That's wild. Hey, no cam, no wham. I'm doing it for $20. Fuck yeah, they get it. No cam, no wham. Yeah, hey, you don't want to go on camera, man. That's not good. Where'd you go, user? Hey, user, how much you putting in on this round? You putting in? I got 65. How much you putting in? This motherfucker. Say you not the bet. Yeah. I like Kev Gamble. We saw what happened when we let Kev Gamble. Kev Gamble, he came up and he didn't send 20 back. Talk about like Kev Gamble, you crazy, bro. Hey, user, you think you blew out for something or what? And I deposited 50 and I turned up. And you came up hella bread. Yeah. Nigga, you should have sent me at least a 20. What did he say? He said, go to Crash, put all your money in, bro. Put on 1X so you can wager it. All right, we're going to put a song on, user. Hey, I'm about to put y'all on, all right? I'm going to put you on right now. I got a question. Hey, I got a question for you guys. You guys ever take a risk?
My whole life is a risk.
Nets. Nets, you ever take a risk? Yeah.
What up, Tim?
Home with a handbag full of gifts. Your balls stick to your thighs. The fuck you want, bro? Testosterone boosters, Adderall, Tadalafil. 30 milligrams, bud. Oh, he said I do Adderall with Xanax with testosterone replacement.
Retro Ray, what's your status? Are you up or down? Are you up or down?
We up.
How much?
That nigga wild.
How much are you up?
I'm up. I got 2.8 in the bank right now. Dead ass. 280. I don't know, bro. Why are you coming here asking questions like that? Are you a fucking informant? Yeah, you a fed? What's wrong with you? Hey, my face is on camera. That's what my bad, brother. What do you need? Got a different plug. What you got, nigga? Let me hear that. You told me you ain't need, nigga. What you got? What you got, Mr. Ness? So you ain't need me, nigga. What you got, man? Check out little train, nigga. You know, I'm in the little spider, niggas. What bag's at? I'll show you. That nigga cooking in the bag, man. I know you have your bag. Hey, listen, I can't show you the full dirt, nigga. This shit, I know this on the script, but it's not full. The dirty nigga in the lights. Damn, so we all plugged in. You sounding like a fed right now, bro. I'll put it for you, nigga. You ain't calling the fed. He sound like a head. I don't know, but it's like that. You come in here sounding like a typical white boy. Hey, y'all got any pops up? You got any NyQuil? Yeah. Suspicious how he be going in and out too. Hey, here. You see this nigga? In your business? In this thing. I'm killing myself, nigga. I'm killing myself, nigga. What is that? Is that weed right there? Yeah. Damn, Flo. I said, really? That's a lot. Is it good shit or what? Bless it now. Good Eddies. Good Eddies. Hey, y'all over here talking about boozing. You think, Rabbi, why don't you turn your camera on? Let's see what your goofy ass look like. So you keep saying exactly, because you're a fed. You in a fed station right now talking to your informants, fucking logging your shit on a notepad. You be tripping right now. You be on some bullshit.
find a way on her your camera like
He does refit. Yeah. He works for the private sector, guys.
Hey, you need to beat your landlord ass for putting that junk in your fucking wall like that. That's how you got
That shit's fucked.
Bring him in the air.
Rosie and his TV as a mom. That's wild. All right, if you about that life with some paraphernalia, then oh my gosh. You pump fake. You pump fake.
Look, yes, it is ID.
Man, I just sent his ID.
Bro, you cool as hell. This is your ID. Picture your face so I can scan it and put it on the 3D doll. You really gonna wreck it. No, 15 different ways.
Hold on. 1 second. I'm overdoing my back.
That thing got a 65-inch fucking Vizio Walmart flat screen. That shit crazy. That shit just fucking wild.
There he is.
This bitch using my referral code. Bro, this bitch using my referral code on Handle, and she put in $10. He got a $25 bonus using my code, and I got $50. She's like, "Where's my $50?" That bitch really did not my ass. Like, what the fuck? Bitch, you got $25, but she was fucking asking your brother to teach you how to gamble real quick, bitch. You let my bitch. Yeah. I'm in a whole relationship now.
This is my boy right here.
Like, don't go around.
Yes.
Don't go around, nigga.
Ness used to hit like $10,000-$15,000 settlements and shit on Prize Picks and FanDuel. Students got the promotion.
Yeah, most of them, man. So I got worse. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. No,
Money to 2,500. I'm really turning up. Hard rock, IRL, move online, gambling,
Yeah, you be going to Hard Rock. You go to Hard Rock, folks. But this boy Ness, is good at poker until you get banned.
They gonna pay so much until they get money. I'm 1-2 up in there. I hit 2-3 bands.
He's trying to scoop you. That's crazy.
ain't gonna lie to you, bro. It's been a hard thing to play.
Look at that Nets.
That nigga is the cool 5K on the coins. I respect it, though. I know the thing.
So no more than a little.
Nice shit.
That's my, hey, I ain't trying to fuck you. I know the color 20s.
Out of 10. The lights on, you damn me.
Who is this day nigga, bro? He's like, that's some something. Show me a wow.
He's like, said all the shit talking about I'm gonna show my paraphernalia. He left the call. He keeps leaving and joining. This is weird. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Can I have mod? Dollar bill or five bucks. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi, can I mod?
You spend a week in here 24/7. You can mod.
I do what?
Spend a week in here 24/7.
He said at least show us. All right. Let me have mod up front.
No, that's not how it works.
Hard like anything game at
I can't even talk shit. Like I wasn't this broke. He was like, cart, fucking. You want a loaf of bread? Hey, what color is your dash pass card? I'm curious.
Oh yeah, I got all 16 digits right there.
Hey, what color is your Navy Fed card? I'm curious.
He's put up, bro.
You got Navy
all
Fed.
16. No cover or nothing.
Shit on it, boy. Hey, Jay, what color is your DT balance? Hey, you know we got this though. You feel me? You got this right here. Nets. You got this shit right here, boy. I didn't even get a pro card. I got a fucking sapphire. Is that how it was? Yeah, that's not I lost my worst one night at the hobby club. I literally went there with my last line bitch on this nigga. I came to that bitch with 10 reps. I said, I'm going to leave 8 bands in the car. I'm not coming back to the bitch. I went back to the car and teleported home. I was like, I'm back home. I got drunk, even more drunk. Started playing fucking $500 fucking vodka in this
Yeah, that's literally where they fuck you, bro.
That's insane.
I swear to God. I take the shots and they drink. I was in the TM going back, in the TM going back. I'm like, yo,
I swear to God, when you play blackjack with nobody at your table on like Gen Pop, nigga, they bro. 21, nigga, fucking 20, fucking you get fucking 15, 13, 15, 13. No pairs.
I found an empty table. I played like 3 hands and I think 2 hit 20 and 1 hit 21. Smack that. All $100.
Nigga, I'm not fucking.
Then I hit like a random ass table.
They saw it come from dark shit, nigga. I'm going to like Recon or fucking Motor City. Good shit. Well, I got a link up.
Hey, Jay, real life slide.
Jay, send me your page down. I mean, fuck.
Don't eat without.
I'll don't get you $1 too. No, PayPal. PayPal. All right, send your cash app. Did you want to break the bitch? Sorry, no. Send your cash app. All right. Hey, if we all send $1 break it, your plug might be able to take the amount of paper for a card. See your phone. He paid a we'll send you $1 cash app, boy. Alright, where'd you send it to? Where'd you send it? You can get to send it. DM me. So, What's your cash app? Reply to the DM. You don't have a honey bun. You don't have a cooler. You gonna buy some ramen and a cooler. Yeah, cat food for 50 cents. Hey Jay, send me your cash app. That nigga about to eat a can of dog food is crazy. I would. That's the use, right? That's all I got. Crazy. See the fever, huh? Jerry Garcia. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna send it to you unless I know your real name. I can't even lie. He said, send me your real name and I'll send it to you. I don't do no fraud on my cash app. You ain't get more cash app, bro. Jason, bro. Okay. Alright. I'm sure it's Jason. Rabbi, you hear this thing? He about to put a can of dog.
I'm ready for it. You won't need a doorknob.
I think my dog fucked it up. She gonna eat, man. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jay, this is for you right here. Hold up. I gotta craft again. I wonder why. Maybe you should restart your router, bro. Alright, bro. Alright. It's all good.
I'll send you for your social security number. I'll send you. Yeah. It's crazy. Literally, you gave me a counter. You gave me a counter offer. You don't live with your people, do you? Shit, bro, you better take a whole bottle of Mountain Dew and cut the top off. Strange name, dang.
Get out of there. I know you want to fuck with the dog so bad, but no. Come on, Oscar. Come on. Oh my God, bro. Now that's need to call and check. The hell. The feds are on our shit, Conka. We're gonna slowly go down one by one right now.
Pressure is pressure making 40 minutes.
03 Greedo. Trap House. Melrose Avenue. No sheets on top of my bed. I'll be here in the morning. in the trap house. No sheets outside my bed. In the morning, it's outside my bed. In the morning, trap house. Muscle. Hey, you guys know this song? New face, baby. Hey, Tom Cook. Tom Cook. You rep with blue or you rep with red? Who you rep with? What? I said, are you Crippin or are you a blood? Who you rep with? I said, I'll fuck with blood. This funny. All right, dude. Good luck with your bet. All right, bro. Blueface still in prison? Yeah, he's in Lancaster. He's in Lancaster prison. That's crazy. Yeah, Blueface is in prison. He's in Lancaster. Wow. He violated his probation. I don't know. Oh, fuck. This shit goes hard too. You know this song right here? I'm trying to make the boys, man. In the club, in the game.
But then shit, on that little bit of that, my baby, she dead with me. So honey, come on me, you know, let's go get what he said. But God, 200 plus shots come on me, though. What he said, I just said a word, little birdie gonna go and chase him. That's a shit. Goddamn, on my city, we done thing, and he gasping. Tell them niggas playing. Woo! A lot of niggas probably be real shit. Shit get dangerous. But the AD, that's that gay shit. It's that shit that's young niggas. They say back in the day. Real brag, brother. Hey, Tonka. That was real brag. You hear that? That was tight as hell. What's that? Tight brag. That's the boys, man. It was hard. They got fused. So you could get put on if you wanted to and like be on a label and all that. You just don't want to be in debt type shit. My own. Oh, you hear? Oh shit! I don't have a beat. Oh, I have a beat. Wrap them up in sheets. Turn around that ticket nut so I can make some cheap. Oh, my nigga, you said that. You gotta buy my both. You know, get a 10. If I order that, this thing, especially not that cheap. User. User. Yeah, pause that right quick. I don't know. Look at trust. Hey, look at my screen real quick. I want to show you this. Guesses.
Retro Ray, how'd you do? Welcome. How are you, Haven? Kicking ass, taking names. What's new with you?
I don't know, man. Not much. Some tea. Most drink English breakfast, black tea with a lot of honey and half and half.
All right. Why that?
So that's what I'm having.
Why is that your drink?
That's just like my favorite. Yeah, that's just my favorite. I like the way it tastes. Do you always stay in that type of lighting? It looks kind of reddish. Are you always in that type of lighting?
Well, I mean, I go outside my room, so no. I go outside, no, but I usually have a pink in here just because it's unique, but also I have bad vision and bright lights hurt my eyes, so I dim it.
Yeah, I don't like red lights too much either. I mean, unless I'm outside at nighttime, I prefer to have it kind of dark.
I've got you.
How you feeling today, Manny? Is everything going alright? You
Yeah,
had a good day, bad day?
good day. Thankfully, things are going okay.
Did you find some interesting stuff to watch?
Well, I enjoy watching Jewish history lectures, and I'm just creating robots. So that's what I've been doing. How about you?
You create the yeah, I just did my day job and then I was like watering my plants and then I just got made some tea and stuff.
Very cool. What kind
How
of
do you create robots? Is that like what do you do to create those?
I use software that basically it's called macro software that memorizes your mouse clicks.
Oh, nice. Cool. That's awesome.
What kind of plants?
How do you tell it to click on like?
Go ahead.
Like, I'm assuming the robots are like commenting on Twitch. I mean, or on Kick or something, right?
Correct.
So, are those robots for like Kick comments? Yeah. Then it's like, how do you tell it to click a random user? Because if it's just your mouth, is it always going to be the same one every time? Or?
Yeah, I mean, you program where you like it'll scroll for you, so you program it to scroll, and you can randomize it.
Oh, nice. That's cool. So listening to your channel, like I have it open on Twitch. I think. Wait, let me just double check right now. I'm just gonna listen to it right now. Yeah, well, what I noticed is that it's kind of hard to hear the documentaries that you play.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't know how to improve that, but
Too worried about that.
I'm wondering, like.
The documentaries are for me. They're not necessary for other people. If other people want to watch it, that's fine. But if they just want to watch a documentary, they should go directly on YouTube and watch it there.
So do you like to stream like to connect with humanity then, or because some people do that, they just like they feel like they're connecting with the world. Because like if you can't, well, first off, the documentaries are like specific to Jewish history, which isn't, I mean, it's cool to know about, but it's not gonna like help the world or whatever.
Yeah,
but then you can't even hear them, so that's not gonna help either.
That's not the subject of my streams. I'm the subject of my streams. So people watch my stream to see what I'm doing. If they want to watch Jewish history lectures, they can go watch those on their own. They can come in here and probably get a better view on it and better sound. The purpose of my streams is to really archive human behavior for a long period of time. That's what's important to me.
I see. But well, I was streaming. How about that? Like, couldn't you just do that without streaming? Just like a video camera on yourself or something? Or
Yeah, sure. But do you know how much?
what's the added benefit?
Do you know how much data like I generate per day on 22 different streams? To do that on a video camera, then I just have a bunch of like SD cards. That doesn't help me. I want to be able to share it with the world. I want people to be able to view it. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? Are you ready for me?
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
Hello, I had to, hello. I have to turn my volume back. We are getting like 2 seconds to turn the volume up. I got the volume up. I'm ready.
Excellent. Mr. Aquarius and I are going to play 2 games of bowling. And this is our nightly ritual, or our nightly tradition, I should say. Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
Yeah.
I didn't understand. Yeah, I broke up a little bit. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I have to reset this device. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yay!
So I didn't understand. Like you said, so the streams. Are you saying like the NSA will because the NSA like records all the internet data, right? So you're saying it's being archived by the NSA, or are you personally having it as well?
I mean, I archive it on Amazon servers and Google servers and Rumble servers.
Yeah, but you mentioned like all the streams. So you're saying having those different streams lets you archive it easier onto those servers?
Yeah, I mean, if I just did it with like a video camera, I would run out of videotapes or digital storage quite quickly. So being able to store all the data on other platforms makes it easier, and then also makes it easier for people to watch it. Nice spare, Miss Aquarius.
I thought like Twitch deletes your videos after a certain amount of time. I never turned that feature on. I never turned recording videos on. But I thought they deleted it. I guess maybe they don't.
Yeah, they don't make it available to you at 30 days for a normal account and 90 days for a Twitch premium account. However, that I still think that they are storing it. They just don't make it available. YouTube, however, stores it indefinitely, as does Rumble.
Oh, nice. So it's like a secondary goal, not only you to have access to those storage, those stored videos, but also for it to just be disseminated amongst the internet.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so it's like increasing kind of like people's knowledge about you at the same time as making your own kind of diary.
That's correct. Nice spare, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah. Cool. What about the naysayers who claim that you're only doing this for money? What do you say to those people? I say it doesn't really make sense because then you would just have one. If you're only doing it for money, you would only have like one Twitch account, for example, and just focus all the traffic on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I would do my best to monetize. I don't care about money. I don't care about monetization.
Thank you for the questions.
No
wait,
problem,
I have
Victor.
one more question in my chat.
Go ahead.
Are you Are you a real Rothschild?
Yep, it's my last name.
Oh, cool. And then
Nice strike.
someone said that you tried, but you got banned.
Thank you.
I was.
They said that you tried to monetize, but you got banned or something.
When I first started to stream, I went through the monetization program, which was like, I think at the time, 2,000 followers, and this was just on YouTube. But I wasn't accepted for monetization because my content isn't it's not advertiser friendly. So I stopped trying. And then Twitch, I've never tried to monetize. I don't ask for money. I don't ask for money. So if you're okay. If I was trying to do this for money, I would ask people for money. I don't want their money. Wow, Miss Aquarius. 2 strikes in a row.
Yeah, church rights. Yeah.
I'm curious, like, I don't know, it may be like an indescribable feeling. It may just be like self motivation, you know. Like why, like me, I like to find treasure. Right? I may have mentioned that before, but I like to find treasure, and I can't describe why I like to find treasure. It's just you know, I just like to do it or whatever.
Okay.
I'm wondering, are you able to describe why you want to, you know, disseminate your videos as well as have an archive of your time?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like anybody who has ever written a diary or a journal likes to archive whatever happened to them over the course of a day. I like to do that as well, but I just do it through video.
Yeah, I used to when I used to like to diary. It was because I knew I wouldn't remember details about my life. You know, it makes it more meaningful, those details.
I agree.
It makes life more meaningful because, yeah. Because you actually like, remember the
Nice spare.
day because you can read about it or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nice
Whoa,
drive.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Miss Aquarius, you've destroyed me. Good job.
Thank you.
So Aquarius, my friend Todd, he's a bartender at a bowling alley. But I think I think he's developing a drinking habit though because he keeps on going to work and keeps drinking at work.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think
Oh no, that ain't good.
Do you go?
They ain't supposed to drink at work, man. I used to. My best friend, we do it for fun, but I do it for fun. We do it for fun, but you know, we haven't been in a minute.
Yeah, I haven't been in a long time. Yeah. I used to play billiards too, like pool, but I haven't played that in a long time.
Yeah, man, I'm not good at that, and I'm not good at that. What is that? There you go. I'm trying to get there.
That's okay. You won, I won.
Yeah.
I won a game, you won a game. We both are winners.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius.
I saw Trump cheats at golf. It's called Golf Gate. Like Trump has his caddies just he has his caddies just drop the ball so he can hit it close to the hole. And he only wins at the golf courses that he owns because he cheats there so much. And then all the other golf courses, he always comes in the bottom half of the leaderboard. Yeah, because he can't cheat at those other ones because he'll get caught. Oscar De La Hoya said that when he played with him, Trump was cheating all the time. And then someone else, they wrote a book about how he cheats at golf all the time. I tried to tell Zylo, I tried to tell Todd about Golfgate, but they don't believe me. They don't want to acknowledge that Trump is like a golf cheat. And Todd told me that I have like a Trump derangement syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah.
He claimed I wanted to do something sexual with Trump. It's not true. He's the biggest golf cheat in the world, Donald Trump. Someone's gonna write a whole book about it, and if there's actually 2 videos online with him and his caddies just dropping balls.
There was already a book written. There was already a book written and published in 2018.
Yeah. Maybe that's the book that I was referring to. Like, I was just reading an article about it. It's so funny. Would you go to Mar-a-Lago if you got an invite? Or I don't know if I would go.
No.
I may feel a bit uncomfortable. Maybe worth it if they give me like a very expensive steak or something.
Yeah.
Who knows what goes on at Mar-a-Lago? I think the reason why like he's able to do it is everyone just accepts that they're there to kind of suck up to Trump. So they're like, all right, let him cheat, and then I was saying to my stream the other day that like it must be so funny after the tournament when he's standing in the ballroom like drinking a cocktail or whatever he's doing in the ballroom, and then all the other people are going up to him saying, congratulations on your win, congratulations on your win. And they know that he cheated. He knows he cheated. And they're all just like, to him, and he's just like feeling good about getting all these congratulations that he cheated. So I'm saying golf. I go on Twitch.
Are you a gamer?
I mostly just like do a lot of boring stuff. Like I do my day job, and and then I stream my day job, and then at nighttime I'll be like sitting on my computer doing boring stuff, and I'll stream that. And then sometimes on the weekend I'll be digging holes and planting trees and streaming that. And it just makes me bored. It's all boring. I have the most boring stream. Number one most boring stream on Twitch, and that's why people like it. They like to explore the extremes of boredom. It's like a mental challenge for them. They say like how deep can humans drive into boredom? And I try to take it deeper. It's like hot yoga. I don't want to ask that thing. I don't want to ask.
You're streaming now?
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm just saying, because a few of my viewers had questions for Grandpa, so. No, I was trying to delve, like, I was gonna get into, like, Alaskans. You know? I don't know if it's much. I don't think so. No, I'm looking at
I see you.
huh?
I see him.
Me?
Mhm.
Me? Yeah, I'm the number one most famous boring streamer on Twitch. I'm also the number one installation streamer. I'm also the number one installation streamer, like changing my installation. And I'm also the number one hole digger, because I dig a lot of holes on Twitch. I've never seen someone dig as many holes as I've done on Twitch. And my holes are the deepest. Like you'll see people riding a tractor.
Tell him I said hello. I can't really say. Tell him I said hello.
Yeah, Chief said, yeah, he can hear you. He can hear you.
Hey, C1376. Hello. I don't have a couch, so I can't really type. Hello.
Cool.
I don't even have I have a MacBook there, but I want to get a Pro because it'll be more stronger. And yeah, I be mostly on my phone and my iPad. So yeah, I can't really pick. So I wish I could. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a Mac too, but I can't play games on Mac. I use for a while I wanted to play this one game, Hell Loose. I couldn't play it on the Mac, so I used this service called GeForce Now. It's like a streaming gaming thing. It's like you play it online as opposed to like on your computer. But you have to pay monthly for that. So that's annoying. So I don't play anything anymore. I just a little bit. I was playing what's it called? Call of Duty Mobile phone. I was getting too angry.
I went over Legends, but that's a lot of space on the phone. I was like, no, I'll be out. Yeah, Mobile Legends, a lot of people play.
Oh yeah, so while I was getting too angry, I was developing an anger issue from playing Call of Duty and getting angry at Call of Duty. I was developing an anger problem.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Because I was getting pissed off at Call of Duty. And then I was playing it like twice a day. And then I was walking around all pissed off.
Well, that's not good.
Oh, Chief had a few questions for you. Mr. Grace says, "Where are you from? What work do you do?"
Wait, what did you say? How do I gotta look? Wait, never mind. I can't look no more. Okay, what she say? Where I'm from? I'm from Georgia, United States. And what else?
What work do you do? Yes.
I work at an auto auction as a office specialist. which is like an assistant where I pull folders that got titles in them, or my other coworkers that deal with customers and phone calls and stuff. I help them to make their job a little bit easier. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what she said.
And then last question he wants to know. He says these were prompts for something or other. I don't know. But he said, "How was your day?" He wants to know how was your day. Wait. He just wants to know. Yeah. Yeah.
So you got 0 ribs,
I don't know. He was trying to raise you up with like these questions, but
Do you have any other ones? Any other questions before I gotta go to bed? Do you have any other questions?
yeah.
Any other
Yeah,
questions?
he just wants to know how. Yeah, he said, how was your day? Last question.
What up,
was,
Zoo?
How was your day?
Okay, man. Hey, Zoo. They got your friend, Rella.
I know. Zoo, you ready?
Yeah.
Now he's trying.
They were for him.
He's trying.
Security comes in. Oh, okay. Well, it's okay.
It's like
It's okay because I see the text, so it's all right.
He was trying to deflect his like subliminal strategy. He's trying to like cover his subliminal strategy of like trying to influence you with a sheet of blame onto me. But I'm not the one to blame. It's not me. It's kind of MK Ultra type of subliminal messaging through these questions.
Yeah, dog.
Holy shit. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
All right, yeah. I am going off to bed. Good to see you. Hey, it was nice to meet you.
Take care, Mr. Aquarius.
He's okay, you're gonna live it. You could have done an extra minute there.
Yeah, right. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
God willing, we'll see you.
All right. God's willing.
Just help me right now.
Okay, Zoo.
Extra minute. Not an extra minute, right?
Okay.
There we go.
Are you proud of that move?
Not really. You fucked up. You know how you fucked up, brother?
Let's see it, Zoo. Good move. Hydro Rush.
Right. I still got a break. Good move. Good move. Really good move.
Thanks, baby.
They decided.
Zudo, are you ready to do stand up on Monday?
Monday night, yeah.
Do you know what you're gonna say?
Yeah.
Excellent, man.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How do you know?
My mom's praying. You don't need to do, baby. My mom's told me.
That's sad.
Wasn't my choice.
I mean, how'd she drop you? Were you like?
There's nothing that.
Did she drop you like from a big distance? Did she drop you from like a big distance? Zoo. Zoo. Gonna go? What'd you say, big dog?
I have coordination and concentration issues from being dropped on my head.
How do you know that?
How do I know?
That you have coordination and other issues because of that.
Because my coordination skills and my concentration skills are poor.
Okay, but how do you know that's from when they dropped you as a baby?
Are you saying it could be something else? Not what?
It could be just that's how you are naturally.
How many babies is dropped on the head?
I don't know. That's a statistic that I don't think is tracked that closely, but should be.
You think it's a lot?
Oh, I'm sure it's more common than it's publicized.
Were you dropped in the head?
No, I'm perfect.
Do you feel like that is going to like concentration and coordination, or do you think it's something else?
I think it's something else. I don't think it had any effect on you. It could have, but I just don't think so.
Why do you think not? I wasn't hospitalized.
Yeah, I understand. You're done. Um, I just think that if it you would have had more issues earlier on. Like you walk generally pretty fine, you see generally pretty fine, you seem like generally a normal person, and most of the things that you think are wrong with you are in your head. I'm not saying that that's completely true, but a lot of the things are. Zoot, you're done. I'm going to beat you right here. Yeah. Because on this one, if you connect red tiles together, you get 5 points damage.
Going again.
Oh, fuck yeah, we are.
Let me do something.
All right, Pimp.
You know what the worst part is, though?
That you don't confirm your match monsters quickly.
Yeah, also, when I was 13, my mom decided to be friends with this woman. And we would go there, and she has a 3-year-old child at the time. The 3-year-old child decides to throw a Hot Wheels car at my head like he was robbing it in. Like he was robbing it in.
I don't think a 3-year-old would know that.
I know. I know, but it was like, it's just like, is family trying to fuck my brain up or what? They're like trying to make me more retarded. I mean, Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp.
You could go outside tomorrow and someone could run a car into you if you keep giving it, and your concentration and coordination issues could be bad as bad as mine.
That's true. Eel leaf, dog. Hydro rush, baby. Psycho Bite, baby. Yo, pimp, make your move.
Sorry, the Discord disconnected.
Make your move.
My Discord disconnected.
Okay, well, make your move.
How much time do I have left?
12 seconds.
There we go.
Good job.
Bye-bye. You missed out on what I was saying.
I'm listening to you.
I said I don't know if it was the incident where I had to the fact that when I was conceived, I think when my parents were having sex and they were drunk, which could have contributed to my vocal coordination and changes.
That doesn't that now that one is incorrect. That one doesn't have anything to do with that. You could be flat out drunk, raped, because you're just like an egg and a sperm at that point. It's nothing to do with that inebriation has nothing to do with your coordination. It does not. Or else they would get illegal to be drunk when you're having sex.
That's impossible.
It's not impossible.
To make it illegal without being drunk when you're having sex.
Yeah, they could just prohibit alcohol like they did in the United States between like the 1920s and early 1930s.
Do you think what I said doesn't make any sense?
I don't. I don't think that the fact that one of your parents, who may or may not have been drunk when you were conceived, has anything to do with your coordination today.
You don't?
I don't. I think that that's not intelligent thinking. I think you're looking to make excuses. I don't think you need to just come up with random excuses.
What about the road? Okay, then with the vaccine?
And I don't know. I think that you could just be a little different. But I think you're just coming up with excuses. There you go, Zoot. Uh-oh, Zoot. Are you ready for this? Heel leaf.
Do you think there's no cause people would just warn the way they are?
No, I think that there can be some issues, but like, I don't think there's any denying you have Tourette's. I think that's That's legit. That's legitimate. But the other stuff that you say that you have, especially a severe case of it, I just don't. I don't agree with it. And I think that if you wanted to, I think you could work through the Tourette's with enough therapy. I do. I think that there's a way to do it. I'm not saying that it works every time, but I'm saying that I think if you wanted to, you could work with a therapist to make that less of an issue.
Has this been studied?
To some extent.
Will that make it go like better?
It could.
You're all right.
Scorpicon. Scorpicon.
Okay.
So you haven't even evolved yet.
I mean, you have any. I mean, you haven't even. No, you're way ahead of me. You're not in a grave. You're not very fresh.
I should be. I have Scorpicon.
I mean, the positions on the board, there's nothing to do with.
No, you're right.
Except for now, I'm fucked up and gave you like poisons. So like you.
Extra move. Good
Oh
job.
my God.
That was big time. Oh, dude, that was really good. Dude. 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 Quit it, dude. You just. Oh, that was like one of the best things I've ever seen happen in this game. Dude, it won't stop.
I help you. I help you. I know it. Oh, I didn't get an extra move for that.
Dude, no, you only get it one time. Dude, you destroyed me.
But you can hear right now. That's a big kill.
Why don't you evolve? Oh, good move. Very good move, dude. I know, but you're not even trying.
Well, it's hard when you're fucking buried on the other side of the fucking thing. If I move that there, that's going to help you. If you don't move, it's not going to help you. I think that was the best move during no move. I think the best move was to do no move. You might help me.
Dude, why don't you go for it? There you go. Get the berries.
I don't think that's going to help me.
I don't either. It's too late.
Oh, no, it's not.
Psycho bite, dog. You're done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go again. I'll win.
Dude, you're going to lose. And everybody knows you're going to lose. Magic berries does 5 damage. Oh, these are poisonous berries, though. These are not good berries. So you don't want these berries. No, you don't want these berries, son.
Is that what I said?
You don't want these berries.
Oh, damn it.
Hydro Rush, pimp. Heal Leaf, pimp. Wow, that was a good start. You don't want them. Okay, you can, but they do damage to you.
I can feel it on the thing.
Hydro Rush, pimp. Hydro Rush, pimp.
You really helped me.
Get your berries.
Bye-bye, you really helped me. You know, I really helped me.
Why is that? It's 80 to 35 right now.
Fuck. Fuck.
Dog. Heal Leaf, son.
Oh, sucking.
Whoa, dog. That was a terrible Tourette's tick.
Sucking. this guy. Yeah.
You didn't say at this game. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Yeah. Holy shit.
Dog.
Rabbi, yeah, I haven't even involved yet.
I know. Are you gonna go?
Show time.
You're right, it is my turn.
I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said anything.
Good move, dude. Good move.
That was good.
That was high IQ, dog. Oh, you got another big one. Big one. Do it. That was great.
Oh, I got an extra minute. Okay. Person. Okay, that was okay. Can you read that? Is that okay?
Nope.
Okay. I'll talk about that. What?
Extra move.
Why did you get buried?
Because the berries are poisonous.
Yeah. You have 80 fucking health.
Yeah, I don't need to evolve. I just need to beat you.
Yeah, but this structure on the board. I mean, if I come back here, it'd be great. Come back here.
Yeah, dude, there's no way. Oh, dude, it was my turn, and I didn't even realize it.
So if I move that barrier, I can't. I lose if I move that barrier.
Right.
Okay. Oh, good idea. Okay. I did some damage, but oh no, I just lost. I just lost.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I just did. I just lost.
No, you didn't.
Move the blue, and you win.
Now you did. You got destroyed there.
I'm gonna win next game.
You haven't beaten me yet.
Yeah.
Who's going first, pimp? I am. Oh, dude, I picked the wrong things.
Doesn't matter. You're still gonna win.
Maybe not. Dude, I'm playing like garbage.
I want Joe. Okay. You're playing better than me.
No, I'm not.
Look at the score. Look at your look at your energy. And your monsters. I have no energy on my monsters. How much damage does that do?
Click on it and find out.
Alright, well, I gotta go.
Why do you have to go?